I keep on banging my drum, 'cause the best is yet to come. So I keep holding on. I'll do anything to prove you wrong. As long as I am breathing, yeah, I still stand tall. See me stop, see me fall. You ain't never ever gonna see me crawl. You can try and shoot me with your dirty lies. You can try and cut me with your sharpened eyes. Like the dust and like the tide, still I rise. Ain't nobody who will ever bring me down. Ain't nobody who can take away my crown. Like the dust and like the tide, still I rise. the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. We wanna get it crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
that ball. What is that shot? After shot connect, this guy's a beast.
etrafından dönen oyuncu sadece çok güzel bir headshot'la bir tane daha vuruyor. Brasco neler yapıyor?
Hello everyone and welcome to the grand finals of the VCT Stage 1 Regional Masters, where the champions of Europe will be crowned right here tonight. I am your host Yinsu, and joining me for this grand occasion is the one and only MitchMan. Welcome back, my friend. You are looking very pretty in pink.
Thanks very much, Sue. You know, I thought I'd dress up for the occasion. Crazy to be here at the finals of Masters already. It feels like only yesterday we took a look at these teams trying to make it through challengers in the first place. Time really flies when you're having fun.
Well, if we're going to be talking about dressing up, we have to talk about Lothar, who is, of course, joining Mitch and I today as well. Lothar, gotta say, love the jacket.
Well, thank you, but I'm a little bit intimidated by Mitch's cleavage, I would say, you know? There's a lot of going on over there.
Aren't we all? But we do have the biggest day of competition coming up today here in Europe. But first, let's take a look at some of the best and top plays from the Masters around the world.
Ja, это потенциальный байк.
Three here, Brits comes in, it's going to be messy on the side, but Sharon going to be putting up bodies. Three already, he needs more though. Timing catches him on the reload, not going to get it though. Finds one, he needs another!
시간 맞아요. 시간 백포인트 쪽에 한 번 더 끊어냈고요. 시간 스파이크 다운 5초 4초 되고
엑스가 마무리, 엑스가!
원 찬스
We saw a clip there from the Korean Regional Masters. Of course, Lothar, that has wrapped up already. And Vision Strikers, another trick.
Vision Strikers didn't lose yet a match. It's kind of crazy. They won the finals in Korea 3-2 against NU on the last map. If I remember correctly, it was Acend. It was a crazy match. And then I cannot wait for the international competition to see how Vision Strikers will go against EU and NA.
Oh, yeah. Well, they already have LAN experience. I feel like it's cheating at this point compared to the other regions. But they have wrapped up their Masters, but we still have ours. And yesterday was probably one of the most exciting days we've had. And if you didn't see it and you didn't tune in, you might be a little bit shocked when you look at the bracket for today, because there is no FPX. Mitch, talk me through how Acend managed to knock out one of the best teams in Europe.
FPX, hands down, top 3 team, you know, top 2 even, and they go down to Acend, a team that have played, I think that was their 15th best of 3. They've been together a little over 2 months. I mean, 2 months and 5 days or something like that. That's unbelievable success for this team. Now, it started out pretty dominant for FPX as well. You know, after map 1, I think we were all thinking it'd be done and dusted really quick. And then this bounce back by Acend, they've got so much up their, or in their belt rather, because they can come into the game, they can play super aggressive. That's no problem for them. We've seen it pulled out whenever things are going awry. They'll just rush you. They'll just take those fights. But I love their attack side. They're kind of what we were talking about yesterday. First 30 seconds, your philosophy of how to play the game, because they slow things down. Very start of the game, they'll go for that ult orb control. They'll bait you in. So you have to take map control. You have to fight them for it. And what's normally waiting around that corner is CNET. He's ready to take those fights with the op, with the knives, nigh on unstoppable whenever he's given the opportunity. So it's a nice early game, the way that they force the opponents to face CNET, which is something that if you had the choice, you would probably not do.
Well, these guys did have an absolute fantastic performance yesterday. And Lothar, I know you've got something cooked up in your lab to kind of give us a deeper analysis.
I do. I actually dug up a round from Acend by Acend versus FPX. Let me show it to you guys. This is 5-11 for Acend, and I wanted to showcase the discipline that Acend has on the map during the retakes. So now first, FPX has little to non-map control. As you can see on the map, there's only a small trip on A lobby, but everything else is crumped up in the B main. Now they try to attack the B side. They use one smoke on market from the Omen, but unfortunately they don't have the second one because it was used at the beginning of the round on mid. Now the first duel goes in. Fortunately for FPX, Xiao has the ultimate to get the trade. Now the key piece here for this attack will be Sage Zipan boosting himself up on that wall in Garage B, which is something that most likely Ascend does know because Killis saw that or heard that when he was dying. Key pieces for the defenses now. Ascend, Boncold uses his smoke on Garage B, but unfortunately misplaces it a little bit, and that allows FPX to actually creep up on the side, and that builds their confidence. Sova on CT, Coldamenta uses his drone to get as much information as possible on what's happening on this side before they get the execute. And now this is where it goes messy. We have Cypher cages that compensate the fact that Angela is dead, so they have to be used the way that we typically see the smokes from Omen. The Cypher cages now give a confidence boost to Sova, who pushes to market stairs, but does with a lot of sounds there. He just pushes in with a full sprint, which allows CNET to just wait for the smoke to dissipate and get an easy kill. In the meantime, they get the side control, they will get the plant. Now this is an important moment where Ascend is disciplined. They know what they have to do during the next steps to make this round successful. They know about Zipen in the Garage B still standing on the wall, so they wait. They set up a crossfire right here where every single player knows exactly what to do. They wait if someone pushes. They don't know if someone was actually still hiding in CT because of the Cypher cage, and they wait for Bone Cold to get that frag on Zipen in the B main. Now this will be the instrumental moment in this round where, well, we don't know if this is going to be successful or not. I mean, we know because we have seen the match, and Zipan will be in a tough spot. Boncold will pre-fire his position, but Zipan will go on top. Because of that, he will get the ultimate. He will res Angel, who died first in the round in B Garage, and that triggers another disciplined move from Ascend. They need to double or even triple peek that Garage to just nullify that res. Ascend goes on top, Starkso gets double kills, and triggers his own ultimate. And now this is the retake 3 versus 2. Another disciplined move by Ascend. Starkso needs to wait for his friends on his right hand side to get a double pick because he cannot do it alone. Now where that happens, he can push and finish the round by himself.
Thank you very much, Lothar, for that analysis. Well, today is the grand final, so we have a very straightforward schedule coming up for you guys. Heretics will be facing Ascend in a best of 5, so that's 5 maps instead of the usual 3 that we have been bringing you, and the winner will receive $60,000 in prize money, and of course, that all-important circuit points. Mitch, 100 points if they win here today. How huge is that going to be?
I don't know. Depends how the rest of the year shapes out, really, doesn't it? But for now, I can say definitely, if you want to maximize your chances of making it to Worlds, you got to take that 100. Remember, the next Masters is set to be international, which means fewer teams securing points. And if you want to get those EU spots, having a 100 boost straight away could be the difference maker in whether you go to Worlds or whether you don't.
Exactly. It's a big day for these two teams. But let's not forget the fact that we have seen a huge number of players step up over the last 2 weeks. And in fact, Mitch and Tom have even picked out their fantasy teams today. Check this one out. Welcome to Masters Fantasy Team, where our contestants get to choose their ultimate fantasy teams from Masters. We have 2 contestants today. Let's meet our first contestant. He's 23 from Dublin and loves going for long walks with his dog. It is Mitch. Welcome, Mitch.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Pleasure to be here. You know, I'm so happy to be on the show. My mom and dad watch this show all the time, so I just got to say shout out. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. I'm going to do you proud today.
And joining Mitch, competing for that all-important, all-expenses-paid hair transplant is our second contestant from London. He's 26, and it's Tom. Hi, Tom.
Yeah, the champion in waiting. I am ready for this one. I can't go this way because there's a microphone in the way, but we're going to do it anyway. And yeah, Mitch, you're going down. I need the hair. You don't need it, so easy win.
Well, there is only one way to be able to get that prize, Tom, and it is to win our fantasy team today. Here is how it's going to work. You will each pick a roster of 5 players from our 5 rows we have lined up. You guys don't know who these players are going to be, but once one player is picked, he is off the table. You cannot choose him going forward, and we're going to start with you first, Mitch. Make sure that you pick a coherent team with an IGL as well. Let's take a look at row number 1 and see which 5 players you have to choose from. Well, Mitch, 5 very, very powerful and strong players here. Who are you going to go for?
Man, that's tough. One of the best IGLs there, one of the best Sentinels as well. I'm gonna go with my boy Angel. I'm gonna pick up my IGL right away. Let's get Angel on this roster.
Great choice, Tom. Your turn.
Well, you know what? He did mention that there's a Sentinel in the mix, and I'm picking the Clutch King. He basically destroyed Mitch's roster already, so I feel like it'll be easy for him to do it again.
Well, 2 very different picks, you guys. Great start, but let's move on to row number 2. 5 new players. Again, the same concept. You have to choose the next player for your team, and Tom, you are going first this time.
Ooh.
Let's see who we got. Here we go. And those are your choices. Lao, Baddie G, Bone Cold, JD, and D-Mystic, Tom.
Oh, that's hard. I don't know. I think I'm going to go with Baddie G. The man is a ridiculous entry fragger. He will take up one of my duelists, but I think it's a worthy risk.
Well, Mitch, you've seen the lineup as well. Who is going to be your...
I'm going to have to go with JD. You know, we need a Sova on this team. We need somebody that's competent, has that experience, and JD's definitely it.
Of course, once these players are shown, they are gone. You can't choose them again. So let's have a look at row number 3 and see the players you guys have already given up. Of course, no Pora, no Yassine, no Avova, Bone Cold Lao, or D-Mystic for either of you.
Sorry, Yassine.
And this is row number 3. Tom, is your turn again.
Ooh, okay. This one's a little bit tougher. I'm tempted to get my IGL, but at the same time, Nisal looks like a beat. I've got to go at Kukos. He will fill in a couple of roles. He'll get me my Breach as well, and also probably one of the best in-game leaders in the world. So there you go, done.
Well, both of your IGLs are off the table. Mitch, who are you going for out of those 5?
It's tough, but it has to be Monsieur Numero Uno, my man, Kata. I got to pick him up, you know.
Ha! What a surprise. Well, 2 more rows left. Let's have a look at row number 4. You can only pick 2 more players, 1 from each rows. And Mitch, you get to have a first pick this time around.
I'm keeping an eye out here. I need like a Sentinel. I need like a Breach. What have we got out here? CNET straight away. Oh, that's a tough one, man. I want Chihuahua. He fits in my team. Nuke as well. Oh, that's tough. I'm going to abandon taking out a Flash or a Sentinel. I'll push someone else onto that role. I'm going to take CNET straight off the bat.
Well, a lot of Turkish viewers are watching. Mitch, great choice. Now, Tom, what about you?
See, the smart decision here, Yinsu, would be to go for Shao, because I need myself a Sova. But being that I did state previously that Nuki might be one of the best players in the world right now, I'm going to go with Nuki. Screw all reason and rhyme. I'm just going to go straight for the duelist.
I can't believe Mitch didn't take Nuki off the table for you, but this is our last row, last 5 players. You guys have to pick someone here to complete your squad, and it has to make sense. Mitch, you are up first with your pick.
Let's have a look. Oh,
let's have a look.
Man, okay, there's Firath straight away. Zipan, Starzo, Rhyme, Rubino. Oh, man. Okay, so I need someone that can be kind of a role filler. And I know there's a lot of depth to most of these guys, much as I'd love to pick up a Zipan or a Fearoth. I think I might.
Gonna have to rush you.
Can I get the players up again? Can I get them up one more time?
It's Fearoth, Zipan, Starso,
I'm gonna make the choice to go with Rubino because I think it makes a lot of sense. He is a very flexible player, a lot of depth. It has to be him.
Right, Tom. Mitch took a lot of time there, but I need
Fearoth,
to give.
boom.
Ooh,
I'm done.
strong.
Easy. Got my Sova.
Nice.
He's a genius as well. I've got 2 geniuses, so you're screwed. You stand no chance now.
Well, you guys have seen all of the players now. Mitch, how confident are you with your squad? And you know, do you have any regrets with the players that you didn't?
Yeah, I regret not going for a Sentinel. It's going to be pretty tough now to build this roster. Someone's going to be pushed out of their comfort zone, but I think we've got enough skill to make it work.
What about you, Tom?
Oh, I've got 2 of the best entry fraggers in the world, and I've got 2 of the best in-game leaders in the world. Like, how am I going to lose this? This is the easiest decision for all of you at home. Get me my hair, and then get me out of here.
Well, this is going to be down to you guys at home. You can vote for one of these 2 teams on Masters Fantasy team, either Mitch or Tom. Let's have a look at their squads, their final squads. Make sure to head over to Twitter at ValEsports_EU to cast your vote. Or not gonna lie, after seeing the choices you guys have made, I think I'm kind of leaning towards Tom's team. Mitch, you know, not having a Sentinel is going to make your life a little bit difficult there. But thank you so much for joining me, you two. We will reveal the results during the show a little bit later. You gotta love Tom. Saying thank you so much, Tom, for getting involved there. I'm kind of team Tom on this one. Lothar, now if you've seen what both of these guys have picked, which team do you feel like was the better?
I would love to see that Angel CNET combo, you know, in one team. I wonder how would that end up. So I'm team Mitch here. I'm team Mitch.
Ooh, we are split on the desk. But it is up to you guys at home, so please go vote now. Go on Twitter, like I said in the show before. Go vote, vote for my boy Tom. But anyway, it is time for us to talk about the teams that are competing today. Team Heretics have made back-to-back major tournament finals. And Lothar, this really is the best we have in Europe right now.
Well, I would say so. They are one of the best teams in the world right now. I mean, we still have to wait for the international competition, but how can you argue, right? I was a fanboy since First Strike when I was watching the VODs and preparing and then like trying to do an analysis before we even got to cast the matches, and I was like really impressed by the fundamentals that this team represented back then, and they only got better. They also got a 6-player Rubino who is like, I guess, let's say, when he plays, because he doesn't play on every single map, when he plays, he is taking that steering wheel and he's the IGL for the team. In the past, we have seen Nuki and Yinsu just dominate teams, and whenever they play together, it seems like Nuki is just getting that lurker role, while Yinsu is just going first blood and getting those kills. He's kind of insane. But we have to talk about the achievements of the team, right? They won First Strike, and here, so far, in Challenges and Masters, they won against HSDAR, Chakalaka, OG, Ballista, Ninja in Pyjamas, and Guild Esports. And now they're facing Acend for the first time ever. Heretics have never lost a best of 3 yet. I'm not sure if they're gonna lose a best of 5. Does it still count as if they would lose a best of 3? I'm not sure about that, but this is gonna be a match to watch.
They've technically never lost a best of 5 either. One for one. Oh no, maybe 2 for 2, but that's still a small record. But thank you so much, Lothar, for that breakdown. I also had the pleasure of chatting to Heretics coach Tanny about their matchup earlier. I'm now joined by Team Heretics coach Tanny. Hi Tanny, welcome to the show. Right off the bat, I just want to say massive congratulations for making back-to-back major finals here at European Valorant. How different has your run been this time around for Masters in comparison to First Strike?
Hey Yinsu, it's been about the same actually. We've had a couple of easier matchups, I'd say. We haven't had to beat, Liquid, G2, and then Fnatic in a row, so it's slightly easier, but, we still had to play the teams which are the best right now, so we make the most of it.
Well, you guys have never lost a best of 3 or a best of 5. What is the secret, do you think, behind this sort of consistency? Because we have seen, you know, some of the teams you've just mentioned sort of fall kind of up and down with their own performances.
I mean, when going into a best of 3 or best of 5, we don't really think of it past one map. So when we're in one map, when we start it, that's the only thing which matters. It doesn't matter if we're down 1-0 and we have to reverse sweep. It doesn't matter if we're winning. Like, all that matters is what's going on in that one map, or more specifically, even in that like one round. So that's how we always get our comebacks as well. Yeah, if we're down like 12-0 at the half, it doesn't matter. We just still go for the win.
Well, speaking of that, today is going to be a best of 5, and you know, we haven't seen you guys play Icebox since First Strike, again when you had to play it in a best of 5. Are you better prepared this time around? Because there is probably a concern that this map is going to crop up.
I wouldn't say better prepared, but yeah, we've at least played it a couple more times instead of, you know, just once. We're trying out a couple of different things on it, so yeah, you might be in for a surprise on Icebox, but yeah, we'll see if it gets to that. We'll see if it gets to that stage.
We love those. We love a surprise. Is there any reason why you guys sort of don't really gravitate towards that map in comparison to the other ones in your map pool?
The other ones are just so much stronger. I feel like if we, it's not that Icebox is a bad map for us. It's just we feel the other ones are stronger, and Icebox is a bit more unpredictable with what other teams can do, so we would rather not let them have a foot in the door.
Well, we shall see later. I'm certainly hoping the Icebox would crop up just to see the surprises you've been alluding to. But thank you so much for joining me and for your time. Best of luck with your game later.
Thank you, Yinsu. See you later.
Well, we just saw Tani break down what we are expecting today, Lothar, and he said that we're going to have a bit of a surprise maybe coming up. What do you think that is going to be if we are going to end up seeing Ice?
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Like, you know, we have seen Nuki on Acend picking up Reyna to catch people off guard, because then he absolutely changed the way he plays the game, right? Instead of being an Andrew Frogger, he went for the looker role, even when they didn't have Niso in the team composition. Now when Tanisco just says something about another surprise, I guess it has to be Niso replacing someone else than Rubino on some map. We didn't see Icebox so far from Team Heretics at all, right? Because they always ban it. So if this is a best of 5 and we're gonna see Icebox, I'm gonna assume there's either a switch up between agents, like a very big one, or someone else than Rubino changes the places with Niso.
I think that is a very good theory, because as you said, so far we haven't really seen any other switch ups other than these two players specifically. And speaking of Rubino, I just want to wish him a very happy birthday. Of course, he tweeted yesterday that it was his birthday today and he wants to have, you know, a good present. I guess he's alluding to maybe winning the grand finals. But we did prepare something for you, Rubino, earlier, and you might recognize the face and the voice of our next guest.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Rubino. Happy birthday to you.
Well, thank you very much, Jonas, for that beautiful rendition. I'm kind of jealous, and I hope Rubino enjoyed that song. But there are another 5 guys who also like to put on a show, and Mitch, you are very familiar with them, of course. It is Acend. Talk me through their journey and what they are all about.
Well, Acend were assembled back in January. A little over 2 months ago, we saw them debut, and I have to say, you know, results were pretty shaky at the start, as you'd expect, obviously. Team teams need some time to grow. Since then, they've played 15 BO3s, excuse me, including the loss to FBX in Challengers 1. Their run was halted a little bit early in the round of 32 by the Phoenix team. Then we moved on and they lost to NIP in the opening of Masters when they eventually made it in. From that point, they went on to get revenge on both of those teams, defeating two of what I would say are 2 out of 3 of the best teams in Europe. The only one remaining being Heretics. Now they've got a chance to really claim that title, look to stop Heretics from cementing themselves as the number 1. And I think that's something that we have to also talk about, the significance of this series, because even just yesterday I tweeted out after the semifinals took place that for the first time in, I don't want to say ever, but in a long time, we had G2 on VLR.gg taken out of that number 1 spot. Heretics have officially claimed the number 1 rank, but it's yet to be fully proven. Winning 2 events in a row would definitely prove it, but Acend are here to stop them. We're talking about Acend. We can't talk about this team without my man CNED. Okay, there's lots of skill, and we'll come to that in a second, but CNED, he dominates on this jet with the op in hand or with the Blade Storm. Interestingly, a lot of people will talk about Nuke on the other team. CNED as an opper has a higher headshot percentage, and that certainly helps him out when it comes to using that Blade Storm. But he's not the only one with impressive stats on this team, Sue. I have to say, I was taking a look last night, and the highest clutch percentage and headshot percentage of this tournament has gone to our boy Bone Cold. So he is a clutcher, he's a headshot machine, and CNED's there to dominate duels. I mean, this team's got so much to fall back on.
I absolutely love Bone Cold, as you guys know already. But like you said, Mitch, they have never played a best of 5 before. There is a little bit of an experience gap between these two teams, and this is what Ascend's coach, MBS, had to say about the matter. I'm now joined by Ascend's coach, MBS. Hi, MBS. Welcome back to the show. You know, the last time we spoke, you said your goal was to make it to Masters, and the semi-finals were sort of a bit of a dream for you guys. But now you've made it to the finals. What does this mean?
It means everything, really. As you said, like, our goal was to try and make it to Masters in the first place. Then once we made it, the goal changed, you know, to trying to make it out of groups. I think throughout the whole run, even like from the very first qualifier, we just took it one step at a time, since like we're a new team. We had no huge expectations, not for ourselves, not from, you know, from the outside as well. And yeah, I mean, now we're in the finals. I know, it's crazy.
Well, finals also means you have to play a best of 5. You guys as a team have never played a best of 5 before. How different do you think that you have to change the approach now, given that your opponent is a team that have never lost a best of 5?
I think there is only one big change, right? It's that there is no ban. Having to play a bit more games, I think it's fine, because during the qualifiers, everyone had to play more games. So 3 games or 5 games, I think it's fine. The players will be fine. Everyone is ready on our side, and I'm pretty sure on Heretics as well. I think the biggest change is like that there is no ban. So, for example, as everyone knows, we were perma-banning Split. Same goes for Heretics. They were perma-banning Icebox. So it will definitely be very interesting to see how everything will pan out.
There's going to be some mind games, I feel. And lastly, last night, Starso said to me in the interview that he feels like Heretics are going to be slightly easier in comparison to FPX. Is that something you would agree with? And if so, why?
I personally think that both of these teams are quite even. Their playstyle is a bit different. So thing is, like, we've never faced Heretics before. And we did face FPX before, and we knew that FPX is like a really, really tough team to beat. We used to like scrim a few times with FPX. We never scrim Heretics. So I think it's the same for us and the same for Heretics. We go in without playing, like, these teams have never played each other, not in scrims, not in officials. So there is really like nothing to expect. Like, I have no idea what's going to happen. I don't think anyone has. So it's going to be the one thing that I hope that it's going to be a really, really good series, you know.
I believe, I definitely am in agreement. I think it is going to be a good series no matter what happens. Well, thank you so much for your time once again, MBS, and best of luck.
Thank you.
As we said, it's going to be a best of 5 today. There's going to be some nuances, you know, there's no picks. Well, there is picks, there's no bans even. So with that in mind, let's take a look at the maps for today, which ones are going to be played in which order. Mitch, right off the bat, like I said, no bans, and it seems like Heretics have gone straight in there with them.
Oh, yeah. So Heretics taking out Split. No surprises there. Obviously, we know that Acend are not too comfortable on this map. It's the one they avoid. Bind is a question mark for me. I really thought that was going to be Icebox to throw Heretics into a bit of a lack of a comfort zone. So surprising that that we're seeing Acend pick that.
Well, Lothar, we know that Heretics pretty much permaban Icebox, right? Do you feel like maybe it's also a little bit questionable to not throw that back in their face the way the Heretics have evidently thrown Split in there for
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that we didn't see Icebox being picked before, like a little bit earlier, but maybe there's some sort of respect to Niso, because most likely, we don't know, right? But I'm going to assume that Niso is going to be playing on Icebox, and maybe there's a little bit of a sign of respect, because they know that they're going to start with a Split, most likely. So maybe a little bit of a respect pick, and I know that Ascent likes playing Bind, so I feel like that kind of explains why do we have Bind and not Icebox as a second or third pick.
Well, Niso is definitely going to be picking Split. We do have a little bit of stats here for him on this map. You know, the map that we've seen him play for Heretics so far. Because other than that, it's mostly been Rubino. And look at that, Mitch. What stands out to you straight off the bat from those
I mean, when you take a look at that first blood percentage, Niso is definitely leading the charge. He's also, I think, the second highest rated player in the tournament next to Nukie. So when you've got that composition in there of Niso and Nukie, I can almost understand why you don't want to play 2 maps back to back with that coming in potentially. You got to say though, when you look towards the other side, like CNED, he's going to be participating in a lot of these opening duels, and that's where Heretics could fall down now that they're facing such a proficient upper.
That's kind of interesting because we didn't see a lot of operators in the past in all of those matches.
Yeah.
And with that in mind, Lothar, knowing that it's going to be Split, Bind, and Haven first, do you feel like we're even going to get to Icebox at this point?
Yeah, I think so. I think getting to 90, like to the 4th map, this finals will not be a 3-0. That's just not possible in my mind. You know, we're going to see at least 4 maps in my mind.
What do you think, Mitch? Do you agree?
I think it's very much contingent on Ascend picking up Bind. It's definitely possible. I would put them as a slight favorite to win that map, but the other two, I'm looking at Heretics to win.
Well, we will find out shortly because we are heading into Agent Select now for Split. This is the map that we don't really see Ascend play on, so I'm curious as to what they are going to sort of whip out in terms of agent compositions. Surely they would have known, right? If they reach the finals, they have to play this map, whether they like it or not. Yeah, let's head into Agent Select now and have a look. Again, Split, we know Niso is here. We know he likes to play the Reyna. And Lothar, just as I said, he locked that straight.
And so interesting about Ascend, last time they played Split was still when they had the old banner under their name, and they were playing against Fun Plus Phoenix actually. That was in early February, and they run Bridge, Cypher, Omen, Raze, Sage back then. I wonder if we're gonna see the same. I don't think so, because CNED already picked up a Jet, right? And that's a big difference. He was playing on a Raze there, and I feel like CNED is just way more confident when he's playing that Jet of his own, right? So I'm really liking this pick. And when it comes to Heretics, loving this. Raze and Niso, sorry, Nuki and Niso, but Nuki is just so synonymous with Raze in my mind. It just kind of catches on, you know?
Every single time that we've seen Ascend play on this map, they've changed their composition. They've only played it 3 times, and they've been quite spaced out. But they have been mixing it up, and again, this marks the 4th time then with CNED and also with Starzo, because last time he was taking Sage, this time moving on to the flashing role, which Coldamenta previously had. Starzo giving the Sage to Coldamenta, taking the Sky. We have again an Omen in play for Bone Cold, and Killez moving off of Cypher, now playing on Arena, so they're not even going to play a proper Sentinel, let's say. No Cypher, no Killjoy. This is a very, very different composition than not just what we saw them play last time, but what we'll see any team play, really. This is going to be very much based around aggressive play, regardless of whether it's the attack or the defense. You've got to claim map control because you can't sit back and allow a Cypher or Killjoy to hold off a part of the map in the same way when you don't have them.
I feel like we've already set the bar with these agents, but this is it, everybody. The moment we have all been waiting for. It's time to head into game, and I cannot think of two better people to take us through this best of 5. Over to you, Pansy and Hypoc.
Thank you, and it honestly is an absolute honor to be doing this. Two incredible teams with very different routes to get here. But let's just talk right into map 1. Let's just go into this. Seeing this map come out, flat out, of course, when two of these teams have somewhat consistent vetoes, looks like just Heretics want to put Acend into a chokehold to start with. This is a brutal first pick to come out.
It is indeed. I mean, I immediately go towards Niso and Nuki, right? We know what these guys are capable of. Again, Nuki, yesterday I said it. Recent form, this guy has looked fantastic, making a strong case, you know, arguably being one of the best players in the region right now. And obviously Niso, a big talking point with Heretics. So I think this is a statement. Heretics are coming out to make a statement in map 1. The pressure goes straight onto Acend. Again, there's composition questions around here with obviously the role switches and really, I mean, it depends on Acend having a strong start here. They've got to keep Nuki and Niso in check.
All right, welcome to the grand finals, ladies and gents. This is a best of 5 between Heretics and Acend. Acend brought out everything in their previous game, in that semi-final. Probably one of the best we've flat out seen. And I'm not lying to you about that. That's not an over-exaggeration. That was something special. CNED digging deeper than expected, but they can't relent now. History is written by the victors in these moments, and both of these teams have their own stories to tell. So let's find out who gets to tell the tale of who walked away with a win here. First round underway. Already seeing a hefty A lean, but it is going to be just Nisao waiting on the other side.
Yeah, I like that as well. Again, Lowell throws the wall down early, and they rotate 4 over towards B, and now obviously the spy cam picking up that information. Rotate back over here. Niso will find the first one to CNED. That's a big victim. Acend. So you're going to lean back here, and Nuki wisely backing away here. Going to try and throw the paint showing to slow this down a little bit, but they might be able to pass. Nuki will find, well, you'll find the second as well.
Huge work from Nuki. That's just cut off any plan that Acend tried to have on this switch up. Goldament is dead. It's sick work from Nuki and Nisao. The two players that always catch the headlines start this off perfectly.
Brilliant start from, again, no damage done whatsoever to Heretics, so expect the full save coming out from Acend here. Again, love that switch up. Again, as soon as the spy cam spots it, you can see Heretics Acend over, and actually, you know, Nuki playing this deep here, he's not really kind of over-investing to get that information on mid, so he's ready for Acend to lean back towards that area. Oh, we do. Again, expect Acend to try and just charge something down, get a kill, get an opener into this round. Something for them to get working.
Yeah, just trying to bait it out by B, get all that attention towards it. Maybe, you know, draw a couple of players over, so they might be able to get a spike plant. And if they went as it stood, they might be able to do that, but they're not going to be able to pull off the retake more than likely, of course. It's, you know, or hold the retake, should I say. This should be pretty comfy. And here's going to be just that Cypher. Kind of lingering around towards ramp. That's going to be Poro waiting. The 3 players going to start their way through. The 1 will cross, so Sage does make it through, but only for now. Sage got caught up there by Lau, so nicely done to make sure no one was getting that spike down. And Avova still keeping cool on the other side of the map. And, well, don't forget, he had a damn good series.
Gold. Gonna get himself a constellation. Probably can't retrieve that weapon, though. Avova gonna try and hold this down. Again, at this point, Bone Cold to do any damage he can to the economy. Gonna hop down, but Avova cleans it up. Nuki, the only one to fall in this. This gives Heretics a really good opportunity, actually, again, with the 4 SMGs.
Spike down
Look for them to potentially make a fast play or a stack once again, to be honest. You just try and play close contact on a site. But the opportunity for Acend to put their first on the board here. Obviously, you see 5 rifles across. Ultimate-wise, nobody really close. Starzo 2 off the Seekers. Maybe going to look for that orb in Garage once again. I think they've taken it both times, actually, on Starzo. Heretics actually set up in the same default. I mean, Avova going over to A is the only real difference here. Poro rotating over to B, but it's Niso and Nuki once again to hold down the fort in mid.
Now, the danger man that we can't ignore is always going to be CNED. He was a game changer for them in their semi-finals coming through this, and he might have to be again. I don't know if it's this map that's going to work for him, but it will be one of them. So already we start this one up and he finds it first. Nuki's gone down and that cracks open an opportunity. There is another, though, to kind of fill the gap. That's going to be Porous, so he's going to be put on red alert and have to try and play safety here towards that B connector, just towards heaven.
A Bone Cold actually finding kill on the other side of the map could make things interesting here. Heretics right now, 2 players committed to ropes. It's Owl and Niso. And Pora's actually gone hunting. Look at him. He's gone all the way through Garage here, so... Gonna get some decent information that I was gonna say Acend potentially looking to make a play in mid. Lau now needs to hold down the 4, but he does get traded out. Really nice trade there, and Pora, like I said, he did go hunting. Finds himself in a 1v4 now. Expect a potential to upgrade, but look at this. Cened holding out. He's anticipating that very move to come and upgrade this weapon.
Just gonna be policing the weaponry. You can see Pora's just like, please, let me just get that, and I'll go. No, Cened's not gonna let you. So there it is, answer back, and let's talk about what Acend have done with this. Keeping 4 alive, 4 rifles up, a spike plant as well. This might stabilize a little because they were really suffering in those first 2 rounds. They weren't able to make much from it. I think maybe 1 kill came through. So the economy is going to be kind of in the bin for a little while, but this is a great way to start stabilizing and moving forward. Not surprising, though, to see Heretics not able to convert the bonus round, we like to call it. And it certainly is a bonus round. You're working with Spectres and bits and pieces, whatever you've been able to take through from the first few. This is the big boy, though, isn't it, Hypoc? This is the one where it matters. It looks like a hefty lean towards A. This could just be a straight-up big start, and Cened, he's not afraid by any means. Spots the first Pora, though. Unafraid to fight either, but now he's got the information. He has to play this just right. He's re-aggressing towards ramp. Keep that in your back of the mind. If he starts wrapping all this, no. Seekers come out, sprays in. Oh, my word, he shut down all of it. Ultimate's gone to waste. Nisao now comes around. He's there in support. There's 2 players, 1 right, 1 left. Pora finds the left, and it's Nisao on the right. Acend gets shut down. This is a huge wrap coming through ramp. Keyless does well to shut down Nisao, but it's still just 2 of them on the site. Make it just 1. Colder Menta gonna be crunched on, and Heretics. The paciness on this.
Of that, don't even get them, or give them an opportunity to set up, or at least solidify their position in that post plant. And I mean, really, Starzo throws out the Seekers. I love it. Again, he's going to try and aggress onto Heaven, try and get that kill onto Pora, but I think he actually peaked with the, whilst the Seekers were going up ramp. He actually tried to flash out, and unfortunately, that's his demise there. He's then forced to play down the bottom. But that clearance by Nisao and Pora, just so clean, so quick as well. Like I said, not giving them an opportunity at all to set up.
It was the fact that Pora was already leaning into that so early. He kind of got the contact from Rafters, fell back towards ramp, and instantly controlled the space that potentially could have been garnered for that post plant, put the pressure straight away towards it as well, so there was never a moment for them to rest. Back in we go, though, and you can see Heretics taking space here. This is a proactive defending side. Lau gonna get that deeper wall going, get the orb on his side. That's res now up.
Yeah, there's things like this that are gonna keep Acend anxious for this early round control. But we talk about Sage's application in comp time and time again, and right there the territory control, and you can see actually the full lean from Heretics. It's only Pora over on A site this time around. Bone Cold over towards A main. Now if Acend choose to push through here with the spike as well, they might just deal with the trap wire and maybe bait a little bit of a rotation out. Yeah, straight away Nuki hits the rotate. The spike's still down bottom mid, so this is Acend just literally trying to force a rotate out and open up B site. You see they're stacking towards Garage now.
And it feels like, I've got to say, Heretics still had a good read, but Cened on the Ferrari peek around the corner. That's Nisao now gone from Heaven. This forces Nuki to have to get a little bit more postured up. And didn't quite find it on the way back through, but while that happened, Avova did find Starkso. So that kind of crunch towards B has been met by force, and maybe well read here, I've got to feel. But let's look at this. Still a 4v4 in action. Keep your eyes on the spike, leaning back towards A, but Nuki, out of nowhere, finds Killers. The res gets invested. Heretics kind of forming back towards 5. And you're right, it's just 10 seconds, and Pora just has to play for the spike plant. He doesn't have to do anything else, just ensure safety. He's cautious of his own push, and it does come out. I don't know if they've got time on this spike plant. They apparently they do.
Well, actually, yeah, a little bit of a
the UI,
I think they were so close that the UI didn't even know.
Even the UI was like, no, I promise you.
Yeah, they got it.
No. Like, how late were they? There was 10 seconds left as they were getting towards what? Like, ramp area-ish.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's literally 6 seconds when they find that kill on Pora in elbow, so that they've missed it by a tenth of a second max. That's unfortunate. I mean, getting the entry there and also getting onto site. Interesting one, but a blow nonetheless to Acend. I mean, talk about the performance yesterday. My big question coming into today is how much have they got left in the tank? Honestly, this is the biggest test this roster has seen so far, and they played their absolute hearts out yesterday.
It's a really valid point.
I would hate to see rounds play out like that today. It just would, the hesitation factor coming in and kind of scrambling for getting something together.
I just love the fact that Heretics, the pace changes already. They've had a couple of rounds sitting nice and deep, a couple of bits and pieces thrown out, but already Bone Cold's going to find a Vova. Look at the shutdown. As soon as they step towards the site, Heretics are so ready for this. Spike's now lost towards B main. That's unrecoverable at this point. It's just CNED and Kiles. Now that's a shot. Just snappy as ever is CNED. Nisao's down. Now a 2v3 between these two. Hey, it could happen.
Nuki's gone all the way through, so they're going to have this information, and actually he might try and re-aggress behind them in mid-lull. Gonna find Kiles off screen. She might just catch CNED creeping. Did they see each other? I think Nuki must have seen him, right?
30 seconds. I feel like the timing was there. Oh.
Oh no. No, don't do it, Nuki.
Nuki, don't do this. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you.
A kindness.
Yeah.
I was waiting for
I know what he was thinking. I know exactly what he was thinking.
5-1. Okay, Hypoc, let's start talking about scoreline and expectations here. This map, historically, considering a best of 5 now, and just also the fact they get contact towards kind of like, the deep side of pillar, towards, kind of like heaven side, and the swing on it, the timing's glorious. But bigger picture here, this isn't a good map for Acend. And we already talked about the mental game coming back through, where it's going to be... They put everything into that previous game, and that wasn't like it was a week ago, that was a day ago. So to pull yourself back together, get ready for a brand new final, this calls for a great deal of resilience, and Cena trying to provide some of that, leading somewhat of the way.
That's the deal with the trap wire. Okay, it's so awkward to dig Pora out of that position. Again, the paranoia gets thrown through. They try and follow up with the Blade Storm, and now the rotations come through. I mean, they can just slow this down completely. Acend, rightfully so, have to reconsider their approach. Maybe just trying to fake the steps away. Maybe just try and bait one of Heretics to come and peek this, but I don't think it's going to happen. Nuki and Avova already hitting that rotate. Nuki going to get himself back over towards B Heaven.
They do have time to swing back through sewer. If they want to try and show steps, if this wants to be like a double pump, it could work out, but I want to see the intention now. Cena's been spotted, and as has player on the other side towards Pillar. There are 3 players still on this side. One of them waiting towards this off angle is Nisao. That's such a big off angle too. And the spike has now been noted as well. That's going to be a big find towards middle. That should kind of create a little less of a, I guess, chaotic round for Heretics to handle. But let's see how this comes down, because there is still Kiles and Stark, so to try and make something happen, you do have a over the back of sight. And
they spotted him.
This gives away the game, but he's trying to buy time. Oh, it's so well done. Absolute perfection under pressure. Avova unfailing in the biggest moments. And this is the player that just surprised me a great deal last time we saw him as well. So many moments out of nowhere. I'm so used to looking at, Nuki, Nisao, some of the big names, but Avova showing his value time and time again.
Can't agree more. Not usually the talking point, but I mean, that last series, I just think back to that Ascent clutch, the retake, the 3-piece. And the highlight for me for Avova's journey so far, but it's unfortunate there, because I mean, Ascend isolate, they kind of identify where the 2v1's going to come from. Ooh, C-netted. And this is what I was talking about now. Ascend have to be conscious of this. In the early round, he's out. And Pora going hunting elsewhere. Kila's going to get spotted. This is the thing, really, with Kiles is that, that sentinel role here, technically, in terms of lurking. He's the one that's going to be trying to control the extremity in any default that Sen set up. And really, with the likes of, it's Pora, Nuki, and Niso that they're able to kind of flex out into that.
They've got straight up free info. Now, the walk
look
could
at
happen.
On the map.
100%. Yeah, this is what I mean. They've got free info. Pora's just walked through. Now, there's going to be the big indicator that, okay, got to call out to my buddy over here, Nisao, to maybe get a little look towards heaven, catches
Pop the
across. He
Empress
can
as
sit in
well.
a dirty angle to do this as well. That's going to be the first for free. He sees the barrel so quickly, readjusts towards sight, new angle. Might have got spotted on the way out, but still, gonna buy time for the rotations to come in. 36 seconds now. They've still got to get past him, and Avova's still standing. Acend thought maybe they'd found a way around, found something. Nisao still lingering, and CNED can't make it count this time, and the spike is left deep. The information game is being controlled by Heretics.
I mean, this is the big problem, right? If you're going to default here, again, without a Killjoy, without a Cypher, you have to invest a body to control that flank, right? And ultimately, I mean, it's Pora and Niso finding a 2v1. Keyleth falls, and I mean, Heretics just absolutely punish them for having no flank control whatsoever. Pora goes all the way through. Niso's in a position where he can capitalize on that push coming through from heaven. It's just the contingency plan from Heretics is so beautiful to watch it.
But Acend fans, don't lose hope yet. Because we've seen what can happen before. It needs a spark. And that spark previously was CNED, and everything else fell into the right place. This is not a well played out map for them. This is something that historically they've either shied away from, or, you know, they've dabbled a little, but it's not been good. It's not been a pretty map by any margin. Now, whether or not they can right themselves going forward, kind of reset that mental, is going to be the big question. And for now, Heretics just keep adding that pressure, mounting it on at this point. Now the economy has been broken, not too surprising. And the buy coming out, well, they've forced around it. They've got the armor, they've got everything that they can try and bring into this.
4 ultimates online, but and I mean, you got to argue Seekers is the only real playmaker here. We talk about the ultimates that you could potentially pop, you know, to sway around, especially with a purchase like this. And it's seen it without the Blade Storm. There's not an awful lot to follow up on the Seekers, to be honest, because the weaponry is so weak.
Inside we go. Lau gets his... CNED just found two! CNED! Okay, yeah, maybe they don't have an ultimate, but they've got the ultimate player. They can just pour into a site. Seekers go down, and now Heretics on the back foot. Pressure starts to mount for them. The spike is planted. Bone Cold's there. Gets himself a rifle, locks and load, and is ready. Nuki and Pora called upon on the retake here. TP comes out, and Bone Cold just tries to play a dirty little game, but Nuki's having none of it. A 3v2, it's feasible. Cold and Mentor and Starkso unable to get rifles yet, still on the Sheriffs. They do have armor and decent post plants. Pora the first one in. He's got support from behind, but he gets found. No trade there for him. It's Nuki. Look at this play. CNED opens it up, and it's shut down in the end by him. The perfect bookends to a round that Acend never should have had, but they made it work.
In no world at all. I mean, CNED literally dashes in, updrafts onto Shed, and then somehow finds both of those kills. Just insane. Imagine saying before that they had nothing to work with in that round. Wouldn't that be crazy? Would be good. Just the Seekers, right? Just the Seekers and Sheriffs.
Hey, look, if you have CNED, the game
Anything's possible. Anything is possible.
It's wild, and I love it. Wait, are they getting a little aggy on this? Okay, Nuki and Nisao, the duo, right? The kind of 1-2 punch of Heretics. Don't have a little look. Now, confident enough to not necessarily deep clear, but start the clear. Pora's going to be forced back of this, or at least to show presence. So again, I like what Acend are trying to do, which is just deal with that early aggression that Heretics have been trying to throw out. Now they've finally got a bit of utility and cash to do so. But the next part of the puzzle is, of course, the site hit. It's such a just a long haul kind of con in this one, right? You've got to clear so methodically, show nothing away, make sure no aggression slips through, while also keeping some utility for the site hit yourself. Ooh.
Cool drops, actually. Over and Lau have a perfect setup. If Acend try and creep this out main. Actually, I'm keeping my eye on the spike, because that is making its way up mid. Yeah, and there you can see Nuki that's going to find it. The counter peek from Niso, so good. So good from these two. They find the entry on A, but finally will trade that out of over falls, but they find themselves in a 2v3 now. Spike going to hit this rotate through sewers.
He's got to buy time. He has to just try and buy time.
That's the challenge here, yeah.
He has to slow this down. This is going to go about timing. Keyleth gets caught off and it's open now. Nisao's there. And Starkso knows he's in trouble. The double face. He's trying to find an individual fight and he gets given nothing. So well played in the end by Heretics that I love the idea. But let's talk about those kind of almost micro crossfires that are set up everywhere. You had middle, right? Nisao and Nuki locking it down from such complementary angles. Heavily hard to fight against. And then you had ramp and also the side control. As much as, yes, you've gone through the protocols of forcing Heretics back, so you've quelled that early aggression. No one's pushed towards lobby. No one's pushing middle yet. But then you still have to be able to use that utility to crack out those first ports of contact. They're playing so well, and Starkso is having a bit of a nightmare series. 0 to 9 so far. We could do with a bit of a step up from him.
It's just to build on that as well. The fact that, yes, those two crossfires are set up and Pora shows that presence early implies that, you know, there's going to be a little bit of a more aggressive setup on B more than anything. The wall goes down on A, maybe anticipating, you know, they're going to rotate away from the wall, but there's Pora actually going to swing out. Doesn't connect with anything there, down to 40 HP now, but Acend don't try and charge down that damage. Elsewhere, Keeler's actually on the back of that to try and find something. Oh, his crosshair was actually perfectly lined up there. He did actually get a little bit of a damage through the wall. Ned challenged Niso up in heaven. Actually going to swing onto this now. Niso double dips and we'll find Kiles instead.
The confidence to re-peek on that. You've just lost that angle. He finds it back with the Leer and then just doubles in. Res comes out for Killers though, so they're back up to a 5v5 and Niso's in a little bit of danger. 10 HP, he's going to be put on notice, but Avova bails him out from that pillar just behind. Just keeping him safe, almost using Niso as the bait, but he can't capitalize anymore. But Lol can, out of heaven, just rains down hellfire from above. And that's Acend left in tatters. Cena, the last one alive, in a 1v4. Spike is in hand. But there's an off angle for Nuki, just controlling that play towards heaven. And CNED now, he knows his options are limited. Where do you want to face the final fight here, basically, for yourself? Maybe you can get one. Maybe they're just going to leap on over him. And
just seeing Heretics with that collapse, it's so good to watch, Lauren. So good to watch, because they still have so much utility there. You can see, I mean, the slow goes down, the paranoia comes through, and at that point, I mean, they've burnt so much to get this close that it comes down to a couple of gunfights. And I mean, when Lowell's picking up 3 like that, not an awful lot you can do. Honestly, I mean, right now, I kind of want to see Acend stack up. Obviously, this little bit of a funky purchase is Spectre and a Bucky on the board. Ball and Blade still going to get popped.
Ooh. It's just keep it simple, stupid. It's going to be just straight on in. Cena, there's no, mincing of words here. This is very much to the point. Cena's made it to the back of sight, but Nuki's already found Commentators, and that's a problem. Pora with the spray through finds Bone Cold. Cena feeling lonelier and lonelier. All on his lonesome now. Dives back in. That's 1. That's 2. He needs more. He gets more. 3. Oh my word. He's given them a chance. Another 1v1. Make it a 1v2. Starkso! Cened! Every time
of chaos, literally the kings of chaos. I mean, how many times yesterday did we see this? It's almost like a tilt push, literally like a tilt push. This is just beautiful. I could watch him do this all day long. He actually nearly gets that kill onto Lowell as well.
So close. You're spot on. He's an agent of chaos. In these moments, he looks like he's playing something else. It's just like a 60 hertz monitor against like a 240. Like, he's just got that full calm vision, Neo in the Matrix style stuff coming out. Now, yes, it was a good performance from him then, but the problem is they have 3 rounds to play with Hypoc. That's not a great deal, and I'd argue their attacking side normally looks better with them.
Yeah, I tend to agree, and really, I'm actually going to swing out, but Heretics is happy to charge this down. And this is it. This is the no respect coming out from... Oh, okay. The drive-by comes out from Bogod. Niso will fall. Stars are going to pick up Pora and mid. This is man advantage right now for Acend.
Fight planted. Cena disengaging from the fight, trying to stay alive, keep himself living in this one. Not too much to play with. Starkso going to try and lend a helping hand here, but while this happens, Lowell's already found Commentators. So a 3v3 now. That little advantage has been worked away at. But I like the disengage there almost. From CNED of over, blind as a bat.
Beautiful.
Gets taken down by Starkso, who found the first step in the right direction. The trades come out, though. Let's look at this positioning coming from Heretics. You got Nuki backside in towards a cubby, gets contact towards Starkso, and now while this happens, unable to spot CNED, so the call couldn't come out. He just beheads Lowell, and there it is. A chance has been made.
Look, again, They need to go, because I think Heretics are going to come into this half, especially with this scoreline, and play like that. Play like that pistol round. It's going to be brute force. It's going to be Nisao, Nuki leading the way. See, once again, they're going to stack up towards B. Actually, yeah, all 5 this time. Poor are not in that lurking role, but it's the Force coming out. Got the Spectres. I think they're going to try and charge down this kill once again, and I don't want to see Acend lean away from B and say, you know, maybe lightning doesn't strike twice.
Realize Sky actually swears in one of her voice lines. Sorry.
Bunkety.
I know, dude. At least I can say it now. If she's saying it,
Actually,
fine,
exactly.
right?
It's fine.
Sick. Okay, fights coming out from both sides. Pretty equal round, actually. Normally, of course, they kind of try and weather the storm, but Heretics looking like they want to commit to this, and Heretics actually committing to the side. Bone Cold's gone. Blink of an eye, he's struggling on the amount of pressure. Heretics are just throwing themselves at a wall and trying and making it stick, and that's not a disrespectful play. It's a smart play with the advantage and the pressure that they've been mounting. Now with the spike planted again, another retake is going to be called upon. This time a little bit deeper towards pillar, backside, and towards main.
Also getting down. Niso actually going to find Cena though. It's a big loss for Acend. They find themselves in a 3v5. The flash comes through. Gonna get too much though. Niso immediately responds onto that. Fundamental 1 kill of his own. A second. 46 HP. Not an awful lot left to do, and Lowell will clean him up. Heretics will get their 10th. And the Force Buy comes out, and it's absolutely worthwhile. Like I said, just no respect whatsoever. And I'm worried just before this replay queues because they're stacking up B once again. This wall is actually so awkward, by the way. It cuts off so much vision from hell. Like, they can play almost up behind that. So, and again, obviously, it blocks off the spawn entrance.
Double digits now.
Look at the stack now from Acend. Look.
Oh. We're just going to have a straight up... Alright, we'll meet on B. Rush B, no stop. And we do have a stack, but already... Oh, chunky damage. And they've got to know they've done some work on this. That's 1, 2. He's going to walk on through. Let's see if there's anything coming back in. I told you it's going to be madness, and it is. It's straight up deathmatch. For trying to clear through. There is still an imposter among us. Slowly working around. It is Bone Cold on 4 HP. So not too threatening at that point.
Spike planted.
Elementic Constellation Revive online, but again, this isn't a scenario he's ever going to get close to recovering this round. Heretics looking to close this one out in quick succession, to be honest. Coming into their attacking half. Again, they're running towards B. And the problem is, right, so let's talk composition here. The fact that obviously Acend are running with this, they don't have like that anchor, right? They don't have that information anchor. Like, they can't lean one side of the map and have that security blanket.
I mean, I'd argue, yes, you do have Sage in here, but beyond that, there's no heavy stopping power unless, again, you have to commit 3 players to utilize everything they've got. And for Heretics, why stop running it when it's working so well? And you're going to get into the heads because they sit there and go, well, eventually they won't do it, but here we go. Rinse and repeat. And those SMGs work well at this range. CNED's in danger, but he gets out of it. Seeker's invested, if I'm not mistaken, they are. Okay, so again, full faith this is going to be the hit. If you're feeling bold from Acend, which I doubt they are, they could have maybe tried to get up middle, find a little bit more room, cornering the map. But the last thing you're feeling right now is probably confident after you've just been run over.
I mean, so much invested, though, just to stop that. So now, I mean, Heretics pull away with a win in this scenario. CNED actually going to creep out mid. There's 3 people waiting. Gets the first 2. Lowell and Pora will fall. Over eventually equalizes. Meant to get picked up. That's his big win coming out for Acend on the back of CNED just creeping mid. Ego challenge almost down towards Sushi. Might actually catch time in here. They do get towards. Bone Cold did second guess it.
Now Avova, the 1v4 presented. 30 seconds on the board. Looks like someone's about to walk that smoke. Not sure if Killer's got vision as he tried to dip around towards Pillar. He knows that Bone Cold was towards CT, takes for the fight, and this is not clean as he'd want. And now he's in trouble. 2 players pouring through towards Pillar. He's got the first fight coming in, that's 1. No conversion, Bone Cold keeps control. And once again, you got to say a bit of a thank you, 1 to CNED for controlling that play towards middle. Picking up 2 there was imperative, and it also finds you information at that point. That gets that kind of flowing right back to you. And outside of that, yes, they were able to control that B hit, but you were right. So much utility was invested, ultimates invested, just to stop it.
I mean, the revive as well coming out at the end there just for the economy. Because we'll take a look at it again. Heretics, yeah, it's not even a blemish. That was still a couple of Spectres on there, a Bulldog as well. But the fact that they get the plant and Seekers used, Revive used, that's a massive win for Heretics if we look at the bigger picture. Because look at it. I mean, Lowell's one off Revive, everything else available.
And I'm sure this story will be told constantly throughout this game, but Acend is on 17 kills here. The closest on his team is 9 right now at Bone Cold. And Acend's just got his ult up. And a different look from Heretics. I think they've had enough of that mad rushing, which is fine.
But, I mean, well, you say that, but now it's got to be lingering in the minds of Acend. Well, what if they go back to it? What if they just hit B again?
Enough audio cues to keep their attention probably drawn towards middle, but there is going to be that lingering suspicion that there could be someone working through B. The wall's been invested a little bit deeper, which I quite like.
Yeah,
at
I
least
like
keep track on that. And it allows them a bit more freedom towards this. Now Stark's going to need to back away, sends in the flash. That's a really good idea, and that actually kind of quells the threat that was coming in from the ultimate. And you can see Bone Cold wants in, but now he's kind of committed. Bit of a tricky spot. Does fade away towards the stairs, stays alive, but now look at Starkso. Has so many players potentially coming his way. There is a player on his team towards CT, but Commentators walks the smoke. He does find Nisao. Nuki goes down. Starkso coming online. 2 big kills. Spike is loose for now, and Acend spots out that final player, but Starkso very well handled under pressure there. That flash to deny Nuki was perfect.
Yeah, actually beautiful. I mean, it forces Nuki to make a decision. He either throws it out or he backs away and risks not being able to invest it at all. Good response here. Again, the timing on that, yes, it might look as if Commentators just comes out and dry peeks out of the smoke there, but the timing of the pinch from the rest of Acend was perfect. Looking at it though, I mean, same situation once again. Lowell has the revive online now. Nuki invested the showstopper, but decent opportunity here if Heretics want to convert this round on a lesser bite. Bucky to Spectre goes to the Sheriff. But Acend, operator online now. If he can find any value with that.
Wait and see what Heretics do with this. Avova not subtle about presence, but the wall's there, so can't really make more than that. And they don't have to worry too much about it without the audio cue being there or the round being substantially later. So no one giving up a free chance here, it feels like.
Well, I like to say the wall's down. Acend's only really in a bad spot if they burst through that wall. Obviously, he does have his movement abilities to maybe try and get out of that. He's sending one over. See there, they break the wall. He has to double check it now, and that's going to draw a second player over towards Heaven, Lauren. But meanwhile, Heretics ended it towards B.
Shadows traveling.
No one directly in Heaven right now, so the kind of retake of space towards B main was a really smart idea. It kind of keeps them going, but they've doubled back. Hold on, this is still going to be an A-piece. They're going to leave the Reyna there and just kind of cause rotations, cause problems. Those sound cues will come through. Starkso knows he's in trouble. That's 1. He needs more. There's 2. Keeps himself alive. Flash goes in. He's buying the time for the rotations. Pora does find him, but Acend now going to be called upon. Keep control of this. And now the rest comes out. 13 seconds. Heretics going wild on this one. The cross going to be watched by Acend. Catches Nisao, plucks him out of the air, goes back in, spots out 2 more. Calls going to be made. And there's nothing more to be done. The time, Acend just makes it look so good.
Again, I mean, the fake was nearly perfectly timed. The wall goes down, it draws an extra one over, but Starzo come up huge, I'll be honest. These 2 kills stops Heretics in their tracks, and at this point, it's only about 22 seconds left on the round. So, again, we talk about those late round hits. That 1 kill can literally be the turning point. Unfortunately, I mean, Pora was still in a position to pinch Starzo there.
Okay, after this round, we start talking about the word comeback. Until then, we hold off on it. We keep it in the back of our mind. Acend in the right place here. Very much at the right time. Maybe not so much now. Keeps his life. but now gets pressured. He's seen the cross raise. The cross got called. Seekers go in, and once again, forced further back. I do like Raynor against it off, but it's Starkso still trying to find value. Oh, the adjustment could have been big there for Avova. If he was able to convert towards Cold Mentor on towards Pillar, that could have been it, and just Avova wins those fights. Already on the site, Spike can be planted. Cned behind enemy territory as Nuki's caught him. This could be the one that tilts them away as Keyless and Bone Cold called upon in these final moments. They need a victory out of this, and they're trying to fight for it, but Avova again gets such value in the imperative rounds.
3-piece for him. Do you know what? The point... Starzo maybe a little overzealous to clean up whatever was coming through main there. There was a double slow warp down. The paranoia was perfect here, right there. I mean, Heretics are stuck in this slow, right? They either sit there and wait to get peeked, or they just keep creeping through. And I'll be honest, Starzo going down there just opens the gates. It leaves it wide open for Heretics to pressure Cold Mentor. A fantastic round nonetheless. I mean, Nuki coming up and just the wrap onto Cned in heaven was fantastic.
Okay.
OT on map 1 win for Heretics, basically. Let's see what they do with this. Yinsu showing towards A, but the TP comes out. That's deep towards back B, and I wonder if that pinch is going to come in. I think Starkso's going to check on it, and he does, but he loses his life for it. Avova slicing them down the middle again, and all Heretics are doing some dirty work as now Acend are left with 3. Cena tries to put himself in the middle of this danger. Sees nothing yet. The spike is on the way. How patient will he be? Bone Cold starts to investigate, but there is a player down here. Kana just in time. It's falling apart by pieces. And now Cned, he needs to find this. Oh, the timing! He gets caught right in the middle. He still gets one, but this is probably not enough now. Just Cold Mentor left alive. The first challenge would be a Vova towards CT. Spike gonna be planted. But no, Cold Mentor goes towards heaven. And Heretics on the verge of map point being put in their pockets. Cold Mentor looks for the first. No opportunities presenting. Clears towards rafters, nothing. You can see a little bit of a peek on the side there. Lau, did he spot him? Maybe enough so. Drop down comes in, sound cue's made. The first fight was there, but it's over to close, and Heretics pick up map 1. There was life being shown by Acend. There's no two ways to say it. We have to keep that in mind. It was certainly there, but it was quelled so quickly. As soon as those danger sides to Mount Hypoc, Heretics grabbed a hold of it once again.
Absolutely. I mean, there's obviously questions coming into this map in particular. If we talk about the map pool, as far as I'm concerned, that went a lot better than I thought it was going to for Acend. Heretics not able to flex out as much of those first 2 rounds on attack than I was expecting them to. We could talk about, comfort zones for Acend. I don't think that was it. I don't think the agent composition lines up with how they played on Split versus what we saw them do on Icebox previously, what we've seen them do on Bind recently. So I think maybe, there's some positives to draw that Acend did as well as they did outside of their comfort zone.
And I know a good 3 people who'll be drawing more of those positives, I'm sure, after this very short break when you're joined back by the desk.
Let me show you how the boss does it.
Win. Show me where to go.
One enemy remaining.
Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club. Funk in the club, funk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Funk in the club, funk in the club, with a funk in the club, funk in the club, funk in the club, funk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
back to the grand finals of the Valorant Regional Masters, where Heretics are currently one map up after split. I'm Yinsu and I'm joined by our analysts, Mitch and Lothar. Welcome back, guys. Well, Mitch, this is the first time we've seen Acend play split for a while now. What did you make of what happened here?
I was mute on OBS. That happens. I do that a lot. That's why they call me Mute Man. But I'm going to start this one out by saying, right, every time that they've played this map, they've played with a different composition. I hope they play with a different composition next time. It was questionable. So let's talk about reactions. Acend, their lineup has no Sentinel. On the attack, they should be very fruitful. They've got their Jet, they've got their Reyna on Killez, and seen it obviously on the Jet if you don't know who this team is. And they're able to go for hyper-aggressive plays, and we saw this with the Omen and with the Sky, A site. For example, they would, instead of using a cage or something to cross, they would flash out onto site, they would use the Paranoia in Heaven and have CNET dash up. Problem was they didn't see anybody, they didn't flash anybody, because Heretics played so damn passive. They held it back from afar, waited for them to come in, and then Niso on the Reyna was able to just pick them apart with some support from his teammates. I do feel like, overall, this is not an agent comp that I would want to see in the future. Maybe I'm missing something, maybe there was like a huge IQ play to it that we just didn't get to see, but it doesn't seem very fruitful. It's a risk, it's a map they're not comfortable with, so I respect them for going really out into the wild, but that was a tough loss.
In general, I feel like this this lobby was a little bit destined to the score that we have seen like during the agent select. Heretics had way more map control. They could have actually a plan, a structure, a plan that was meant to counter what will Acend be doing, because of the fact that they really don't have a lot of let's say different stuff to do, right? They always have to brute force around. They can fake, of course, but they have limited amount of utility, while Cypher delivers a passive map control, which was used then for a long time, and they still have to go through that. I really love the way that Heretics were keeping long range. You could have seen a lot of swaps between Cypher and Sage positioning. So when Cypher was playing on B, the next round he was playing on A, he was holding it passive. One trap was either holding a lobby or the Heaven area, and then the camera was keeping tabs if someone actually crosses. So that allowed the other part of the team to be stacking one side. And because of that, the lineup from Acend was either using utility for nothing, because they were using it on an area that was just guarded by utility from the Cypher, or they were actually using the utility on an entire team where there's a less statistical chance of success, because there's way more people holding different angles and they cannot be affected. Not everyone can be affected by a flash, and so on and so on. So coming in the next match, I hope Acend probably goes back to the lineup that they had in the past, which is the post-plant lineup. But then I worry about, well, Heretics can again figure them out and counterplay the way that Acend will be playing, because it will be a little bit more one-dimensional. So I'm not certain if this will not go to a 2-0 and Acend will have to make a full reversal.
Well, Lothar, Heretics played with a lot of confidence, right? I think you probably didn't expect that force buy on the eco after the second pistol round. What did you make of that?
Actually, it's quite hilarious that you're bringing this up, because we were watching this with Mitch, and I'm telling to Mitch, you know what? This is a good occasion to actually force buy a round 2. I'm not a fan of it. It's definitely not a fan on an example Icebox or on maps that are a little bit more open, but they have a good composition. They run both the Raze and Reyna on Niso and Nuki, right? They have a lot of confidence. They have their score being so high up, and they know that their opponents have to play up close anyway, so you can take advantage of that. And they did it. And I was really impressed by the calling, because that shows that Heretics have the knowledge about the macro game here. And I feel like we're past the point where Valorant can be about just brute forcing rounds by having your entry frag just do a double kill. That's not a reliable plan. And the attack, we're only seen it do that, if I'm not mistaken, in 2 rounds. And they both won those rounds, and the result was 9-3.
Well, let's move on to Bind now. Mitch, this is Acend's pick. Do you feel like this is a must-win here for them, given what happened on Sunday?
100%. I said at the very start, right? If you're Acend coming into this veto, map 1 you're uncomfortable with. Map 3, Haven, Heretics haven't lost it. They're beating all the best teams on it. And yes, Acend are decent, but I wouldn't say that they would be expected to beat Heretics there. So this is now the map that they have to win. There's a lot of pressure on their back, and they're coming off the back of a pretty tough loss as well, right? They tried something new, but they got smashed. The one thing that we can say, CNED turned up on that map. So at least there's some signs of life.
I feel like CNED has been really feeling himself this week in the competition, and also ever since the game has come out, he is very, very good at what he does. We are going to head into Agent Select now, onto Bind, and see what both of these teams are picking. Lothar, of course, Rubino back in the lineup to swap in for Niso.
So far, no surprises. The lineup from Heretics seems pretty standard for them, with Rubino coming in as the IGL, which will also let's say free up some space for Lowell to be more confident in his entries, or just being a combat sage, because he doesn't have to worry about IGLing so much as in the previous map. Now when it comes to Acend, no surprises here as well. This is exactly what we expected from them. So the lineup that they were running on Bind for a very long time now. But as usual, you know, I can say, I would love to see Raze instead of Jet here, but you cannot. CNED has to play on that Jet, masterclass Jet coming from him. We have seen the impact he can do, and yeah, and now we'll just have to watch if Heretics will play the same way we did FPX counter Acend on this map. They knew what to do with the post-plant lineups.
Well, thank you very much, Lothar. It is now time to head into map 2. It is Acend's pick on Bind versus Heretics. Take it away, Pansy and Hypoc.
With absolute pleasure. Thank you very much, Yinsu, Lothar, and MitchMan. Very, very nice of you. And, of course, we have seen Acend look very good here historically, Hypoc, but it's not without fault, right?
No, and Lothar was just touching on this. I think the biggest concern for me is only yesterday we saw the way to kind of break down Acend's game plan, right? FPX did it fantastically well, and actually for Heretics, I mean, what we know about Pora, he likes to dip his toes, he likes to go for kills, he likes to play very aggressively in that anchor role. So if they do come in for these hard hits, actually I think Heretics, you know, stylistically are able to prevent them from doing it much of the same FPX did. Again, look for Nuki to find value on those lurks on the rounds that he's doing it, but I mean, Heretics, once they stack up, they look so good on retakes. I think they're really going to challenge this game plan from Acend.
Let's see how it looks. This is something to keep our minds towards, and I'm going to lean on you to keep a track of how often they get away with the same sort of play that we've seen work against tier 1 teams. It was FPX, as you said, who found that answer. They found a really good kind of like, you know, read into how this sort of, you know, idea can work. However, let's have a little look towards how the round's playing out. Acend already going to take towards hookah control, and information gets a big old deny.
That wall going up is going to slow things down. It's going to give Avova some time to rotate over here. So they are going to commit 3 players initially, but Pora making his way also. He's going to leave his utility, and Nuki's going to play off the back of it.
Spamming in. Our players there, they've now made contact. They see the smoke. This could be a read. There is no flank yet either. This is going to be the players who are here. Now let's look at Heretics. Not overly involved just yet. The smokes are still into place. The spike has made it towards the site, and there we go. Plant going to come in. Once again, a 5v5 post plant.
I was going to say, you can see it. They're literally pinging where they know they're going to try and get this plant down. Now, Acend not pulling all the way back just yet, but the molly's available. 2 snake bites also, so Heretics have to make moves right now.
And they're trying to. Rubino's found the first bit of CNED to find them right back. Already Lau does find CNED, so that's the danger man gone. The man with the golden touch has been removed, but it's now just Nuki left. And you can see the diligence now from Acend. This is business for them.
Well, the big thing here actually is Acend, if they decide to kind of lean on that factor, right? If they anticipate that Heretics are going to play very aggressively in the retake, maybe, you know, like I said, challenge pre-plant. That could be something that Acend could lean on. I mean, leaving CNED, a player like CNED on site, right, to just kind of brawl, playing that chaos factor. You can see here the molly coming in from distance. That would be the best possible adjustment for Acend. It is to read into the fact that they feel as if they're going to get counter-stratted.
And we are seeing an active 6th man in and out of this roster, which is something that honestly we don't see in many other esports, so it's quite an enjoyable element and something we can definitely talk about, as we do see a pretty robust buy up against Sheriff and Classics. So again, Rubino now switching in, gonna have to try and, you know, pick up the marker that was set pretty high, but this is still, you know, the BO5 sort of territory, so it's a longer series and pretty good probably, so they can almost keep that, you know, focus in the right place. Good site take so far, keeping it clean. Nothing too wild about this. Rubino's gone, and Acend just kind of take to the site comfortably.
Yes, utility invested as well. You can see Avova to try and, again, this is the sort of thing to look for on the buy rounds, but Starzo here is the safety net to deal with that. Come around, Acend to happy, sit down on site, and hold on to this. I think, yeah, Nuki are now just looking for anything in the form of exits. Do some damage to the economy. This one almost definitely going in favor of Acend here, and potentially flawless. Yeah, Starzo will close out with the 3-piece. Gonna get the ball rolling in terms of the economy here. Now with these lesser weapons, we see another fast hit coming in. Actually, on the flip side of that, do we see Heretics adjust at all? Do we see them try and make a play here on their buy round?
Okay. Take account of what we're seeing weapon-wise, of course, sticking on the 3 Spectres that they've been able to take through, so Starkso, Bone Cold, Kiles, all there. On the other side, the full purchase, but of course no money beside it. It's been quite a clean start, only 1 kill made so far, and that's Lau. Other than that, we are now live into this instantaneous fight and take towards Showers. That could be met by some force. I'm not sure how much they want to stick around. Nuki's going to post at least a paint shell towards it, but that's about all you're going to get from that. Now, there has been a response from the defensive side to take B long control as well. Voldementa keeping control of middle on the other side. Might catch a glimpse here. There are 2 players now. Voldementa faded away just as they progressed, so I wonder if the timing could be a problem. No. Gonna dip back around to long. Oh, he catches him with the knife out. That's a bit of an issue. And Avova gonna get punished for that. Now, there is a second player pushed up, but already information garnered. Now, that's a great first pick. Now, that will at least force back Heretics to sit a little bit more passive.
Well, that's the sort of switch up I was talking about. It drifting down as 3. It's unfortunate they lose one in the process, but here, actually, going to deal with one of the trapwires. The Seekers gets invested as well, so they might just commit to this push. Actually, no, they're looking, they're following one of the Seekers back through market, anticipating this flank coming through. Got to be careful here, but all of Heretics is sent over to A, Lauren.
This has been wonderful. Off that entry pick, maybe just the complete value, and then pulling this is wonderful. Rubino just out in the open.
Beautiful.
Stunning work from CNED, controlling that CT play back through, not allowing anyone to try and get an easy step. With 20 seconds remaining, the spike is planted. Now, Pora is there, but can he make it out? Yes, he can. This might be a save.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. They're going to try and keep 3 weapons through, but this is a big win, really, for Acend to get this round on the board in particular. Like I said, the readjust from Heretics, they look to come through, try and challenge that. Again, the wall is thrown down very early on B to kind of, you know, make Heretics second guess whether or not that hit's coming through. But even though they're going to keep 3 alive, carry these weapons across, actually Acend already showing that they're able to pull away from that fast execute and draw out these rotations, find a pick elsewhere, and then again, following that 1 Seeker through, as soon as 2 Seekers go onto site, they know that they can literally read the setup perfectly. After seeing the flank, obviously Coldamenta gets the recon ping on the second player, which is Rubino down by Fountain, right? They're anticipating that one player is either lurking or he's the solo man on that site.
Great read. Now, Heretics did manage to at least bring through 3 of those rifles. They can supplement it with Sheriffs, which is the traditional kind of buy alongside. But for Acend, I'm liking the Bone Cold still on that Spectre. If he sticks on this still, pretty nice approach. It's going to give him such a nice buffer going forward of cash as well. The economy is going to start swelling for Acend unless they get stopped now and forced out on the rebuy. No early peaks coming in, but Coldamenta going to try and clear in case there was. Dissuade any early aggression. And Acend do the 4-1 lean towards B this time. Now they're going to leave, I imagine, Darkso, yeah, to catch any flank or maybe information game coming out towards A.
Yeah, Heretics happy to sit like this for the time being, at least. Again, dealing with the Al drone early. Not going to spot a second player off that, so not really giving any tools over to Acend. One trapwire going to get removed, though, and that weakens Pora's position. Now he has to be committed to holding on to the shower angle. Does still have the trap wire on short and the spike cam. Also, Pora actually going to swing find CNED on short. A big kill to open this up. Yeah, and the spike cam. A lot of information garnered off that.
That's not bad, and honestly taking down that player at the start is great. A little overstepping of Mark. I don't mind the spam, but no one's there to really capitalize on it. Maybe just a little frustrated, left wanting. Now Nuki's got himself towards the kind of backside of sight, towards the boxes. Now that it's the post plants that are the problem. We discuss this often, how powerful they can potentially be. I wonder how Kiles, Bone Cold brings themselves into action, even Starkso to a degree. Bone Cold now going to be challenged towards U-Haul, those lamps above. And now Kiles tries to buy some time, going to cut off the push. But no, Avoro doesn't care. Walks on through. They did not expect it. And what a surprise. Like Venom just walks on in, 0 care, and Starkso, he does it! The smoke criminal! Backs away! And now he didn't get it halfway. The bait, he doesn't come off it. Lol now sits it, can't do anything. Starkso playing it so perfectly.
And actually right there, it's the two people you least expect to be double stacked in lamps. Bone Cold and Kiles. Avova though, just no respect whatsoever, charging through that. Again, the readjust Starzo the entire time that's going on. The chaos on site there. He shows presence in showers, comes back here, which is why you see Avova. Again, clock ticking away. He's committed to watching showers, right? Not expecting this position at all. I mean, the only adjustment there would be Lowell to kind of be stacked up. I don't want to say body blocking, but on a similar angle, because playing behind default there, it's you're all stacked one way.
Here. One down.
Okay. That's 2. We have rifles in this round. Of overs there eventually, but by now, so much damage is dealt. But you can see there's a little bit of hesitation now with this end. They have to peel away and respect this. Because there's a little bit of a problem of, okay, well, is this a full-on stack? That was a lot of players we've just noted and taken down. Do we now lean towards B?
Well, and obviously we can see with that aggression shown on short, it's actually Pora that rotates over. Be that solo anchor. Gonna be greeted by a lot again. Interested to see if he does dip his toes here. Only a sheriff. CNED.
I've got your trail.
Gonna charge onto site here. Seeker's once again invested. That's gonna reveal Pora's position. Actually, Colemente trying to charge him down. Really difficult here. Avova got to find something on the flank here. Finds the first Starzo, trades it though.
He's given him a window of opportunity. It's not a big one, though. Rubino has to now kind of come online. He's got to find some form here. Spots out the player, gets him. Starkso gone. The double stack towards the kind of corner here. CNED, the first man to offer himself up. He wants to get it halfway, can't. That's now denied, and as is the round. Ascend looking very well constructed, considered as well, and holding form. 5-0 now, scoreline-wise. Heretics are struggling to get on the board here.
Well, the concern comes, I mean, like I said, we haven't seen that post-plant strength become a factor in these rounds just yet, but now, I mean, Ascend showing that actually it's not a crutch, right? They're not going to fall back to it every single time, and that's going to keep Heretics guessing of how to approach these retakes.
It's a perfect kind of summary of it too, because it's very easy to see it as one-dimensional, and I often do, but now seeing this additional layer is really reassuring that there's depth to that Ascend approach. Now, of course, the economy is now broken. There's a couple of sheriffs, and that's it. Nuki avoiding anything, a little bit of utility, but that's about all you're going to see. Nothing crazy about this one. There should be a comfier round. They're going to invest the ultimate coming in, but look how close they're playing. Rubino just going to keep himself tucked down. That's one. Ooh, I believed for a second, but Bone Cold. Not much of a believer, it seems. And now just 2, Nuki and Pora, left alive.
Creeping, but Starzo posted for this angle. Crosshair placement, easy headshot. Nuki last man standing, a classic in hand, no nade, 1 satchel. Again, anything he gets is a bonus, but it's going to be nothing. Ascend pulling ahead now, 6-0. Again, we talk about, you know, certain teams, certain win conditions. Ascend, their win condition here, having a fantastic attacking half. It's got to be, right? Especially to bounce back, right?
Yeah, you need that confidence. Like, as much as because they're professionals, people assume that they're robots and they're not, they're humans. And that confidence build back from Ascend, then coming out of map 1, kind of, you know, they had a little bit of a comeback, certainly showed a little bit of resilience, but it got ripped away. And Heretics looked firm, and the map veto was rough for them until now. So Ascend doing this is perfect. It kind of just proves that their theories are correct in what they're doing. And 6-0 is the excellent start because we've already noted that the defensive side does have vulnerabilities and potential flaws in it, especially with this agent composition. Now against them though, speaking of that, there is an op coming out for Nuki, and I want to see how they utilize this. They're kind of leaving him as the main man towards A. You're going to have Pora just kind of in between on that kind of pivot point, and as soon as they feel contact, he can swing in if he needs to, but he at least has his utility there as a supporting element.
Healers, yeah, going to pop the ult here. Maybe just go for... This is a different look from Acend. We haven't really seen this, but I was going to say, this is kind of set up for plant around triple. Oh, we're actually going to find Commentators. That's all the way down on B long, but Nuki actually responds onto CNED as well. Spike now making its way all the way through the cave. Like I said, though, this is a... Not seen this from Acend before, so we'll see how they handle that to try and recover this round now. Ooh, he was lined up for it.
Counter 3 and pull the trigger. It works so often. Now we wait. Spike yet to be planted. Keep your eyes on that. Pretty sure it's with Bone Cold. Healer's trying to secure. Bone Cold. Spike. Gonna be double dipped on, and the ultimate's being popped. That's Oxo gone. This is looking like a shutdown. It's just Bone Cold. Perfection from Rubino, and I loved the discipline from Heretics as well then.
They're really well played. Again, a couple of fortunate kills, I'd say, to, you know, to rip apart some of the tools they had. CNED looking to come forward and pressure on short there. And again, this is Heretics. This is kind of them showing just the early signs of adapting to this. Nuki investing in the operator this time around. It's actually unlucky that Bone Cold gets tagged with that one. He runs just into, again, the slow orb on the spike, just for good measure. Good utility usage there from Heretics.
Okay. First round success. Now we've seen Nuki with the AWP, so they're 1 for 1 on that. Let's see if he can do some more damage with that AWP coming out. See if he's similar. Rinse and repeat almost this round. So, a bit of a different lean though, going B this time. Over heading on through. Now that does leave B a little light.
I'm not sure if he was forced out with utility there or what, but it's like Pora's going to be the man to maybe compensate for that. Some information gathered here initially, I mean, between flashes and the Aldrome, but I think Acend, they're going to come in for one of their dry plants. There you go, Lau, to shut that down.
Oh, that's nasty, isn't it? Pora was there so quickly, you were right. He was sitting on that flank in between the 50-50, and Heretics now coming alive here. And yeah, flawless indeed. Perfect play. Rubino on the site playing patient, waiting on the perfect time on the swing. I was a little worried when Avova got forced away, but they were so quick to fill that gap.
Yeah, and this is the thing. I mean, elbow is such an important position here. Now, if Acend don't challenge that, they don't have a Sage Wall, they just have smokes and a Viper Wall, right? They have nothing to really stop Heretics just punishing that plant spot, which is right in front of the tube. It's not even in the corner of default, it's in the open, right? So unless they actively clear elbow, which we know how often Heretics are, they're happy to back up, give up sight, and anticipate that push going through. We see Pora do it time and time again as a solo anchor. But Acend need to address that. If they keep going for these just, you know, run-of-the-mill dry plants, don't go for any kills.
Right here.
Bit of a default being held for now. And I do want to keep in mind Pora's positioning. Really like this. I guess it's allowed because Nuki does have that op and he's able to do so much with it, especially in support of the camera. So it's just why I like Cypher and I like how Pora plays it. But now there's been enough, at least intention that they've, or kind of intent shown, that he's sitting a little bit more dedicated towards A. And this is very hard to read, I'm sure. I don't know if he's been doing this as much in the past as I'm seeing it now. But Acend kind of just dry walking through, playing contact towards B. But there is no burst off the back of this. The spike's still with CNED. And that's back towards A.
Again, the thing is, all this presence shown, it doesn't bait a rotation. As long as Heretics keep 3 here. And actually, that's going to give it up. You see all 3 Seekers committed to site here. That should be the green light. It should be the green light. Here you go.
Nuki. They've got to wait on the timing. They get it just right. They wait for that smoke to land, and now the spike take should be coming down. Already plant comes through. No problem there. Yes, he can send out a paint shell, but even with the damage, it doesn't matter. They'll take that for the sake of the plant, but Avova quickly finds Commentators. And now that's a bit of an issue. Now, is there any other free kills offered up? Now, keep in mind, CNET is very much ahead of the others. There's that lineup. Hopefully this one is spot.
That's perfect.
It'll do. It will do the job. There it is. It's good enough to force Nuki into bad spot. He does find CNET, so
it's
clears out. Is it off?
It's
my
off.
god, it is off. It landed just a little bit short.
No
He was the one
way.
damaging Nuki. And then just pulled this. Oh, you've got to check. You've got to check those.
I mean, you can see the snakebite follow-up was bang on the money, but Bone Cold...
It was too high.
Yeah, I guess a little off. I think it was too far to the right. It was too far towards triple. It wasn't actually
Well, it was damaging Nuki.
Yeah.
Like, Nuki was stood in it. I'd love to see a replay on that if we could get it, just because I want to see how off that was. Because I thought it was at least on enough of the spike plant, but maybe not. Okay.
Oof. Yeah. And again, if we're to talk confidence, right, losing a round like that, where Acend are like, yeah, we've got our game plan. We've got this round in the bag. To lose one in such a fashion might make them reconsider. Oh, Revolver actually gets the ping on the second as well. Opening up for 2 in this round.
Lol's cross is perfect here as well. He can catch him on the way out. He's such a problem here. And look at it, isolated fights. He makes it look so simple. And it kind of is for him in that position. CNED now, nothing to be done. Pora locks it down, and everyone in the right place at the right time. And that previous round is going to sting a little now seeing this.
Yes, it will. Heretics 4 on the bounce now. That is heartbreaking. I'll have to take another look at it again. I just saw obviously Nuki was getting damaged off it. I assumed the spike was not planted on the very left side of default, but
mate, you think I've opened up the stream so I can watch it back and pause it? They're at round 9, you know, got a little ways to go yet. But already, Nuki, gonna hear that popped in. Is he daring to go towards us? He is. This is crazy. Oh, he gets one! He gets away with it too! Doesn't even get traded out on. This man's confident. Backs away, gonna get back up towards heaven. And oh, perfect play from Nuki.
remove some of the pop from Ascend's execution. Nuki gonna get smoked off once again, but he can actually creep the edge of this. This is terrible. Oh no, Commentators actually tries to jiggle peek it. Nuki will get his second on the round now. He's gonna creep again. He finds his third. Nuki putting this operator to work.
Nuki has been such a controlling factor towards his site. Killers is left to die, and CNED's out of there. He's not wanting any of this anymore. It's over. It's done with. This round is shut down. Nuki, since he got that op, has been putting up rounds for this team. This look coming out from Heretics, these adjustments they're making, even credit to Pora to sit on that rotation until they feel pressure, is perfect play. And there goes the gun, and there goes CNED. It's Acend just now kind of hitting a brick wall.
I mean, this is beautiful. Just to drill a bit deeper on this, the operator is probably the safest way to challenge that setup, right? Again, we talk about how Acend want to come in. They want to find, you know, these clean, dry plants and get away with 5 unscathed just off the back of a smoke and show a little bit of presence on site. Nuki can challenge from so deep that it's difficult to really trade him.
I tried to catch the VOD back. It looked like it fell just a little short. So, because Nuki was up by the box, kind of looking for the fight towards short. So again, here we go. Nuki going to be put to the test this time. Rinse, repeat. They've got to know this now. They've got to be aware of it. Get that smoke right. Nuki's going to peek this again. Now, is there going to be the consideration? Good flash this time. Much better. That's the site execution you need. You have to have everything in the right place.
The Commentators actually challenges Nuki off that angle with the Hunter's Fury. Acend will get in, but this is giving a lot of time for Heretics to come through and reinforce. CNED going to find Pora there. That's a big kill early on. Look at the TP though, of over. Oh!
Gets caught by Commentators, and here we go. 5v4 now. There is still potential in this. Lal is just pressuring everywhere. They're trying to hold the line though. Time beginning to dwindle. Oh, the shot for Starkso is so good towards Nuki. Now Lol, Pora, and Rubino still trying to play this one out. Commentators starts to get a little closer to this. Make sure he can hold maybe the crossfire here. Here's the spike being touched, and he says, no, get off this. You are not getting it again. Oh, make it work. Now, I hope at some point someone's going to slow down that round, because honestly, I think it was pretty tilting for them, that molly that came through. I know we keep harping on about it, but I really would like to see it once again from a different perspective. Because there's a chance, one, Nuki could have potentially blocked that as well if he'd have seen it. Now, I don't know if he's that aware. Maybe he is if you're up against this composition. Because you remember when we saw those kind of like Sage Ice Walls coming out to try and deny those sort of plays with the Viper as well, especially if you're up against, you're in a post plan with a Brim and a Viper especially, you're going to keep that in mind. So I'm really, really curious if someone else can find that replay, slow it down, work on it, because, we're doing this live. So it's a little tricky, but if someone can, I'd love that. But anyway, 7-5, let's get back to where we are, because Acend, yes, they've done well, but keep in mind the attack is always their strongest side. We have to see how they fare. Now the sides are switched.
Heretics actually, as 4, going to try and challenge their way through. Keyless goes down the snake bite. To stop the follow-up on the boombot, at least gives him time to deal with it. Again, though, Heretics, drawing out this utility very early. Again, Keyless has to use this kind of offbeat with his smoke and his wall, but I mean, now it's done. He doesn't really have anything else to slow this push. If they try to challenge, it's just a matter of time, right? They just need to make sure they push when there's nothing left in the tank for him.
We'll wait for the timing to be just right. Okay. Oh, backs away in time, but information received. What do they do with this? 40 seconds. Killer's still. Let's stick around here. Step's going to be giving away the falls away for this now. Now, three aggressors to the corner. What? Over outdoes him. That's going to sting. Coldamenta can't do anything about this. Spike plant for showers. Heretics have this on wrap. Look at this. Acend look a little baffled as to what to do. That wall has changed up the plan here.
Indeed. And they can sit behind this. Probably another 20 seconds or so on it. Breaking. Cena actually going to come right over the top of Spike Cam. Actually going to reveal away his position. Bone Cold will find one, but now Heretics can kind of reset. I mean, they can play this from short. Look at it. The setup, the readjustment is perfect from Heretics.
Heretics are doing real nice. Now, Bone Cold this time does get one with the molly. But let's kind of talk about the stabilization factor and the worry that should start building with Acend here, because we talk about the composition a lot, and I'm glad the desk touched on it as well, how great this can work in those kind of engaging moments, how well they can play to kind of aggress towards sites, of course, but making that work on the defensive side is something that's not necessarily completely eluded them, but against tier 1 teams, high-end teams, the rest of the best in Europe, it has fallen a little flat. But then they've, of course, had seen it go, well, I'm going to put you in my backpack and just make up for it. But that's a really hard win condition to lean on.
It is, and actually, Nuki might get caught off. He's going to jump through Coldamenta.
Bad lad.
The hopping classic. I'll get that weapon upgrade, though. Keyless has to peel away. And actually, on the other side of the map, you can see the back of this push through towards market. They've got 2 trap wires to deal with. Rubino actually going to drone out here. Ooh, if they pop it, he might be able to dash and actually get Rubino. He's still in his
Close the gap. Yeah, he has seen it. So well played there off the back of that great read of how this is going down, just that feed of information, but the wall goes up regardless and the spike should be planted. It is. Not the same angle. Killer's hoping maybe he could make more out of that, but it's not going to do too much. But it is down to Pora, Lal, and Avova. Now there is a gun recovered. That's in the hands of Cena. Avova on the wide peak, and he still gets away with it. He's about to catch a case just murdering people like that, Hypoc. How on earth does he get away with it?
The paranoia is so perfect. It's unreal. Darzo now going to try and creep back in behind, but man advantage goes over to Heretics. Avova finds his 4th. Keeler's tagged up by the spy cam. Just so much to deal with, so much clutter. Avova goes for the ace. Lau will close it out. Heretics tie things up here. 7 apiece.
Confidence, man. Like, I get the paranoia comes in, but to wide swing on it, I'm sure there was a player close to that wall that could have potentially traded. He plays a really good angle on it. But like
it's
1,
so
2, and yeah, they call all 3 of them, I'm pretty sure. So well done by Avova.
Dawn Garrus and the Bromans will be uniting to see that one.
The Bromans. He's playing Euro these days, He's on that Euro hype.
Can't stray from his.
I know, but he's, it's become too popular. People like it too much these days. He's gone to the next, like, weird agent pick he can go for. He's not like the other boys. He's different.
I think this time around, actually going to get... Keeler's playing much deeper here, so nobody really to greet this early round, at least in showers. Again, it's Heretics' 4. Whether or not they will for a cheeky little execute, much like the pistol round, but yeah, actually, War goes down. They're going to nade Bone Cold off that angle. Oof, do they have space? I mean, they can sit and wait this out. The wall hasn't been broken just yet.
TP. Here we go. Suddenly, problems are plenty, but keep your eye on the spike. So this is all a bit of like a... If they pause and let Avova just take a lot of, you know, I guess, contact or make a lot of steps. But that's the bonus of Sky, right? Still kind of evens that out. Lau's going to get a freebie. That's Bone Cold gone. Gets hungry information. Hesitates to hold, and now Starkso feeling very isolated, and now look at this split coming in. He's trying to commit towards that fight towards Showers. Avova finds one, but Starkso wins his battle. Keeps a little bit of space here, and now Avova gonna lock in the last couple of players that hit that rotation, but Commentators on the better flank finds him, and there's a chance, but look at this switch up on Plant. Heretics just changing the game here.
They're playing aggressive as well. Look at it. Nuki finds CNET in spawn. They got this locked down. The Plant is their side. They have the spy cam. They can literally commit everything to holding Commentators right now. It doesn't matter what Starzo does. The double peak's so good. And poor Nuki. Now last man, Starzo. Out to 22 HP. Not an awful lot he can do to recover this round. And this is a similar trend. I mean, I talked about previously, you know, Heretics able to stabilize in some of the series where we've seen them go down. See them at around deficit. This is another perfect example, Lauren. Just the variance. They're so versatile.
And you're right, I think versatility is such a highlight word to kind of put towards Heretics, because I feel like they don't fit one method of Valorant. You look at certain teams, okay, they like that slightly looser, slightly, you know, mid-round cool style. People seem to have such an aversion to the word puggy these days, and it's not anything wrong with it. It's just you don't play a heavily stratted approach. You play a little fast and loose and you work off picks. Nothing wrong with it. You need great composure to do that, and great kind of creativity to make it work, and such knowledge to be able to pull it on the fly, but they sometimes are able to pull that out. But also, Heretics have every bit of just the fundamentals down. They are such a good side, and it's very hard to put them into a box. They have their own style of play, and it does seem as though we do have a pause coming in to keep you guys up to date. We'll be staring back at us. Sorry about that.
Unfortunately.
I know. Look, we don't want it either, but either that or stare at the game, I mean, so one of the two. I don't know, but overall I'm impressed with Heretics stabilizing in this game. Acend, though, there is still a chance, but they need one of their other win conditions to come online. I don't think they win this by just playing as they are, if I'm honest, Hypoc, but where do we look at for those next win conditions? Is it as simple as they need CNED to come online, or is there more to it that we can maybe pull from?
I do think it goes a little deeper than that. But again, like I said, the big one for me was Acend having a fantastic attacking half. And actually, I mean, the round score to the bottom end of that. Yes, they come out with the majority win, but it's not enough for me. Now, I mean, the question comes about, Heretics are able to just like run the clock down more effectively than some other teams. And, you know, they look brilliant in those late round hits because they're in such control. Now, there are other teams, again, I won't name names actually because I'll just get flamed for it. But there are other teams, you know, they run the clock down, they go for it. Okay, Guild, they run down the clock and it gets into these late round hits where they actually don't have map control, right? They haven't got any information from the early round. It's yo-yo and back and forth one side to the other. Now Heretics, the big difference is like if they're going to hit in the last 20 seconds, it's because they know exactly where all the players on B are positioned, where they're playing A from, what utilities invested where. They're in control every single time. They never put themselves in a position where it's a desperation play.
It is quite a factor. Now, bigger picture, again, let's kind of blow this up to the difference when it comes to a best of 5. It sounds like a marathon under the assumption, obviously, that the rounds go back and forth. The maps come back and forth. But as it stands, this could be 2-0. Now, I have heard word from a lovely production team, of course, that it does seem as though things are being resolved pretty quickly. So hopefully that gets fixed up soon. But I think the scary factor is at a 2-0, things get a little dicey. Pressure starts to become pretty huge at that point. And I think what would it be? Haven as a big factor. So if I'm not mistaken, the game looks live, so we can jump right back on in. Thank you for your patience at home. Let's get this back underway in map 2 here of the finals between Heretics and Acend, of course. And now Heretics have been on the build.
And just to come back to that point I was making, the early things we talked about with Heretics is how strong their default is, how strong their default and attack is. And Pora is a big part of that. As I say that, big part of this round already. Finds the first blood, Coldamenta falls. Oh, look at it. Pora finds that kill, he has the spy cam along, he knows if there's going to be any aggression elsewhere. Spy cam gets dealt with, now he can sit back on the trap wires. And look at Heretics stacked up once again in showers.
Yeah, Pora just going to power on through. Acend. Gonna be the big challenge. Adds a little style to it, but his killer's there. Nuki, though, doubling down on this is wild. Oh, that's good work, but it's still Killer's 20 HP now. Just about gets out of there. Gets himself a rifle, too, for all that trouble. Where's Starkso in all of this? Okay, up towards heaven.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Over here, yep. Freebie. Starso. Caught sleeping, at least looking towards direction completely. And now Heretics found themselves 2 ahead. Acend back on that operator again. We know previous round, not an awful lot to work with. But this is the one. I mean, again, we talk about double digits being the big talking point in MR12. This is the one I want to see Acend make a move. Come back into this game now. Close this round out clean, flawlessly. Get a round or 2 in hand to make this one interesting on the back. The home stretch of Bind.
All right. This has been a run of rounds for Heretics now as well. Keep that in mind. Confidence will be sky high. We have the op coming out for Acend. That was a big game changer for Nuki picking that up on the other side as well. So that could be a big factor here. Want to see what he does with this. Now, Heretics, of course, the ones to the making the statements to make the moves on the attacking side. Show a little presence towards B long, and back away.
Poison's off.
Yeah, actually a different look this time around. Killer's actually going to invest the ultimate for that showers control again, and this is from Heretics showing so many times that I like to stack in deep here. Killer's actually going to counter. Try and get some of that control himself. Lothar will be happy to see there's an owl drone clearing through. Just going to get the orb, doesn't it? It makes perfect sense.
And this is enough to get the orb. Now, let's see how they approach this, because we still have Acend up towards heaven, watching short. Viper going to catch that shower push, so it still should indicate that it's probably going to be towards B, because all that information has been recovered, but it's going to be a late in the day hit. Now, again, I'm keeping my eyes on Cypher, because this might be a bait play. It is. He's going to offer himself up to the cause. Take TP at best, die at worst, but it should keep the player's presence, but it doesn't. Starkso now has to fall away from this. Flash gets caught. Ultimate gets used. Avova has to try and dip out. He stays alive now. Time. 12 seconds on the board. That spike is just about crossing now. Starkso wants to catch the walls in the way. Still sprays in. The body block comes in. Avova will die for the cause, but Bone Cold rips it away. And now we're just down to 2. Nuki and Lal. And Nuki's found 1. The trade comes out towards Lal, and now just Nuki left in the 1v4. No more, as Bone Cold will find it and puts himself in prime position to save Acend here.
Acend, that's the one. I want to see them turn the tides now. And economy-wise, not going to make an awfully big dent on Heretics. Looking at 3,500 the lowest, but again, it's going to be a comfortable purchase. Going back into this, and again, I mean, in this scenario here, so much utility available for Acend. They didn't burn anything really other than the Viper ultimate in the early round. Try and garner some control, so... Now, do we see, and this is what we saw, Acend challenging showers a few times previously on Bind on defense. Again, just the no respect challenge.
Not like Nuki didn't do it. It's gonna keep him on the angle at least. Holds that pretty well. Now, it looks... they're actually getting ready to just hit this A site. Darkso's going to find nothing. Timing's going to be a factor. Acend's walking this. Acend has walked out of showers. He's continued forward. He's got a Vova. But can he get out of here? The smoke wall's up. Now Bone Cold's going to see one flying through. So information found. Ultimate popped. No damage done just yet. But Bone Cold catches Nuki in the middle of no man's land. This is now scary times for Heretics. None of those opening forays have worked. They've been held back perfectly.
As well, Heretics still looks as if they're going to try and force their way onto this. Way goes out. actually blocked by that. Blocked the recon there. The wall's going to get invested on. Poor actually going to fall to Commentators. 2 well-placed shock darts there. Rubino, though. Get that, but CNED still a threat. Still that operator in hand. Actually going to hit the rotate. Keyless got a lot to do to defend. No snake bites left. Just above half capacity on his smokes and his wall.
No charges left for you.
I mean, they've left this a little late. They're waiting on that heal to come through, but that gives plenty of time for this rotation to come through. And the spike's going to fall. 10 seconds now. Lau's just got to play his life. CNED going to clean it up.
Okay, no answers yet. Look, I hate to say it, and I'm gonna say it. I want to see Heretics find an answer to a very uncompromising offer, because, look, I watch a lot of NA games, and when we talk about, you know, the different regions against each other, shutting down an op is going to be something that has to be paramount for Europe if they want a chance against NA.
Yeah.
I genuinely think North America has some of the highest skilled players, like mechanical wise, right? You've got some of literally some of the best that have come out of Counter-Strike from North America, you know, picking right back up. You've got tens out there. I mean, there's some crazy players there. I want to see what the plan is, because Heretics are a thinking man's team, but there's, I guess, no traditional flash on this side, which is going to be an issue, right? Like, you look at it, yeah, you got a Vova, I guess, but beyond that, what do you have really to force an op off an angle? Not much.
That's the thing. I mean, actually, the paranoia, it's the proximity, right? It's the lane clearances as opposed to the way that Breach and Sky work. They're playing those deep angles, like we saw Nuki, right? You can sit in heaven. A paranoia is not going to phase you there at all.
And bear in mind, Nuki still got away with a fair amount, even with Stark, so I think one flash caught him at one point, and it forced him a little further back, and that was fine. That was when he was looking through smoke, so it's like, this composition is gonna, I think, struggle a little against an op if it's in the right place. Throwing that it's being used aggressively makes it even harder, so you're gonna have to depend on kind of smoke execution. Well, what do you have for that? Oh. Not as much either, so it's a really interesting kind of conundrum that they're gonna have to try and work out of how to deal with an op. It's something that has been plaguing the back of my mind, going, look, I want to favor Europe, but I'm a little worried about some of these compositions against it. However, for now, we're into the round, and it was a bit of a mixed bag coming up from Heretics. A couple of rifles, but not that much. Killers is still there, so finds a Vova. Good trade comes out from Lau. That's going to be the res online. Back up and Adam Nookie, but straight back to the grave. Gets to merely see it for a second. And Acend put double digits on the board. This is the perfect build back in. That op is still present. It has been the key changing factor. As much as, yes, we say CNED go kill, it's not just that. I think it's the op coming out to play has really just thwarted a lot of Heretics' plans here.
I mean, it comes back to, right? That operator directly challenges that early round control, the territory control that Heretics are famed for, to be honest with you. Listen, it forces Heretics into a position where they have to explore every angle one by one. They have to take, you know, almost twice as long on that early information gathering.
There we go. They've cleared CNED at least off the initial angle, but it's not like he doesn't want to re-aggress. He caught Avova's utility, but he's going back through this.
Oh.
He's alive. They're both alive. The adjustment, though, makes Nookie very unalive for now, and CNED still just showing presence. He is so almost arrogant in the way he plays with that op, and I love it. It's the perfect way to use it.
It is ego challenge, by definition.
Perfect. Has to be done now. Rubino looking for a tag, gets nothing. Now, I was hoping this execution would come back out, this shower piece with that close wall. Now, the fact is, though, what do they do with this? I want to see if they can maybe make something out of this. There's still so many players alive. Bone Cold still here. Killer's still here. They can just spam that out if they have to, if they feel there's a plan, or they break the wall. It's not infallible, but CNED might be. Finding Lau, finds another 3. They can't handle him. He's still around. He's got his ultimate. Maybe doesn't even care, doesn't even need it. Commentators did find Pora, so it puts it all in the hands of Rubino. Left in a 1v2. Spots out 1. Makes a mad dash with the spike.
He's gambling.
He's still here. Keyless is still here. We won't check on this. Rubino's knife out. That's a problem. It's a mistake, and it's a fumble that will cost them another round. 11 now on the board.
Oh. It's just crazy to see. Like, it's night and day. And again, I'm saying it from a scoreboard perspective only. That was the round I was hoping they could get themselves back into this, turn the tide, stop the bleeding almost, Lauren. What a response from them. They put themselves on double digits. Now Heretics on an awful buy. So this, I mean, numbers-wise, this is Acend going to map point.
Yes. I mean, unless something like magical happens, they like hit a few, recover some guns. I doubt it's going to happen, and the money's so flush now, I feel, for Acend. Yeah, they've been a couple of dicey rounds, but it's been... Oh, the timing. The timing's awful. The timing is awful. I hate it. And now here we go. Nookie gonna just keep that pace up, though. Finds another Commentators find lol. Okay, here we are. Nookie, what can you do from this? Oh, no one's there.
Out of
There are a lot of space that will give them sight at least. Now,
spike planted.
oh, seeing it going another one of these little hop-ups. He found it!
God!
Nuki falls!
Remaining.
Rubino down to a lick of HP. He's going to wallbang, pouring out 25 HP, getting hunted, has to deal with the recon Starzo. Gonna close it out, and just when you think Heretics are gonna get themselves that round on the board, Acend strike back, map point.
The value of this op
Match
on this
point.
player is unquestionable. CNED was kind of
Spike planted.
middle table
so
until the op came out. And look at this. Look at these angles. He's so aware of this. And now just continues forward on it. I mean, 12-9 now. Heretics, let's see what you've got in store. You've got to have a plan in mind. You did well with this. They did this themselves with Nookie having this much presence, but not enough to convert as many rounds as they had to. 12-9. Acend are not out of it yet. Map 1 looked horrible for them. Map 2, much better.
Look, actually, Commentator, Hunter's Fury, they have the Seekers online. Bone Cold just got the orb. And Showers as well. They're well equipped for this one. Close it out. On the side of Heretics, I mean, it's the Neural Theft. Rubino 2 away from hits Hunter's Fury, so... Nothing really going to come online here. Keela's actually going to shut down Nuki. Another challenger to Hooker. Keela's... Okay, Lowell actually, yeah, going to find Stars, though. He tried to follow up on his Seekers, but... Can't get anything done there, so...
But look at the spike. Rubino, hold on. If Rubino dies, the spike gets lost. This is what I'm waiting on. Rubino has to just play so... Oh, he's got tagged. T-Ned knows he's there somewhere. They're just playing the mad game of the smoke. Rubino gets out, makes a mad dash for it. He's made it away.
Wow, the wall down in Showers there. Commentators actually going to slip all the way out from heaven. That's a big kill. Big kill. Commentator and Keyless now find themselves in a 2v3. Over going to try and charge this down. Another one. Commentator wins it. He's going to swing out. He's going to try and challenge. Oh, he punishes. Rubino falls too.
Questions just ring through my mind about some of these challenges, and now Pora put into a dire position.
Oh my god.
What on earth just happened, Hypoc?
I mean, we talk about Heretics being one of the more structured and disciplined teams, and we see it time and time again. That there, what the hell?
They look shaken. That was a fumble from them in a way I didn't expect. The rounds prior to that were hard fought for and well deserved by Acend, but that was a mistake from Heretics, and maybe that pressure is starting to mount on them as well. They are the team that we've seen the most out of, I'd say, historically, at least towards the pinnacle of the scene. But Acend, they're making a very good case for this to be a long series, and I'm all aboard it. We're going to head to a short break, and when we're back, the desk will break down what they just saw and what they expect to be coming up next.
Welcome back, everyone, to the finals of the Valorant Regional Masters. What a response from Acend. It's 1-1, and we finally have a game on our hands. I'm Yinsu, and I'm joined by Mitch and Lothar. Mitch, what a performance on Bite.
Absolutely. This was fantastic from Acend. They bounced back. I mean, they were ahead by a little bit, right? It was 5-0 at one point. It was looking like it was going to be relatively clean, but then Heretics kind of figured them out, right? They start playing much more passive, allowing them to burn the utility early. Acend lose a couple of rounds because of that. Things get equalized at 7-7. Again, they're at their throats. But the hero then was CNED. This guy stepped it up again and again. In these last couple of rounds, there were two which he pretty much exclusively won for his team. And watching CNED, like, when you think about this team, they're first of all solid. They're trying new compositions which push other teams out of their comfort zone. They come into maps, they have good approaches. As I said for yesterday, first 30 seconds of the round, I love that they fight for map control. They take ult orbs, they put them on, whether they have a Sage or sometimes it's CNED you pop it onto, but they always take those ult orbs. That gives them the lead in the ultimate economy. Sometimes they get punished like that. You see the little peek out by Nuke, but for the most part, they're finding success there. And then they're able to, even when things don't go their way, rely on someone like CNED. This round here was one of the ones I'm talking about. This was right towards the end of the game. 1-2, swings out onto short, gets more, up above in the window. Why not? Like, he's killing these guys from angles they didn't even know existed. And yet, he still wasn't the one that took away the crown from me. Coldamenta, that final round, he boosted himself up to the top fragger, and he had a lights out game on the Sova. I really enjoy this lineup, the composition when you've got a Viper, a Sova, then you've got the ability to flash through it with your Sky. There's so much you can do, and I love what we're seeing from Acend trying out these comps and showing us that there's more than one way to tango.
Look, Mitch, I know, this works right now, but I feel like this only works because we have seen it on Jett. You know, and any other team would have put the same composition. I don't think they will have such an impact with the Jett as CNED has. Like, the way he plays for his teammates is insanely, like, impactful. You don't see it often on camera because of the small things, like he's using those smokes to cover recon arrows. That on every single map so far we have seen that over and over again. That's very impactful. He was always helping covering angles when they are defending a site, and CNED helps his teammates to not get shot because of his smokes. He does so much, and he always gets like a kill from above when he has like a double leap, like, you know, up in the sky, and that's an angle that no one predicts, right? So I love the way they play, but I think that is working because they play it so well because of CNED just insane proficiency on this agent. And with any other composition, I would like that raise instead of it. But when it comes to Team Heretics, I'm a little bit disappointed that the first 6 rounds they played like they didn't have a plan against the team composition from Acend, something that we have seen from FPX when they started off big and they were countering the way Acend was playing. Here we didn't have that kind of dialogue between the teams, how they read each other, and the first 6 rounds were basically lost because of that. Suddenly Heretics kind of read the message through those rounds and started doing what FPX was doing from the get-go, and they started winning rounds, and this was great. They were fighting for the sides. They didn't let go of the map control on any given point, and that was actually giving them the rounds. And on attack, I also really liked how Lowell was a silent MVP for the team because he was shaping the map in a way that Acend wasn't expecting it to happen. They didn't have lineups prepared for non-default plants. You know, the Viper Snake Bites and the Molotov from Brimstone wasn't as impactful because they couldn't delay the plant, because suddenly there's Lowell building up a Sage wall somewhere where you typically don't see it for, at least we didn't see it for a very long time in competitive Valorant on high level. So, so I'm a big fan of how Heretics were playing on attack, but it wasn't good enough to fight against Acend. Really efficient team comp.
Well, let's talk about Nuki quickly as well, Mitch, because, you know, picking up the raise, again, something that we've seen him do before, and also on that operator to sort of counter Acend as well.
We saw a couple of rounds where that brought a heavy amount of success to the guys, like Nuke going in, shutting down the orb control, and these were the reads we're talking about, right? Heretics took a while to fully realize what was going on, but you basically have 2 choices against this composition. You play aggressive, which is where Nuke pushes through smokes with an operator like a lunatic, pretends and in his mind, he's playing a Jet, goes in, gets kills, and bails out. Or you play much, much more passive. You play retake on A site, which they started to do, heavier focus on B, and try to retake back into these sites if they come there and pick them off, get a kill or two on the way in, which is where Nukier with the AWP playing in heaven and picking them off coming through middle. The thing that they were doing wrong in the start was playing in the middle ground, right? You can't play kind of normal versus this comp because they have so much utility to flash you. They'll use their walls, their smokes that they have, their recons, their drones to see through those walls, through those smokes, and take fights you can't possibly hope to win. So I like the adaptation. It did take a couple of rounds, but it was there in the end. And Nukier definitely didn't have the performance that we're used to seeing from him, but I doubt that's going to be the case moving on to Haven.
You know what? I just wanted to mention something. The one round when we have seen Acend miss a Molotov on Spike, right? And everyone was like going crazy. Oh no, he doesn't know his lineup and so on. You know what happened there? Nuki, while flying with his showstopper and his satchel, bopped the Molotov while being dropped on the Spike. So it didn't hit where it meant to be because it hit Nuki while flying. So there was an absolutely insane, unlucky moment for Acend. Maybe the map would look completely differently if that really lucky situation didn't happen.
Well, we will have that clip again for the next map, before the next map even, so you guys can see what Lothar was talking about. But we do have to move on to Haven, because that bind victory also means that Mitch will definitely see Icebox. It will be 4 maps at a minimum, but what are you expecting on Haven?
Coming into Haven, this is somewhere that Heretics have shown they're incredibly comfortable. I know that in terms of composition, this will be the first time that we actually see a proper Sentinel come out from Acend. I'll figure a better way of phrasing that, but what I mean is Killjoy or a Cypher, something that actually helps with proactive map control throughout the whole round as opposed to for only a certain amount of time. When we look at the Heretics defensive side over on Haven, they're incredibly strong. So if they're starting there, I presume they'll be starting on the attack. If they manage to build up some good rounds, get up to 6 or 7, I think Acend could be in some hot water. This is definitely a map that favors Heretics.
I'm just checking for you if they are starting on the attack or not. But Lothar, 100% win rate though for Heretics on this map. It is pretty scary to go into.
Yeah, I guess it is, but at the same time, they play the map almost exactly the same every single time, right? It's Cypher, Omen, Raze, Sage, Sova. There's so much data on Heretics on how they play the map. The aggressive pushes through A short and C long are something that Acend should predict when they're attacking. So maybe a default setting for them will be great.
Well, let's jump into Agent Select now and see the team compositions. Once again, Mitch, Nuki, it's great to see him back on the Raze.
Yeah, it really is. You know, whenever you're looking down towards Nuki, you have to realize that if he's on a Reyna, you're in trouble. But even when he's on the Raze, this guy can deal an insane amount of damage. I really enjoy watching him because his decision making is what kind of sets him apart as definitely one of the top 5 in Europe right now in terms of individual players. He's got the aim, he's got the decision making. When we look towards Acend, that composition, it's something that we've seen from them again and again. They're going to the Cypher on Killaz, which is kind of a funny thing, right, Lothar? Because you don't normally see a player who's your Cypher also be your Reyna flex. It's not a normal swap up.
I can understand it from one perspective, because I kind of like to have a Reyna a lurker, you know, especially before the change of her skills. How they work now is a little bit more it's motivating players to more with the team, but before that I really love that Reyna lurker, and Cypher the lurker is like a, let's say, his trademark, right? So I wouldn't say it's that weird, but it's definitely not common when it comes to professional lineups to have a player with such a agent pool together.
No, yeah, it is definitely not. But like we said, 100% win rate on this map for Heretics, but Acend cannot be underestimated here. Pansy and Hypoc will take you guys through map 3.
Oh, what a fun prospect we now have on our hands. We actually have a series here. Look, I'm going to say it. We've all seen esports in the past. We all know that normally it's like, okay, the semifinals are super close and it gets to the finals and it's a blowout. I don't think that's going to happen. CNET is not letting it happen, at least from that last performance. And now, of course, that next map gets almost unlocked, right? So Icebox has to be at least achieved. That is bare minimum now. So we get ready for the game, and this is going to be a cracker as well. And shout out to your boy Sean Gares over on Twitter. He doesn't need more love, but he's got such a good take on how CNED's incorporating that kind of NA-style jet into that EU strategic approach. It's such a beautiful composition to watch, but we get to have another potential look at it. We are live into this Hypoc. Your initial thoughts here, because as the desk said, one of these teams has that 100% win rate here.
They do indeed. Keela is actually the man I was just about to talk to. I love the fact that the desk lent on actually having a more traditional sentinel. CNED actually going to catch Pora sleeping there, but not anticipating a second. Rubino will trade it back out. Sen now find themselves in a 3v4. Meanwhile, Heretics, well, Nuki at least, going to stomp all the way up through B's site, and Rubino will find his second now. Stars are also trying to come through lobby, and Coldamenta thrown in the mix. Why the hell not?
Coldamenta! They're reading this, but look at this wrap from Coldamenta. Could catch the Omen if the timing's just right. Let's see if they check it. Oh, the timing's not quite there. Coldamenta at least gets the trade and pulls in a 1v3. Still super difficult, but he's giving it a damn good go. He knows the position of Rubino, but the rest is somewhat unknown. Isolates Nuki and is desperate for this kill towards window, but it's not being provided. And now the time's a problem. The spike is perfectly planted for that window position, and waiting patiently was Lau. Not gonna let it slip, and Heretics find the pistol.
Yep, at a straight 50-50. Unfortunately, Coldamenta, again, time not in his favor, has to force his way in there. Heretics strike first on Haven, and just coming back to it, like I said, glad that the desk lent on it, because now, obviously, the lack of the Reyna, it's going to be poorer, really. They Acend need to keep the flank in check. They need to stay in control, and it's that map control that, you know, when we see them play on Bind, they lean a little heavier away from it. They go for these executes. They try and play that strong post plant. It's not really a factor in their game plan here. Come around, Acend have to embrace a different look altogether.
Yeah, early timeout coming in. Makes you feel it's more technical than tactical, of course, so I'll have to wait and see what the issue may be. Hopefully it's resolved quickly here between these two. But you want both teams to be comfortable, no issues to be had, of course. We want this game to be back on the way, and it is. So no problem there, but this round shouldn't be too much to write home about. I'm seeing classics, and that's about it. A little bit of armor, just keeping that money nice and equal, it seems. So this is one of those we can near on talk through unless there is something unique happening. We do see a kind of postured up defense towards A long. Beyond that, they might get a little aggressive, and that's about all we're going to see.
Well, it's actually CNED that retrieves the orb as well. C site wide open right now, but you can see double stacking garage. They're going to have the information, but more than likely committing to the retake here. Damage done on the way, but it's to write home about for Nuki. And this is that wall again. We talked about it the other day. Go for this plant deep back behind Platt. Ascend actually going to stack up. They're exploring mid. They're going to try and deal with Pora on the flank. All the way back in spawn, actually, but going to strike first. We'll find the first kill. Have to deal with that as well, but I mean, this all plays into Heretic's favor, right? It's just running the clock down so much. It's taking them so long to deal with him. Just dig him out of this position.
Well, that first Spectre and Avova's already got himself, you know, the next kind of hurdle to climb. Alstoxo isn't with him. He's just creeping around by CT. And yeah, the potential of costing Heretics here is kind of dissipating. Jumps on the peak, allows CNED to trade. Still trying to do some work here. CNED gonna fight with everything he can. Will be caught in the end, so they cost them 2 players. No more worries with that. And there we go. So 3 survive, spike planted, and round goes to Heretics.
Again, and this is always the question coming back in. Do we see Heretics going in for an aggressive fast hit here, try and convert these weapons? Initially, again, not really interested in playing games. Usually on Haven, we see teams kind of fight for that A lobby control, that A long control on both sides, defense and attack. But Heretics leaning away from it. They're happy to leave this Pora and Rubino once again outside lobby. Expect them to sit deep and really giving it up. CNED does actually retrieve the orb once again. That's going to give him the blade some. You can hear him pop it already. Again, the forward move, I'll have to wait for the UI to change, but CNED, I guess, didn't purchase a weapon there for that operator purchase coming in, so
Yeah, he's got his ult, so I guess it kind of evens it out. We did see prior to the kind of op being adjusted on the economy, it was either you'd basically never be without the potential of huge danger. At worst, you'd have, you know, like, I don't know, a Bucky to fly around with, which is horrifically still good. There was never a moment where a Jet would be punished. It'd be ops galore, but Bone Cold's the one to receive on this. Tries to play patient on the first, can't quite convert to the second. Pora's there, and Pora wants further. Looks towards the window. Starkso now knows he's under threat, but it's going to be killers towards the site. One spotted towards long, good control on that. Finds Avova, Starkso as well, and here comes CNED, just gives it out for free! Ooh!
Yeah, heated up early on already. First Blade Storm, maximum value achieved. And like I said, look at it now, 6,900. Be able to get himself the operator online straight away. And initially, again, just coming back to that discussion here, maybe this is Heretics read into it, right? They're trying to adapt based on what they think CNED's going to do, right? Once the operator comes online, I expect them to lean even further away from fighting for this A-long control early round. And possibly C-long, right? The two common spots.
Unless they've got utility to dissuade it, right? It's like, if you've got a plan in mind, sure. And it doesn't matter!
He actually spins, smokes off the recon bolt, and still hits that shot, Lauren.
He's still here. Like, look at this crossfire. He's kind of revealing his position, but then look at the combination with him and Coldamenta's still around. They're so good at this. Heretics, you better be ready. You better have a plan in mind, because this is exactly what Acend want to be doing. Now, Nuki put to task in a 1v4. Spike in hand and, I guess, a 1v1 on B for now, but C's looking less and less accessible, as already you're going to have Bone Cold pushing down, getting that round. Nuki trying to creep up on this.
That blind didn't catch.
Good, no it didn't. But he's going to take the shot on this. Didn't try and wrap further. Touches the spike. I'm going to hear the steps, and you can see the hesitation, the consideration. But CNED cares not. Look at this man.
Of course it is. I'm hoping they run that replay. Literally spins up, smokes the recon bolt, still hits the shot. It's just beautiful to watch.
And imagine being the player on the other side, right? That's the end of it, but it was the start, there was the impressive part. The fact that you're like, okay, he's got the op out, there's a chance of it, he popped his ult, you're reading the economy well, but the knowledge that he's going...
It comes back to it again, right? So there's actually nothing, really, other than Nuki's paint shell, and maybe Rubino, there's nothing to break CNED off these angles. There's no fault line, there's no flash from the sky. Like, it's just insane.
Now, the one thing we'll say here is, though, this round can be a little tricky for someone on an op. You can get really overrun by pistols. They get a little too confident. They just start running at you. It's very simple to get overrun, but he was happy for a fight in middle initially. He's going to lean over towards A after they've gotten a fair crack of information. Still two here for Acend as well. Coldamenta joined by Starkso, so no worries on that. And he's going to be playing quite patiently towards Heaven. No rush on this. Flash out towards Long. Going to at least split this attack in half. Good damage on towards Coldamenta. Might get them a swing on it. Starkso going to keep this safe, though. No, finally broken through on Rubino, the classic CS player coming online here. And now CNED wants back in, though. He's feeling brave about this. He's peeking this like it's all his, but there's the first. CNED finds Pora. Okay, game back on. Oh, dearie me. And no rifles recovered yet either. I'm just seeing those sheriffs still out and about. This is still a problematic round. Nuki's done well, though. Bone Cold gonna keep it together. Keep your eyes on the ultimate. Rubino has to be the one to stand and deliver a tag. But where's the stop? None of it to be found. CNED's holding this, and now he's just gonna post up. Bone Cold, don't go defend me, put your body on the line, and he does. Heretics make it dangerous, but Acend still keep their players alive and the round in their favor.
Again, I just love it. CNED almost catches the res through the smoke with the operator. It's just crazy. But again, this retake just so clean from Acend. The paranoia, it's bang on the money. You stack up, and at this point here, I mean, yes, he gets that first tag, but again, we know how it works. Once he's down to the last one, it's not even worth throwing it out. Like, yes, you convert that kill, but you've still got to come. They're going to get the half defuse. They're going to close the distance on you.
Let's see a little variety now. Let's see what... I want to see where CNED goes with this. I'm kind of curious. Now, I kind of roll my mind in other maps how Cypher can be used to kind of navigate around an aggressive opper, for example, the camera can kind of make it a little bit tricky to find those initial angles. It can be used not necessarily like a flash, but it will force them away from a free pick. The Bova forced away from the rotation, but Nuki tried to trade that. Bone Cold was still there. Good for one, but the trade didn't quite come through in time. Zenith with an uncharacteristic miss opens up a chance. And now finally, Heretics break through. There are 2 players left, but what can they do with this? Cold Dementor and Starkso called upon. Seekers go out.
Last player standing.
Oh, and Nasyevova did have an angle onto Stars, although as he tries to swing off that Seekers, but a pace change from Heretics. Yes, Bone Cold finds the first, but stacked up, and the pinch onto CNED was beautiful as well. Commentators, not an awful lot left to do. The Recon's online, 2 shock darts, but gotta find a kill and gotta do it now. And again, this wall is such a nuisance to deal with for them.
Can he get the op back? He fancies trying.
It might be the play, honestly.
Yike! Get out of there, bud. Get a run on. There it is. Save the op. Get back around towards B. Should be safe. Should be fine. They'll get filtered back through. Now, in Counter-Strike, for example, we talk about, you know, the presence of double ops or double ops in that game. But you know what I mean? When the ops become really, really difficult to deal with, you kind of have to lean into kind of just well choreographed site takes. You can't allow those kind of, you know, pick and dashes to come out. You can't allow that presence to be shown around the map. So I like the pace change in this coming out from Heretics, kind of fall into close quarters, navigate through Garage and catch him trying to, you know, pretty much deny the cross coming up from C long.
I'll be honest, if they want to challenge it, that's the only way they can, right? Stack bodies up, throw it at it, and say, look, well, it's an operator, it can't kill all of us, right? Like, he can get the first dash away. You know, we should be able to trade that, surely.
Yep.
Again, whether or not we see them come into any more rounds with that sort of pace, but that's a good adjustment early on. Again, we're only at 3-3, but the problem becomes then, we've seen Cena do it time and time again, it just rotating every round. And it's the bread and butter operator play, right? It's finding an angle, be it a deep passive 1A long, C long, top of the box. There's so many possibilities on Haven in particular that Heretics, that can't be their game plan. That can't be the game plan to deal with the operator. I do love that. So, surely he can't kill all of us. How many times has Cena actually killed all of them?
Like there's a voice in my head goes, me? Okay, postured up this time. Bone Cold's going to aggress quite far on this, actually. That's a big space claim. If he just wants to sit on this, it looks like they're going for that kind of 3-2 split towards C. CNED's en route, but he's still pretty far off this. He doesn't want to over-rotate and has to put some faith in the teammates here. Now, Nuki gonna give away at least his presence. There we go, ultimate pop, gonna head on forward. Nuki there tries to send this out, catches a flash mid-air, so he can't do as much as he'd wanted. Killers gets 1, but it's Avova finding him right back, so now Starkso has to be careful, has to keep them at least contained for now. Maybe posture in for that retake if they want to. He's trying to get a little ahead here, Bone Cold. He wants to maybe play a little bit quicker on this, not fully playing for the retake, but progressing early, utilizing the wall as a piece of cover, but look at the funnel here. It's tricky to play back towards the side. Bone Cold gonna try it. Has it all look, draws out the peak from long. There's still the player tucked on the corner on site. He just lean around, but the adjustment, Bone Cold, only good for 1. Nuki's still alive and doing well. And CNED, he's actually still taking this fight. The op, he doesn't care. He wants the round. He's not gonna get it. Heretics showing the value on this execution.
This wall was just becoming a problem every time we see it. And it enables Heretics to bury themselves so deep in sight. As long as they have long control, it's connector and somebody creeping around the edge of default. You see Bone Cold right there. It's so really, I'll be honest, the only person that can hop up over that wall, it's CNED, right?
Yep.
And what's he got on operator? It's actually going to be really difficult. I mean, if Heretics keep doing that, execute.
You either need fast flank or garage control, right?
Exactly.
And even then, like, the choke point's brutal. And CNED, using the economy well, gonna kind of equal it out with the ultimate. Spots out 1, goes back in. 2 knives get sent. A touch of damage received.
My camera is destroyed.
Sure, again, though, but Heretics happy to play this game, or at least run the risk. Especially on this round of fighting for this A control. Tina Doe, there you go, gets the reset.
Can you miss it?
No!
He's as quick as lightning! Finds them in a split second! Oh, another! No! No! It's Killers!
Thank God.
Okay,
Thank God.
okay. I need to breathe. I need a second. Nuki, can you clutch this or something so I can stop just staring at CNED destroy your team, please? Okay. Nuki left in the 1v4. I've just seen, you know when you just see things you shouldn't see? I feel like that's got a rating I'm not old enough for, and I'm over 30. And now Nuki doing what he can. The net's being closed in, though. And the fight on several fronts is going to keep making it costly, but the round is Acend's. Oh. Oh.
Oh. It's 11-5, man.
Watch this. Can we just
It's just, it's so clean to watch. Look at this. Oh my God.
What are you meant to do against
Said,
that?
I mean, nothing really. You just smile, smile, go next round.
Okay, back on the op now. So
Yeah,
the
exactly.
problem presents itself once again. And if this is how Acend decide to try and suffer through on their defensive side that doesn't necessarily suit them as well as the attack, fair enough. If this is it, if this is genuinely their answer, then I'm okay with it. But we have to now see if that can repeat itself when it goes to the other side. Let's keep our eyes on this though, because Heretics have another kind of shot at this one. They've gone for a bit of a mid-take with a touch of a C lean, at least with Nuki holding C long. There is a double stack towards Garage though. And there's still plenty of players on B, so this is going to be tough for them to work out. CNED's got full A control, and he can sit on this as long as he feels necessary.
Fundamental will fall poorer on that one, excuse me. And it's the double garage stack you were talking about. But Pora is going to be in position to stop them coming and retaking long control. But it's very low HP, and Bocard actually finds him with the wall bang. Bit of variation to the wall this time around, so Heretics can solidify their position on site.
It's a really nice kind of counter to what could have been the counter play, which would be take Garage, take long control. CNED takes Avova's life, dashes away and dips back now towards that progress on long, and they need the timing to be right. They also need the Garage player and the CT player to stay alive, and they've done that. Bone Cold finding Rubino is big, and now it's down to just Lau. Now he's not gonna much... The timing's atrocious. He's trying to isolate a fight. He's desperate to find one, and no one is giving it away for free. Now let's talk about what we've seen in past Hypoc. It was that traditional wall that went, as we can see here, kind of towards the back box. Now the answer to that, the traditional retake through CT doesn't work very well. It's very hard to find those opportunities. The choke points are brutal. So the double stack towards Garage and the retake through long is the effective answer there.
Listen, again, eyes go towards Pora. We always know where to expect Pora, right? And I think as well, Acend are gonna lead into that very heavily. But I mean, right now, looks like Heretics don't have many other looks than trying this C hit over and over again.
Well, I like the adjust on the wall to go towards short. In a way, like, I don't mind that going towards Garage, because I guess you try and have to define where they play retake from, but even then, they still didn't have much of an answer. Here's that double stack, though, early action. You can see the switch does come in. He heads over towards window, but Starkso almost gets played in. So I wonder how much he gets checked on. Okay, now position noted, has to switch up, still does. But keep in mind the buy that's coming out from Heretics here. The economy's kind of in tatters. You've got some Sheriffs, you've got some Spectres. They do at least have a little bit room sign to build, but so the timing, they're right there, right at the very verge of this one, and Bone Cold, one sip, back in we go, Killers finds one, over on the trade, but this should be Acend shutting this down.
Yep. Plant will come through, but Rubino and Pora, yeah, the tall order. CNED gonna shut down Pora as well, so Rubino just left on site, we'll find one, but Starso quick with the trade. Acend pull themselves 2 rounds ahead. Now, coming back to the buy rounds, like I said, you see a little bit of a variation here from Heretics. Show us something different. Because I think the more this happens, the heavier Acend are going to lean on it, right? They're comfortable playing this retake. Especially when it's not that backside plant that we've talked about previously. A couple of tools coming online now for Heretics. Hunter's Fury, the neural theft. Nuki's one off the showstopper, of over one off his ultimate. A couple of playmakers here, potentially for them.
Is this going to be a heavy A-lean, I wonder? Got a lot of people ready for this one. Kind of a 4-1 split, at least for now, and the intention red again. CNED very aware of what's normally their routine towards this A take does give up long control for now, maybe reasserting towards sewer. Now, looking at Heretics, they haven't been able to progress too far. Rubino's already kind of considering where to go, but this territory might have been controlled. They've already noted where that jet probably is, just off the sound cues, so maybe opting to try and maybe lean towards middle here. I'm looking at what the answer is for them.
Whether or not they are just going to go. I mean, Commentators are actually ready for this, so we'll spot the head of Laul initially, but got to back away. The nade actually going to force them out from that position also. So Heretics going to get themselves in, losing no casualties as well. The wall this time around immediately dealt with. Heretics don't reset too deep. They're actually going to leave a couple on site here lingering, so it's going to be really difficult for Acend to dig them out. But here you go, the Seekers come through. They're going to explode with a flash, potentially. Estazo comes in.
Gilles finds Lau. Bone cold on the playback through. Avova's found one, but CNED again just turns that up into a shotgun. But the flank, the adjustment, that's not bad for Pori. He does try and get some value for this. And now just CNED left alive in a 1v2. Timing is everything. Spot Swan! He gets Nuki!
Oh my God.
Rubino stays alive and lives to tell the tale.
Last round in half.
Oh, he's becoming like the. It's like Logan's the last man we want to see alive on Diffuse, right? CNED's the last man we want to see alive every single time on Acend. Heretics squeeze one out, but again, it's not comfortable. Comes right down to the wire.
The only thing that they fear is CNED right now, and right to be as such. They're going back in towards this A piece again. Looking to see if there's an adjustment on this overplay as well, because it's becoming a little readable, at least with how he's playing it. It looks like the adjustment goes towards sewer. And it's a full play take towards long. TP comes in, so now he's isolated. He's on his own. He can't get support here quickly. This is actually all on CNED. Now, timing's a factor. He's one away from getting his knives out, and he's going to get that one. Finds Rubino, and now it's time if he wants to do it, and he's popped it. Nuki's aware of where he is, so the spike plant's going to come in. The post plant gets a bit dicey because they don't have now eyes towards long either, and now Acend can start trying to rebuild back through this.
That's a big kill, though. It's Rubino with the Hunter's Fury. He was going to play deep and rely on that ultimate. Keeler's actually going to swing out, find Lau, I guess through the smoke there. Yeah, Nuki didn't even get the showstopper off. Look at this, he burst up. CNED going to clean up the round. Pora falls.
This is a great defensive side. Like, let's put some context. Maybe some new viewers coming in that don't get to see these guys so much. Acend are traditionally an exceedingly good attacking side. That's where their strength normally lays. This is them on the defense, and they looked very diligent, be it off the back of CNED or not, or just how they're well prepared they are. This was perfect from them. This gives them more than enough buffer now to put into play their normal, very diligent attacking half.
Like I said, I mean, he's like the key player there for CNED to deal with. It's Rubino. He's the fail-safe. He's the plan B. The reason you see him lurking that late. Oh, I mean,
How is your Stan account right now? Is it really popping off?
I don't want to talk about it. I think
like
coming into
movie, man.
Coming into the attacking half as well with CNED playing like this.
Okay, but let's take stock. Heretics should have all the fundamentals, all of the pieces in the place to try and handle this. This is what they prepare for. They've done well against some of the most aggressive sides out there. Now they actually did do well. Let's talk about kind of the explosive Polish scene, for example, that did push Heretics quite substantially. A couple of these players certainly got them kind of, having to elevate their play. But it was with Nisao in the roster. So that's where it kind of, it worked out well for them. We have to see if Nuki can step up, because he was also an equating factor against a further team that played to a similar style. But for now, he's at 5-7 with Acend leading on the half here. Now, the pressure does start to build towards Avova. He's feeling enough of it to potentially call for some support on the way, but Acend should have a fair fight on this one. This should be a fair side take. Avova's found Commentators for free. That's incredible work from Avova. Out of nowhere, finding two. Keeps control of the spike as well. Support's en route. This is everything you'd want.
But how did they not just get that kill there? The flash goes through it. Perfect, but Nuki cleans things up in a flawless pistol round from Heretics. All on the back of Avova, I gotta say it. He was a solo man. Again, To see him try and play that aggressively. I mean, first one's the spike as well. That's huge, but it doesn't even reset there. Dips back in, finds CNED, another big kill. Just seeing nothing on the side of Acend. Oh, well, a bit of utility. You see Keylez and Starzo throwing 300 credits into this one. Heavy C lean. Only Keylez elsewhere.
Problems found for now. And the classics, look, if they get into the range, sure, maybe see something. This is just a fact-finding mission so far, just exploring around the map. Spectres galore on the other side. Use at the back of sight. It'd probably be Nookie if they did head towards B to get the first tension. The split through garages is quite traditional. I mean, it's the closest quarter range you're going to find, really. Split through short. Anti-flash comes in. Bilal trying to avoid it, but he does catch a second, but it's a shutdown. This is a very well-considered round. No problems, no damage really done here.
Another flawless A, and that's good for them to build some momentum, get maybe a couple of rounds ahead. Things are tied up at least.
Last player standing. Spike down, C.
See, really, I mean, this is the first chance. Again, it comes back to that question. Do Heretics try and convert these weapons? They're going to sit back, maybe get a feel how Acend want to play their attack in half. It was difficult, actually. Is Pora going to challenge this? No, he's just going to put a really deep spike and get that early information. 3 people on the other end of it.
Cover going out.
Now, this is the bonus for Heretics. So if they convert this, game back on, this would be a huge pickup for them, but let's see what Acend do now. They have the opportunity with the rifles. CNED garners the angle for a second onto Avova, kind of, you know, keeping track of, okay, player into Suet, and Avova's not really backing down, he's still trying to jiggle peek this for information potentially on the cross.
Deploying drone.
I'm going to come through, clear out a lot of these close angles, which again, that's the big threat in this round is, you know, Heretics stacking up with some cheese somewhere. Got to make the most of these Spectres, but again, Stars are actually going to double down, clear out those angles once again, but Avova's position spotted. And there's 3 members of Heretics already over here towards A.
Good rotations. Now, timing, they're pretty late in the round. We've got 26 seconds. Got to try and make this work. Avova just spray and pray, and the prayers are answered in the form of Nookie. 2 big kills. Bonecode and Killers go down. Cena trying to be the equating factor, and he has found one. Looks for the follow-ups, puts him towards CT. The quick fight, he needs it. 13 seconds. Out of bullets, has to hit the reload. Spike to be planted. This is super dangerous. Stoxo is very low here. Does have heal if needs it. And now already Pora's found him, though. Cold Mentor and CNED. The big duo. And there we go, down to Rubino, try and play back in. The tags are good now. They do get the round win, but they lose a lot of rifles for that.
They do, and we know Heretics going to come back. 2 flawless rounds are going to come back into this very comfortable with the purchase. Don't foresee any problems for them.
One enemy remaining.
But again, Starzo just, I mean, honestly, just kind of throwing himself at it. They're very low HP, but obviously being Sky can make sure everybody else is nicely healed up to take that fight. Ultimate Swires again, Nookie, one away from the showstopper. Nothing else really. I mean, CNED close to the Blade Storm.
I mean, that's just a constant factor, Hypoc. How dare you ever doubt it? You just know it's there. It's like, oh, he's probably one away.
He's either got it or not. One of the 2.
Yeah. Close. 7 to 8, and this game is close. Now, this is the actual even round. To a degree, I guess Bonecode is still on the Spectre, as is Keylez, so they're not exactly in the best place in their economy, but for now, try and work in with what they've got, and what the plan is for them, the approach. Of course, the other side of Heretics, everything they need. Rifles galore. After those couple of perfect starts, as you highlighted, Money's in a good spot, but a more meticulous start here from Acend, it looks like. Slower pace coming out.
Yeah. This is a big over-rotation.
Debated?
Yeah. I mean, the trapwire, the spy cam, they're available. But
the rotation's going to be caught.
Yeah, they're going to be so late if they actually come through and commit to this hit. They are. They're still hesitant, but seeing it, the dash on.
30 seconds left.
And he does have the spike, so potentially still get this down before Heretics are even able to stop it or do any damage.
I can't believe that worked. Just a couple of steps towards sewer, I think, actually caused so much of a reaction. I'm not 100% sure if that was it, but whatever happened, it was perfect for them. And now they do get a 5v5 post-plant. This retake through Garage is going to get messy. Look at the amount of bodies being brought into this. That's one for Sox. That's two for Killers. And now here we go. Acend finding it, but Nuki answers back towards Commentators. Lau now looks for his way in, but this is a shutdown. Heretics finally make it work, but it's Bone Cold left with the 1v1. But look at the HP. He just scored so low. This could work out. Bone Cold onto the rifle. But they are both so low. Oh, he's missed his shot. And now the dance around the site happens. Bone Cold dies. And Lowell just about has enough time on this.
I honestly thought there was no way Heretics could get back in there. I mean, the crossfire and Garage on the window got the first two so easily, but amidst the chaos, Lowell finds those kills. Nuki finds one with a showstopper also to make it possible, but I feel like Heretics has had absolutely no business fighting their way back into this.
No, and I can't believe this worked out. So many chances there for Bone Cold, but
with that.
I mean, like, let's also talk a bit of context about some of these players. Bone Cold, young, talented player, certainly a huge prospect within Europe. Up against Lowell, who is a LAN veteran. This guy is a seasoned veteran at the game, but Acend, we can't ignore it. He's got the ult out, and he wants to try and drag his team through this one. Straight towards B we go. Clearing out on the way, using Sky to kind of create that moment for them. Spike going to be planted. Can he get out of there in time, though? That's the big question. Makes it out alive for now. Bora did find Bone Cold, though. But a 4v5 post-plant now begins.
Over actually going to catch Keyless as well, lurking back over towards lobby. Now, Acend have reset back in, so look for Avova to be the one to weaken this setup. It does Nuki and Avova strike at exactly the same time. Look at this from Heretics. It's beautiful. Ened still with the Blade Storm. What can he get done? He gets the first, he gets the second. Okay, no more, please. Thank you, Avova. Let's shut him down.
Good work, Avova.
Oh.
Good work, Avova. Well done.
Yep.
Well done.
Clap.
Found the danger man. Good job.
This was worrying though, man. No smoke down, no wall, no... I mean, honestly, if he doesn't... I'll be real. Miss that first one, there's a potential he gets the first two clean and gets out.
And backs out, yeah.
And resets, but...
Okay. Now, the thing is, normally I don't like to kind of read scoreboard as a big indicator, but 5 for Coldament and 9 for Stark, so we need those to find a little bit of something here, I feel. That, you know, as I said, when the duos all come online, when everyone starts to deliver for the side, you start to see that kind of very powerful combination. But now Heretics are doing well enough as a collective, I feel. Yes, a couple of outstanding performances, but more often than not, they're keeping this together. 9-8, 1-1 overall in this best of 5.
Feel their way through once again. Stars out. Sewers. Don't mind, actually a little bit adaptation on the side of Heretics. You see it's Lowell and Bora now over towards A. Enables them to double stack C site and one in Garage. Ultra going to come through, but I don't think Heretics are really... They don't even need to show. They don't want to give away the setup now. But the flash following that up could at least keep 3 members of Heretics here for the time being. And the Seeker Star now. This is a good fake, actually.
It's showing a lot of...
It's not drawing Lowell away, but like I said, it keeps 3 of them there.
I'll do, but that's a great shot from Bora. The tracking's perfect. He takes a lot of damage sticking around towards Heaven. Now the site's been taken. Spike to be planted. Let's see if anything can deny it. Nothing. Okay, 5v4 again. Post-plant comes in. This has to be some good crossfires still up in motion. There's a lot of utility still with the Heretic side to play retake, and they've still got Nuki leading the way. That's 1, that's 2. The third evades, but Bora on the trade. And now Bone Cold all alone. Dead and gone. Heretics. Lovely retake.
Beautiful, actually, and again, it's on the back of Pora. Like I said, it was something I was expecting on Bind, but how many times do we see him with this utility setup? He's not afraid to dip his toe just before that execute comes out from Acend and find that one kill. At that point, it's a massive win. They find it. It's 4 coming onto site. He's lessened the blow, and CNED of all people, right? CNED of all people to find that. At this point, I mean, as soon as you get the man advantage, you can play trade, you can stack up, you can do this, you can dismantle these crossfires. Really well done by Heretics.
There is a reason that Heretics are flawless on this map, keep in mind. As much as, yes, CNED is an incredible individual, the collective approach from Heretics is exceedingly good, and it's worked against multiple styles, multiple teams, and now Nuki bringing out the op.
And nothing but sheriffs online for... And Hunter's Fury, Neural Theft from the Shadows available, but again, you really look to them if Acend can get at least the first blood. Maybe their way onto site.
Here.
Gonna look at this. After there's no real presence shown, they keep 3 committed to C site, on C site. Poor's utility, garage, and deep in mid. Look how deep that trapwire is.
I love the fact that, as it stands, Heretics are playing a very smart, messing with my smart approach, making it very difficult by all means. Commentators. It's a tag. TP comes out. And away we go. Pora though. Oh, this is going to be a huge reveal. That's a spike loss too. The timing though. It gets caught in the mayhem of it all. Killers finds him. Now if they get this, then this game on. Was that an ult pop from CNED? No way. Am I just going crazy? But the rap from Bone Cold is anything but... Oh! A stunner! And out of nowhere, Acend just elevate the gameplay. Rubino's been noted. There's no way he could do this. The spikes recover 10 seconds. They're making a mad dash towards B. Has Rubino read this, though? Already disengaging away from Heaven. He's considering the B plant. He's got the ultimate! Oh, he's got the kill!
Oh my god. Okay.
So
these
close.
rounds, man. These rounds. Again, just nothing but sheriffs. Nothing but sheriffs on the board here. For Acend.
God damn.
To close this round. Bone Cold. Huge second. Huge second kill. And exactly the same time Commentators finds one also.
I mean, the push towards the ultimate as well came out towards Rubino. That was such a good idea as well, just to hammer that pressure home, because if he adjusted well enough, he could have found both potential. Anyway, we go back in. CNED this time back on the op. Not coming out on the other side here. Nuki back down to the rifle. It is showing that A interest again, but we've seen those mad rotations. Bone Cold going to follow up the Owl drone. Clears out towards B, and a passive hold towards that BC connector.
Yeah.
A little bit of a walk towards sewer as well coming out.
Over the TP down long. Meanwhile, Nuki actually swings out sewers and finds Starzo all the way back in lobby. So now they can lean a little further away from A site. You can see Nuki and Pora considering that. But Acend on the back of Over ulting out for info. She's gonna set up towards C long. Still 2 players here. Now throwing down the wall to replace the trapwire that was there at the start of the round. Gives them a little more map control.
Okay, information now spotted. They know, but do they still check on Avova? They were considering it early on. Now they kind of hold for a second. They've got 30 seconds. Bone Cold's creeping in through garage. Are they making a run back towards A? I think you're going to see Nuki responding to this already with Pora. They're checking towards long. They re-aggress through middle. Is this going to be a mad B hit? You're right, that wall's still in place. The lurk from Bone Cold could have been big, but it's not. It falls by the wayside. Avova catches. And now in towards B we go. Spike needs to go down. 9 seconds, 8. Commentators denies anyone pressuring. Tries to stay on point. But there we go. The pressure comes in the right time. CNED, can he survive? The answer probably is going to be a resounding no. No, absolutely not. Rubino finds him, and that op gets taken away.
Heretics in touching distance now of map point. Looking at it, Starzo and CNED. Actually, Keyless as well, struggling financially here. So, Commentators can throw a Vandal in this. Bone Cold can too. They can still probably get the full buy next round. I mean, yeah, definitely can. Nothing else. I mean, no other tools to work with for Acend. So they're going to have to play for the overtime here. I mean, unless they can squeeze out another thrifty win here. I mean, never write them off, right?
I feel this has to be a tactical timeout at this point rather than technical. Just purely with the timing of the rounds in mind. 11-9. Acend need to consider, one, their economy for the next couple of rounds if they make it that far. And what to do with this. You're right, they're on that weird verge where it's like, okay, well, do we try and spread the wealth here or try and do like the kind of Russian-style buy with the couple of rifles? I mean, it works for FPX pretty well. Angel makes it look so simple. All picked up. Now, Coldament are not too far off. Neither is Starkzone, neither is CNED. They're kind of building back into this, but it is 11-9. Heretics have the pretty much as good of a purchase as they'd want.
Whether or not they actually try and come back over and take the orb on A as well, that puts CNED one away, then the plant, hopefully get it on, but Nuki, hang fire. This is a different look. He's crept all the way down mid. He's going to find 2 for 3 stars on Coldamenta. Will fall, and Nuki gets away unscathed.
And keep in mind, it was Coldamenta, I'm pretty sure, who had that rifle. So that gets filtered back through to Killers, but you're already kind of at a bit of a deficit off the back of that. And you've lost all information. You have to re-clear middle, try and re-garner that territory. And Nuki's out of there. Nuki's not sticking around. Why would he? He's done his damage. He can back away. Well, they might give them that B site. And there's enough information to tell where this is going to come from. CNED going to get himself posted up
30 seconds left.
towards a kind of standard plant for window. Up on top goes the Omen. That's Bone Cold. They'll hop through towards the back of site. See what they can do with these remaining rifles.
Still just a classic for Cena. It's going to be so difficult to close this out, even though they've got the spike down. I mean, they're looking like they want to play it aggressively, and actually the paranoia is so good. But Avova will trade back on with a headshot. Bone Cold finds one of his own. Avova again. Pora closes it out. I love that there. Playing that aggressively is absolutely the right decision. The paranoia, perfect for C-Link. Fortunately, Avova somehow, I guess... I mean, as soon as you shoot the Vandal there, you reveal your position, even though you're nearsighted. But, damn, if he doesn't hit that shot, potentially, they can reset.
12-9 now, it's game time. This is closeout for Heretics. This felt too close. This felt scary. And Heretics have looked exceptional on this map. They have a perfect track record, and it's not like they lightly play it. They play it a great deal. It's not like it's a, oh, we played it 2 times and we've won every game. No, no, no. This is very much in their pool. Now, they've been pushed here a little, but they've got themselves to map point. This isn't just your best of 3. This is a best of 5, so it won't be over yet. But this is the round to make it count for Heretics, on the verge of picking up the round win. But Acend trying to write the story that's presented to them. CNED on the site, gonna get that first control. Sky Flash gets sent through, just kind of keeping everything building. It looks like maybe a pain shot gets sent here, potentially. Spray comes in. Killers receives a touch of damage, but a 5v5 post plant here.
Seekers, Hunter's Fury, Bladestorm, all available for Acend here if they want to try and... There you go. Seekers go through. Don't we see any aggression here, but it's going to force Heretics back for the time being. Now keep an eye. If Nuki finds a kill, Showstopper comes up.
This is big work. Rubino's found 2. CNED's still there. Keeler's still holding on. It's a 3v2. Still Lowell and Rubino need to make this one work, and pretty fast. Rubino grabs it out of nowhere. And now just Coldamenta left alive. You might have thought the ultimate was enough, but no. It comes down to Lowell to keep safe from that high ground. He tries to get the diffuser, but Lau dives on in and should be able to get this the rest of the way. Heretics finding form even against some of the best plays I've seen coming out from Acend.
I mean, that was a fantastic map to sit back and watch. Heretics, though, like I said, they just look so good when they stabilize. So good. I mean, right there, you know, actually on attack, it didn't even really become too much of a factor, right? They were able to lean away from CNED effectively. That defensive half, so clean from Heretics.
Impeccable play from Heretics. Considering the amount of times they got thrown such a curveball from an individual, they still kept true to the game plan. Now, to talk you through all of that, the theory to it, the madness that went on, will be the desk after this short break and get you prepared for Icebox.
the finals of the Valorant Regional Masters, where Heretics are 2-1 up against Acend. I am Yinsu, and I'm joined once again by Mitch and Lothar. Mitch, Heretics managed to close that one out, but my oh my, Acend nearly got them, didn't they?
They really did. They were hot on their heels, and I mean, it was because of no other man than my man, CNED. I mean, come on. This guy has got to be one of the best players, probably the best player in Europe right now mechanically, but also in how he fits into his team. He had so many rounds where he was just blowing us away. Things like that, smoking off recons, going for shots that he just shouldn't hit and still getting them. And with his ult, oh my god, you do not want to mess with this guy. He makes those knives look like a machine gun, a one-shot headshot machine. And really, I mentioned before how CNED's headshot percentage is actually higher than Nukie's, despite him using the operator. And I guess that's why, right? When he pulls that ult out, it's nothing but heads. But I really wanted to focus on Starzo a little bit as well, because you look at the stats, and I guess technically he's the worst player in that map, right? He didn't have a very good map in terms of fragging out, wasn't feeling it that much, but it's the importance that he brings to the team isn't there on the aim front. What he's doing proactively on the attacking side was keeping control. So he's very useful for retakes and all that, like the standard Sky stuff. But when they're playing on the attack, he's stopping Heretics from getting any control over A, constantly flashing out to get info on pushes or aggressive peaks, stop an operator from being posted up, which is the general point, but versus Heretics, that's not as applicable the majority of the time on Haven. But using his wolf out on short meant when they pushed there, they could push with it, get info, and clear out these positions. And when they didn't push there, the wolf was still there to keep the players anchored on that A site and stop them from going forward, because if they take an advanced position in a corner, they're going to get spotted, they're going to get killed. So it took a lot of information out of Heretics, but they still had a couple tricks up their sleeve, didn't they, Lothar?
Oh yeah, definitely. I feel like Heretics were not feeling confident in the first half. It seems like they were a little bit thrown off guard because Acend actually did so well in the first half. We're at 7-5. That wasn't expected from Heretics, and they had a very tough task ahead on the defense. Now, Avova didn't have a really, let's say, a good showing so far in the match, but he showed up in the pistol round in a very big way because he was instrumental for the success. He was solo holding A. He used his smoke to create space for himself, to isolate himself from the utility of Acend, which was the Hawks from Sky, which could have just basically blinded him, and then it's a free side for Acend, right? No, he created that smoke. He sit in it. That's exactly the situation here, and this is why Heretics got that pistol round. And I feel like without that, the morality of Heretics could have been in shambles. A very important play by Avova, and you know, you don't always see Omen players just pop off, but the paranoia that he was doing while retaking were immaculate. They were really helping out the teammates, and it's so important to highlight those plays because you don't really see those plays. This is why Mitch was talking about seeing it, highlighting, you know, then Starks up, because those guys are needed in team compositions. But in general, I have to give props to Acend. They were playing really well, especially like the way they played. I think there was round 21 when in a post plant, unfavorable one, it was 3v5. So, I wanted to say something in Polish. From what I remember, they knew they're on a back foot. They need to push aggressive post plant, and they did that, and they put Heretics in an uncomfortable position, which they didn't predict. They caught two people off guard, even in doubt, and I feel like they would have won if they had better weapons. So I really like the way Acend is creating space for themselves, and they know how to play the game, to play for the highest odds of winning. They don't play to not lose the game, they play to win it.
And with that said, right, with the fact that we're complimenting Acend a lot, but Heretics still took the map, and this is now what, the 24th time I think in a row that they've played Haven and won it. Now obviously versus increasingly better competition, they're a really scary team on that map. I gotta say, looking at those highlight reels, so the first one was just CNET. It was meant to be that way. The second one seemed like it was mostly just CNET as well. It's like he just steals away all the highlights. It's like his own little personal reel. But now we move on to Icebox, and this is where I have to say, I view this as a turning point in the series. As I said when we started this out, map 1 and 3 were definitely Heretics in my mind. They win those maps the majority of the time. Acend had to win over on Bind, but as we come into the end, Icebox, I very heavily favor Acend on this map, and then Ascent, that is one of the closest maps between these two teams. I would flip a coin before I tell you who won that. This is such an exciting series, and I really want to highlight that in BO5s, typically, this isn't how it goes down. BO3s, doesn't matter. You always have maps that are like kind of close, or maybe one team is just favored all the way through. This grand finals, genuinely, all 5 maps, final map being super, super exciting. That's the best you could possibly wish for if we do get all the way to the 5th, but that relies on Acend picking up Icebox. Yeah, and I really love how we're going to have something new in our highest competitive level of Valorant. That means Heretics will not ban Icebox because they're best of 5, and we didn't see them play Icebox for a very long time. Yep. If you're a team going into against Heretics on a new map, which you don't even know what type of composition they play, you have no data around how they play. Do they push aggressive on long B more often than on A? Like on Haven, Acend had that info. They played it well. Mitch mentioned how they counted those A pushes, which is something that Heretics do often on defense. Now on Icebox, you have no idea how to approach the game. You need to play it the way you want to set the pace. So we're gonna see most likely an Acend that will not be passive, will be very aggressive, because they cannot just risk rounds to gather intel. They need to go. They just need to gather that map control very aggressively, especially on defense, and especially on attack, because if they don't do that, they have no idea what are the setups like for Heretics in general. Exactly like you said, Lothar, right? This now becomes about adaptation in the middle of the game. How quickly can you get a read on what your opponents are doing and patch up the holes that then puts in your ship? It's a tough one for inexperienced teams, for teams that don't have really strong leadership. And that's where I think someone like, say, your Heretics coming in, they probably have the upper hand just because they have more data to look at. But then at the same time, you have to give the comfort level to Acend. They know this map, they play it well, and they know that they're the favorite coming into this one, but there's a bit of pressure on them because they have to win it to keep on going. And
well, go on, Lothar.
Online productions, this is where we have the delay a little bit come into the hand. I wanted to highlight one more thing. In general, in every single game, not only Valorant, in every game you play, FPS, strategy game, RTS, card game, if you don't know your opponent, it's better to be the aggressor. So you set up the pace, and you don't want to be just waiting for your opponent's response.
I just wanted to say also that Heretics have technically still haven't ever lost a best of 3, even if they lose today. They got through the first 3 maps, but also, Mitch, yesterday that you had a little bit of concerns with FPX being slightly underprepared when it came to Icebox against Acend. Do you have that concern today?
I didn't get the feeling last time when I watched Heretics here. Now, we are going back to December at First Strike, but it looked like they were very well versed on the map, so I don't think it's going to be quite the same thing, but they haven't played against a team that are quite as efficient in the operator category, so I'm curious to see how they deal with CNED.
Well, we are heading into Agent Select now, and I hope if Avova is going to pick up the Viper, he has learned his lineups, because back in December, hold on a second, everybody. This is Niso and Rubino. Wow. So, Lothar, no Pora for Icebox for the first time ever. No Pora.
That's the surprise that Stanis was talking about, right? So, Rubino, Sova, the IGL needed for Icebox, I guess. That strong hand IGL here for the team, but Niso and Nuki at the same time, the 2 main rifles, the, let's say, strong points of the gunplay in Team Heretics coming in. This is gonna be scary for Acend. Now, I'm guessing they don't want to play a Sentinel in a typical way, like there will be no Killjoy, there will be no Cypher, so they're gonna have to play the map control a little bit more differently, and they're gonna be playing aggressively as well. So 2 teams playing in a very similar way, but with different compositions, I would guess.
Mitch, what does this mean for Heretics? We're not seeing Pora, I guess, since the inception of this.
So 2 big things here. Pora playing a Sentinel, they don't want to play a Sentinel, right? I think that's a great idea when it comes to Icebox. If you're playing a Sage, you don't really need that Cypher. You can definitely swap them in, but last time we saw them on Killjoy, not as efficient on this map as anywhere else, and certainly not as a Cypher or even just a non-Sentinel comp. It also tells me that they know that mid-round calls are going to be so important here. So leaving Lal by himself, maybe not the best idea. That's why they're bringing in Rubino to have that extra little bit of IGLing, extra bit of support in that department. As we discussed, it's going to be very important here. So I really like that decision. I don't want Pora to be swapped out on all maps, but on Icebox in particular, I think this is a pretty good choice from Heretics.
This is certainly very exciting. Heretics have a chance to close it out right here, but it is not over yet. Icebox is up next. Over to you, Pansy and Hypoc.
There we go. I went into MitchMan territory there, but thank you so much for that one. Now, let's kind of take this into account. We do not see Heretics play this map often. This is something that, yes, got brought in at first strike, and it did cause them to have a map loss. That was to Summon FC back in the day, of course, now Fnatic. Now, a best of 5, you're going to have to play pretty much all the maps unless you win in 3. That's just how it goes. Simple maths will tell you that. But, have they been working behind the scenes? Is this something that they've maybe adjusted and changed up? Or is there still problems to be had? Because let's keep in mind, this isn't a bad map for Acend.
It's not, no. And I think as well, just this swapping Pora out for this, it makes me feel as if they're going to try and fight fire with wire, but also enables them to be more proactive, right? They're not going to kind of lean on Pora in that anchor role that we see time and time again when Heretics playstyle, especially on defense. So I actually really like this. I mean, you know, have to see how it works out for them, but this is a really, really good adjustment. And to be honest, I'm excited to see it, man. This is the first time we've seen this variation of the roster.
What a unique concept as well for Heretics, truly utilizing the 6th man. We often see the discussion come through, but never this actuality of it. Nisa already finds Bone Cold as a beginning. Bit of a maybe resounding start to things, but let's find out how this now knocks on forward. Ascend just kind of dice up middle as best they can, but already you're going to see a little bit more action on the flank. Nisa and Nuki just completely corner them in and call them enter. Guys, I made it to yellow. I'm on site. Ooh.
Position noted, not long for this world, and I mean, there you go. Enables them to be more proactive, and right out of the gates, we see just that. Whether or not we see Heretics try and shut this down again, really, to be honest, when we saw FPX and Acend going back and forwards on this, it was a different look to what we've seen Acend find success in previously, which was, you know, those dry mid runs, very, very quick hits through, looking for map control, not on the extremities at all, but getting in behind and breaking down the structure of the defense. So, to wait and see. A little switch up, actually a heavy lean towards A this time, and again, the play for the orbs. And Niso going to get himself for halfway over. Actually going to catch sight of 2 or 3. Nobody really charging this down yet on the side of Ascend.
Oh, and that site is just rife. All the utility from Viper. Gonna make it very difficult to get much done, but the spike should be planted. It is, but a quick couple of kills come in for Heretics, and they deny much more danger to be built. The wall's still there for Viper, and Rubino's considering his next step here. The defuse does make towards halfway. A leap through the smoke for Bone Cold, but no more danger to be had. Well handled by Heretics. They keep 4 alive and get the defuse.
Again, another aspect, like they want to challenge this ability for them to sit back and play these post plants. So there, even though it was a dry run, again, not really much in the form of equipment for Ascend. Heretics, again, deal with the wall very quickly. And that's always a consideration to make with this sort of play on B site in particular. Now, weapons in hand. What do Ascend choose to do? Again, I'm expecting Heretics, you know, lesser weapons, try and convert them, be proactive, take some of these close quarter fights. Ascend spread a little thin initially. Not going to be able to challenge the orb again on A, and Nuki actually getting all the way up into Nest here. Have a lot of control. Starzo opens up, and Nuki does respond.
Just makes it away from CNED, who is very close to catching that, but they've done the initial damage. Now, keep in mind, this is the bonus round for Heretics. Coming in with the weaker weapons, excluding Rubino, does have that rifle now. And, well, Rubino's done pretty well to find Bone Cold. So that's now 2 scalps claimed, and they're left to this, like, weird mid-take. It's spotted and noted, 3 players present. Rubino now can just send down a shock dart or 2 if fancied. And the information relayed. Lau's going to take space and say, look, they've not crunched through middle, they're not under cubby, they're in towards the tunnel. So good spot to be had, but there's still danger in these rifles.
He's actually, yeah, Nuki gonna swing out here. Seen it still waiting all the way over in spawn for that one. So it brings it to a 3v3, which is interesting. Ascend are able to reset off this because nobody on A site right now. I mean, Owl playing it pretty deep.
Yeah, Lau can focus on this just because of Avova's angle in middle is really quite strong for them. It keeps them good information, so they can probably stack both of their players here. And the danger man being Rubino, because he has the rifle to work with. 20 seconds, this is going to be a very late in the day hit. Keep in mind that Aldrone's going to go out, try and clear through. It's going to be down to like, what, 10 by the time they actually get towards the site itself. Depending a great deal on Killers to create space. 10 seconds now. Lau, I wonder if he's going to be willing to offer up for this one. Already going to make it this far. CNET denies Rubino, that's a big pickup. And now the post plant, Killers up on top, going to find one, finds two. And they stabilize with 3 alive.
Big round, and again, considering it was the bonus from Heretics, keep majority alive. Take a look at if they can drop anything out. Starzo and Bone Cold. They are going to get 5 rifles, it looks like. Again, a massive issue. Some damage done. We'll talk about momentum further on if it becomes an issue, but...
Now, the thing is, do we bring up pushing in a 4v3, trying to get another flank? It was CNET who caught the kill, I believe, on the push out from... Was it Nookie? I can't remember who it was. One of the players pushed out from A and got caught doing that. Now, you're always going to want to try and get that next piece of information, but it did open up that opportunity to kind of flex back in towards A when they were kind of herded in middle. So, maybe an overzealous push, but I can't really fault them when it works more often than not at this point. 2-1 though. Going back in. Rubino will be suffering a little. He was the one with the rifle, but Zened's going to make progress towards Nookie. That's a big scout to be claimed and big step in the right direction. Now, that's going to cause a problem with the rotations. It might make someone like Lol lean a little closer towards middle, post up a little bit more towards that A side, which makes this B retake trickier if they do have success on the site itself.
The thing, in this scenario here, 1 kill going across. We'll see Heretics stabilize and commit to this retake, right? Time it right, wait for the utility to come out from Acend. Pick their battles. You see the wall's going to go down. Actually, Starzo on top going to find a Vova. An unexpected angle. Just there. Rubino, though, with the shot. Ah, that was perfectly onto the snake bite. Niso also going to find Keyless. So brings it to a 3v3 and actually makes it very doable for Heretics here.
Looking towards that Viper in the post plant, Bone Cold still has very much the availability to make this deadly. And the bait out on using that ultimate. Now still, there's time being bought here. Keep your eyes on Bone Cold. Spike gets tapped, whereas that utility one just got into play. And Bone Cold with the 3k to close out. Denies the defuse and closes the round. We're back all even.
Just when you thought there's a chance. I mean, again, it's CNED baiting perfectly. Comes out. Peaks Niso as soon as the showstopper gets popped, and it's the last one you want to see, right? It's the last person you want to see. Tailwinds out of there and manage to avoid giving away another kill. Look at it, actually. Heretics back down onto just Sheriffs and Ascend pretty much everything at their disposal here. Hunter's Fury, Bone Cold, he's got his. CNED, one off the Bladestorm. Keyless, one away from the Empress as well.
CNED's amount of success from this position alone has been glorious to watch, finding entries every single time. Now they are up against Sheriff, so a little bit of respect should be given, but not too much. You don't want to kind of allow them too many opportunities to get involved into this. All of the information found towards B. I'm sure the temptation to try and close the net is there. Nuki's in a bit of a spot of bother, but finds a way out by getting a quick kill. Looks for the second. He gets a second, and now falls away from this. Reyna always looking dangerous on this map. Forcing the ult out of Cold Eventer now. He needs to get back in this. This one's looking a little rough around the edges. Suddenly, things aren't going so well, forcing a res to come out too. This is already an expensive round.
Very expensive indeed. Oh. CNED finds that headshot and looking down to 2 HP. Obviously just clipping through the edge of that wall there. Heretics able to slow this one down. I mean, see a Vova tucked so deep with that Bucky. They're going to get the information early enough to at least get the rotation out from Lau. They still leave 3 on A site, and actually that's where Ascend are creeping back towards.
Yeah, the position coming in from the one player soloing towards B long is huge. They can literally say, yeah, no one's here, and you even have Lau then securing the rest of middle. This should give some sort of confidence there's still going to be this A piece. Now, that's definitely confirmed it. Nuki is so low. Investment of another ultimate. This is a huge economy round, at least on the ultimate case. Nisao finds another. Bone Cold's gone, but while this happens, a couple of kills were found elsewhere. Starkso finds Nuki, and now the 3v3 begins. Avova still has that shotgun, but Starkso is just absolutely enamored with the idea of converting this round. He's not accepting anything other than success. And Avova left in the 1v3 now. And the chances become very, very small.
Might find ahead of Acend, but he will find it first. Connects with that one. Acend. All one round ahead, and like you said, very expensive though. Heretics, again, we could talk bigger picture, but a huge investment. To get all of those ultimates out of Acend. Again, Nuki just we talked about ego challenge on the previous map. Right there, it's like, yeah, got the first, why not? I mean, at that point, anything else is a bonus, and this is just the dismiss to get out, keep himself untradeable.
This is the mid piece. I'm looking at Acend to see if he gets aggressive. Does have his ult available. Oh, not pretty. One of those, and Rubino wins the fight in middle, and that's going to make problems. But we've seen this pacey piece towards mid before, this fast B split. Now my eyes instantly turn towards the likes of a Vova and allow to create this kind of, I guess, impromptu crossfire that's a little unorthodox. Spike does go down, but you do still see the kills coming through, and there it is. A Vova and Nuki actually finding the kills towards Acend, and now Kila is called upon with Starkzo to try and defend this.
Player standing.
Oh no, the Boombot actually gets rid of Starkzo. Kila's now on a 1v3. You got to find another kill, and quick, because the closer and closer they get, the harder it gets. He's actually going to pluck Niso out of the skies. Two bullets left. Get the reload.
No, he doesn't.
Oh.
No, he doesn't.
Did he cancel?
Yeah, I think a little early. Okay, Diffuse comes in. Heretics are good. Well played to Avova as well, and Lowell in that. I like the kind of positioning they were holding to make it very difficult in the post plants. Like, yes, you'll get the plant out of it, but you are just trying to depend on that chaos at that point. And, you know, it could be in a different scenario. I've seen it banged out that shot towards middle. Didn't hit, but you know, sometimes it just goes down that way. We've already seen him prove that the man's got aim. We don't need to be told that. 3-3 though. Both sides now on the full buy coming in. We do have the op-out for CNED, and I want to see what happens with this now in towards the mix.
Really, this time it's just Nuki and Niso over towards A, so Lowell actually going to back up over again. Rubino, lucky last round, and he had his utility in hand. Going to be on Boiler once again. And I guess just happy to play this almost war of attrition on A in the early round, just trying to trade out damage. Yeah, with the operator online, expect him to try and make some moves here. Maybe that's why we see a little bit of a slower approach here, just waiting on that pick.
Nuki leaning into this a little bit. Doesn't go so well. Keyless outdoes him. The trade is there, so not a huge step, but a big investment to not receive much from.
Yeah, off the rope, no less.
Yep.
But Starkzo and CNED going to creep back over here. There's only one player left to hold down, and actually looking as if Rubino's getting a little antsy in mid as well. Ooh.
Timing could have been dangerous. Now,
30 seconds left.
looking to see if Bone Cold's flank is going to be sick. Okay, now that's a problem. Avova's gone down. Now, do they read into this? They kind of have to. Yeah, away we go towards B. They're pulling the cord away from A. They don't want this anymore. They're going to hit towards B, and Bone Cold is way further ahead than expected. The difference maker, well, it has to be Nisal, right? The res comes out, and now we have a 4v4. This could be a big deny. Doesn't quite find them. Spike can be planted now in the open. Bone Cold again. Out of nowhere. What a perfect lurk from him.
Beautiful stuff. CNED still Blade Storm in hand, but now to have a really nice position on yellow here. Oh, Rubino's got himself stuck in Snowman, I'll be honest. On the side of Heretics, there's not an awful lot of utility to really dig him out. No smoke or anything. Bone Cold with the lineup. Snakebite. 3 or 4 second hang time there. So going to run the clock down. CNED going to find Rubino. Which is back to the blade. Tries to headshot. Nuki falls. There's one man left standing as Lowell, and he's trying to backtrack, but Starkzo there to greet him. Well considered round from Acend, and once again, Bone Cold on the lurk, finding value. How many times on Icebox in particular do we see him either playing that open on B or lurking through that mid round?
I saw closeout from CNED. It's a pretty picture for sure, but the value, you're right, did come from Bone Cold there, I feel. Just that one opportunity to open up, the kind of further forward positioning he was able to garner for the post plant as well. Just keep so much safety there for them. And that's, I guess, the danger. You can't overly read into this. Acend are making this hard to read and hard to be in the kind of right place for. Cena this time up for the fight again towards Rubino, hoping for a better result. Doesn't quite land as he'd like. And now on the other side, we do have Sheriffs, a Ghost, and a Classic.
Really, and what I like is actually Heretics sitting back. I think Acend anticipating some aggression with this switch out, right? With Pora not playing, having Niso and Nuki in here on these duelists, but Heretics knowing when to sit back. Again, this keeps them guessing. Again, they can play a few rounds very aggressively on buy. Uncold again creeping, and I guess they like what they've seen so far, because Spike's going to make his way over here. Oh, did they just note that position? Commentators just trying to peek over the top.
Revealing area.
You seem to make it to the sidewalk, goes up. A second! It gets given away for a second, and CNED finds a Vova. And now you're left in a 5v4, and this should be easy pickings for CNED. They all go in one by one, and he's finding all of the space required. Now they do have just Sheriffs. This was a pistol round. Some upgraded armor, though, so it wasn't like it had no bite to it. Nisao, Lal, and Nuki still finding a way back through if possible. CNED on 3. Bone Cold does take one for himself. And Nuki, the last player alive, shouldn't. Pardon?
Excuse me?
CNED?
He actually just
Pardon?
He just hit him with the wall bang through the box inside sight. I mean, this CNED is literally the definition of give an inch and he will take a mile. Like, if you give him just the slightest opportunity.
Okay, now, money-wise, they can pull together a buy for Heretics, but it's lacking any fallback plan. The kitty has been emptied, and on the other side for Acend, of course, it's starting to look pretty robust. Bone Cold 7k, Coldamenta 6.8, 4.7 for Kiles, 4 for CNED. So they're starting to look pretty established in this, but of course we know this is their favored side, and traditionally a favored map for them too.
Oh, actually, Nuki finally flexing out a little bit. It's mid this time around. Niso going to double down, and actually they're going to get spike control here. And let's see if they can land this shot. Of course he does. Leans one up now. Acend find themselves in a 3v4, and with that Viper ultimate invested, they can lean heavily on A. Keyless though.
Do they expect this?
I don't think they do.
They're being cautious. Okay, really good check coming in there from Lal, just to make sure. Really keep that diligence in the right place. Now he's going to know another player. Keyless has really good information as to where players are in this. This could create some space. Rubino just absolutely body checks him in it. Keyless goes down, and now Coldamenta and CNED, the last two alive, and there was control towards the site, but you can't do that. Rubino is just outdoing you on these peaks.
Now in a position again, 1v4. Count him out just yet, but he'll look to do a little damage. See, when he dies out here, he's going to get the Blade Storm online anyway. Spike in a very difficult position to dig out. 10 seconds left. This one pretty much just going to run down. I mean, like I said, that's the first time we've really seen Heretics dip their toes in terms of, you know, exploring the early round, looking for that first, like actively looking for the first blood, right? Niso and Nuki have been sat back on A, happy to play these crossfires, and really it makes it difficult, right? I said that's kind of their only means of countering CNED, right? Is play so deep, play these very passive crossfires that don't give CNED an opportunity, don't peek out.
I did like that kind of aggression down towards mid. It does just create such a problem, as you said. Once they kind of then fall back into those deeper holds, it's super tricky to do anything with. And there's a still frame before the accident happened.
Moments taken before disaster.
Of over. F in chat. But we are going to jump back into this one, hopefully, and see what this one goes down like. As it stands, Acend are putting on a good show, and I'd imagine they should be as such. Oh, we are right into things. Didn't expect that catch up there, but I'm just gonna have to wait and see what happens in this round, honestly. I'm kind of unsure what's happened.
Yeah, I guess sometimes you just find a 6K, right?
Yeah, you know, sometimes I'm like, oh, I'll just go and get a 6K.
Good hold. Nice hold.
Clearly having a couple of technical issues, guys. Do not worry. Hopefully this will be resolved nice and quickly for you all at home. We can have a little watch back of, as said, moments before devastation, Nuki just tearing apart Acend like it was easy. What? That feels like that wasn't even meant to be there. That was against a full buy, right? Like, I'm not missing something.
No, it was a full buy. Obviously, Cine saved the operator through from the previous round, but that was the buy round. So, and again, I mean, talk about flexing out. That's the way you want to do it, right? Flex out, find a 6K. Like I said, man, Nuki, the last few weeks has made the best case for being considered one of the most talented in the region. That just goes to show why.
Yeah. Timeout being called for why. And hopefully get a little confirmation as to what's going on with that. But, yeah. I think we're... Something about Reyna's on Icebox for 1. 2, when it's Nuki, it's pretty impressive, right? Again, shame we didn't quite see that as intended. That would have been quite nice, but we move on. 5-5. We check back in on the bigger picture here. The money, they did have... I guess a little bit of bank funding kind of filled up here. They had a little bit to fall back on, enough to get a buyout, and still have 2K, 3K left over. So honestly, Ascend aren't in the worst position for this yet. I want to see if Cino gets aggressive. Oh, not again!
Not again, thank you.
Oh, that felt like the worst level of repetition going on.
Whereas Robino again caught with utility in his hand, right? He's caught with the arrow in hand on Boiler. This time, CNED will close it out. First blood in favor of Ascend.
4 players left alive. Make it now 3. Starkto quells Nuki this time. Oh, magical above aces happening. Side take's going to come through. This has been secured well enough by Bone Cold to at least get the spike towards the site. Dcino controlling middle. No one expecting him to still be around there. Even finds another Niso's got it. And this is gorgeous work from Ascend, instantly biting back with a flawless round.
The one way you respond to a 6K is getting a flawless in the next. And look at it now. Ascend, 4 ultimates online. The Empress, the Hunter's Fury. CNED again on that Blade Storm. Bone Cold is if they want to make an execution off the back of that. Look at it for Heretics. It's only the Empress really. So 1 away from the showstopper. Nothing else really on the cards for them. Again, I look towards this, you know, I rely on Ascend having a strong attack in half here. So to have this setup coming into the final round, the Lear causing lots of problems. But actually, how? The Blade Storm didn't even connect. Nuki there to bail him out with 2 Lears, actually. Niso fully committed to retrieving that orb.
Quick flex towards B now. Ultimate being invested on a couple of fronts here as well. Spike to be planted. No, Starkso just up and over, finds him over. The trade comes out for Lau. Spike yet to be planted. They paused for a second because, as you can see, Heretics are just tearing them apart. Bone Cold. He thought he'd done enough, but apparently not. And now there's threats everywhere. Has to work his way through this, but the shots are never ending. But he finds one towards Nisal. Next target, anyone else daring to walk into his world? He doesn't need to. Nuki waited on the outside.
That's huge. That's a huge round win there, considering the setup coming in. I mean, the fact that Niso was able to retrieve that orb on A and get out of there is actually insane. Nuki peeks off his contact, but it's the Lears that prevents CNED from finding that first blood. And it would have been the big one, right? I called it Niso, the only one that was close to getting the ultimate. Right there, if he deals with Niso, it's a big, big opener for them.
Sideswap coming in. This is a close enough path that as I said, we don't see Heretics enough on this map. This is one that's not within their map pool. Traditionally, it's not in their strong 3 on the pick, whereas Acend it certainly is. So I'm just wondering if this is enough. I don't know the depth of what to be seen just yet. And Acend, we go back in, and we go with aggression, apparently. Take over B long and continue to go forward. The opposition are none the wiser. Heretics are still continuing towards A, and this Viper waiting, joined by just the Sova, has to be so ready for this. But look at this fast flank, Hypoc. This could be sick.
Good. I mean, they've got it boxed in here. They're not going to be able to set back up. Rubino actually ready for it, but seeing it comes through, finds a lot of damage, but it's Heretics to draw first blood and find a second.
This is big, though, from Killers up above. Gets 1, but it's traded out on. The numbers are still favorable towards Heretics. They have the numbers to play these trades, but there is still 1 man alive that I have to look towards in these, and it will be Acend. He gets 1. There's a trade again. Commentators now put in towards the 1v2, and it's not going to happen. Heretics get what they need, even after being closed in on, hunted down on all fronts.
I mean, you look at the setup there, you got to argue that Acend come back in there and are able to smother that setup, but again, Keyless, once he finds that first, I almost feel like dismissing away there. Wait for Acend. He's close enough to come through and they can take that double peek. He's done the hard work in finding another kill.
7-6. Stack towards A. 1 man left towards B. And Heretics heading right towards it. So they go Nuki, wanting to be the first one forward, but it actually will be Lowell on top by 1, 2, 3. Heretics making light work of the stack here. They didn't have much. It was a couple of classics, maybe a sheriff or 2. This was a comfortable round, and it should be sewn up pretty quick.
I'm getting flashbacks. It's the first few rounds of Heretics attacking on split again. There's a chance we see them just force this again on A. Bone Cold find a consolation at least. Grand scheme of things, not going to matter too much. Can't find that headshot. 34 HP. Going to be hunted down here. Well, eventually. Heretics survivors 3. 3 Spectres coming across into the next round. And again, I think if they can convert this, it's going to put them on 9 rounds. It's going to put Acend back on a questionable buy. Acend 2 away from the Blade Storm. So that makes their eco round even more difficult that they don't have that at their disposal.
I'm still watch back at the side take. Super clean. Eco down, of course. So nothing too crazy, but this is the big one. But honestly, for Heretics, if they convert this, I'm impressed with them, considering the buy coming in. I want to see what Niso does with this. Let's have the Bucky to bring through Lal with the Spectre and Avova as well. Similar scenes on this A-Lane. Nothing complex about it to begin with. Coldamenta is here. There are still 3 players. Almost make it 4. Waiting on this. This is just one side being taken. Coldamenta finds Rubino. And his Killers just playing these corners so well on the Reyna. Avova the only one to find one back. And Killers again double dips and finds some more. But it is still the 2v2. And Nuki is still alive. Let's see what he can do with this. Spike to hand. And Bone Cold far away enough that they have to hit the brakes for a second. Starkso cannot go in alone now. They have done well in this, and if Lol got the upgrade,
that's huge.
To press onto Niso. This is mad. That's a 3v2 now.
1 kill on the showstopper as well. If Niso can find it here with the Bucky, he does escape from Starzo. He has the paint shell, so he can potentially play a lineup here to get them off the defuse as well. This is looking really good for Heretics. Looking even better now.
Bone Cold got the trade, and Niso gets it. That's the bonus round coming through as well. Acend should be worried now.
Very worried indeed. Yeah, Cena didn't even get the Blade Storm online in that one. So, like I said, it makes it even harder for them here. Potentially forced to go and make a play for orbs. Let's see if Heretics try and control that. You can see CNED over towards A. I can see a ping on the map. They know what he's going to try and do, Lauren. They know he's going to make a play for that. And it's everybody from Heretics stacked up for this. I love this. I love the fact they've anticipated this.
Here we go.
They're going for it.
It's not the wrong read. It's the right read. But now what do they do? Nisao tries to drop down the ult. It doesn't quite get him. He gets away with his life. And Bone Cold now on the wrap as well.
No way.
Bone Cold's aim is exceptionally good. And now 4 stand. Heretics feeling a little surrounded. And they dug out another kill. Nuki's down.
This is huge. I mean, they were literally they read it like a book. Niso, I'm not sure how, but misses the showstopper. Lau now actually managed to get himself through mid, potentially behind Bone Cold, but this man with a sheriff, never count him out. Actually, he can sit behind yellow. As long as he doesn't show here, it's gonna, yeah, like I said, it's gonna force Lau to keep searching. He goes for another one, he gets the first tag. This is huge from Bone Cold.
This is sick. Just puts this off to his left, forces the fight if they want it towards the right side. Giving this up a little to Rubino, but he goes back in, and Nisao's found 2. Bone Cold's found 3, though. Bone Cold going beyond expectations, and Nisao left in the 1v3. 30 seconds. Spike is not to hand, and he needs this kill. The timing's right. He gets Bone Cold. He can't find the other, and out of nowhere, Acend turn it around. Bone Cold. What a player.
I mean, Chihuahua looks good with that thing, but Bone Cold making his own case. Literally on the back of him. Again, just that 2-tap. That 2-tap from range. And right here, I mean, the last one as well, Rubino giving him the 1v1. Bone Cold desperately wanted it. He wanted to split them up there. He gets just that, lands the headshot when it counts. A 3-piece for him.
There.
Heretics now have to come back into this after having probably a really awkward mental reset after that round. Investment of the ultimate, bit of a switch up of position as well. Keep in mind, Bone Cold traditionally has been towards B, but when you have this ult, why not lean it over towards A? But this would be Heretics continuing on this path. Nisao, this could be important. Does he get this through? Bone Cold is going to be put on red alert here. Starkso finds him over. Heretics again being gate kept on this. They can't find a way in.
Gonna have to rethink this one. You can see already CNET as well. Operator in hand. They can lean a little heavier away from him. As long as he's got that dash, he can sit and watch all the way into B lane. This position exactly. You can see already Acend pivoting away from this. But actually, the one thing they can't allow Heretics to do is to split mid here. You can see Coldamenta try and play back on Boiler. And actually, yeah, here you go. CNET now got it all to do.
They're all coming his way. Several targets now spotted. Looks towards long, considering maybe there's some presence, but no, it's all through middle. Spike is down, and into the post palm we go. Heretics had no success towards A, so they switched it up. Bone Cold on the flank as well. CNED still looking for that first opportunity. Just catching the heels of one. A tag, not enough though. Softens up the target for maybe his teammates, but he's going in for more. Nuki still looking as well, trying to catch this flank coming in, but Bone Cold does go down. The trade comes in. Coldamenta above. Heretics now down 2 in this. Lau still watching for the line. Oh, this is huge work from Heretics. Maybe this is enough. It is.
Oh my word. They line up for him. Lau finds both kills there when it matters most. They hold the line. The plant was perfect as well. The post plant set up here. Plant for mid. Able to maintain control. I mean, Bone Cold, the only one really in a position to break this lock. And look at it. Look, it swings back out. So well done. What a round from Heretics. CNED just a slither away from finding both of those kills, Lauren.
I mean, the smallest of margins make the biggest difference between these two sort of teams. Intention shown towards A early on, and this might be a quick piece as well. Coldamenta trying to set this one alight already. Killer's right on the verge of this, but the timing's going to be better for Nisao. Cracking in towards the site. Here we go. Ultimate back online, and the site take begins. He's looking for a place to post that rocket. It finds nowhere, but Rubino finds CNED in all this mayhem. So just 3 alive for the attacking side, the defending side of this. Coldamenta, Bone Cold, and Starkso trying to find anything, but no, just a plant presented for them now.
Rubino does have that Hunter's Fury as well, so they're going to look to retake control here. Bone Cold will get the best of Avova. To a 3v4 now. He's got to be careful. Rubino playing very close underneath, lands the headshot. Coldamenta will find one of his own, but difficult for them to really crack this. Starzo actually going to invest the res here. CNED back on his feet.
Oh, and just walks into the open. Timing's going to be a factor. This is a 2v2 now. Make it a 1v2. CNED may be alive, but the round feels decided. I don't think he's got time on this, and I think he knows that too. It's time to back away. Heretics gonna make it to double digits in the next couple of seconds. This is a huge map from them now. Standing tall against a team who've made this map look as though it's their own.
Now the question comes, looking back over towards the economy here. because it's not pretty. Again, we talk numbers. You gotta feel as if this is Heretics putting themselves on 11 now as well. Look at it. The operator saves through. There's nothing left in the kitty for CNED. 2 away from the Blade Storm, so potentially makes the next round a little easier to deal with as well. Yeah, Bucky, a ghost, a sheriff, another ghost. This is rough. Heretics switching it up as well. Look at it. Everybody towards B.
Okay, where do they go on this one? Rubino gonna try and find that little bit of information. Does find enough of it, and they're just pushing this. I love it. There's no subtlety anymore. This is just brute force, and I like it. Good utility usage still. Trying to get that plant. Keeler is trying to find that opportunity to bring that shotgun out to play. None given at all.
I love this as well. Just to say, we talked about the wall on B. The Viper wall actually blocking line of sight. CNED did actually get sight of one there. Nuki does a lot of damage, and Niso will fall in response.
Doxo. He's on the defuse right now. He's got it over halfway. No one's stopping this. The wall's in the way. No one can deny it. He turns around. He gives him the back. And he gets the defuse.
Oh my god. I mean, I was just about to credit Heretics. The Viper wall and the Sage wall behind it, it completely blocks line of sight. And look at this. Just nobody challenges the wall. It's able to reinforce fully. And then he sticks it. Even after it falls. Nuki breaks the wall. I think that's Lau playing close contact. How many times this weekend have we seen somebody just all out stick a defuse in this manner?
I mean, you gotta check on those plants, right? Like, you can believe in your utility all you want, but let's see if we can believe in CNED this time around. Sees the work building towards A, but it's the same old story. It's the same big old hit. Nisao leading the fray this time. The Viper wall goes up trying to divide this site, and CNED feeling pretty pressured here. Has to fall away from this. Phone call taking some damage, taking a lot of damage. And 2 beginning frags. Rubino found CNED. It's down to 3 already. Stoxo isolated. Rubino's got him murdered. And now just Killers and Coldamenta left to try and keep this together. Otherwise, this is 11.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Actually, now it's just Keyless left standing, and Heretics just bounced back once again. It just... the pace change from Heretics every single time. It looks like Acend just completely incapable of stopping it. And now I'm worried again with the way that the last round went. You have to take a look at it after this replay, but the last one threads the needle for it. Take a quick look. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Ascend have got to play for the round 12. They've got to play for OT now. CNED, he can throw a weapon into this. Again, Blade Storm, a possibility for the next round also. Nuki having an absolute blinding performance. 27 and 12 for Heretics here.
The bigger score is the 11-9. And the money beside Ascend is not good. This could be 12 on the board, Hypoc.
It could. And then there are accosted no more mistakes on the side of Ascend. Momentum-wise, look at it as well. Niso, Rubino, the only 2 without ultimates now. And again, a fast hit coming through. Heretics really hitting their stride right now. And it's wide open. Look at it. Keyless he's forced down B lane. Nobody there. It's going to be a plant for mid once again.
I don't think they can do anything about this. I'm looking towards CNED. I'm looking towards anyone who can do something to try and dissuade this round. As it stands. What else are you going to see? Avova gets the challenge on one CNED on the trade. No one else can offer themselves up for a trade, though. So this just has to be the gun at his side. A little bit of pressure comes in. CNED tries to make a mad dash, but it's Killers to find the kill. And hold on, Bone Cold has found one out of nowhere, but the answer comes in the form of Lal, still holding down that middle connector. Looking for more targets. A 2v2 presented now. Nisao finds one. The trade out comes in. Now Killers left in the 1v2.
It's so close as well. Lowell down on 15 HP. Potentially, if he gets that kill, he can wipe the res as well. The Heretics now. Map point, championship point here. Ascend back on a decent purchase, Lauren. Bone Cold, Coldamenta, 1 away from their ultimates. Keyless and CNED, they have theirs available. Niso 1 away. Oh, all to play for in this round.
The next round is defining of how this gets remembered. Is it the fairy tale story for Acend coming in and surprising many, or Heretics defending their title, their crown? The destroyers of the European gods from before, from First Strike, now bringing that legacy over into the next big event here, of course. And we wait and see. This is plenty of players on this. Killers now gets taken so low. Heretics already chipping away at the defending side. And Nisao chomping at the bit to get into this.
There's a lot of damage. Killers, I think, even got the heal there, but we'll find it. And we'll actually get the heal up off that kill also. Commentators, though, gives one away to Rubino. Now it's Keyless to hold the fort once more. Iso down to 10 HP. If Lowell's able to get that heal off on him. Oh! Keyless finds the wallbang. Rubino will fall now. That gives the man advantage over to Acend. CNED will find Niso also.
Massive work. It's down to just Avova and Lowell if they want to close it out in this round at least. This feels as though Acend have at least weathered the storm. Find the moment just right. Wall goes up, gives him maybe a chance at an angle, but you can see Killers considering what to be done, and there's nothing to be done now, as it's Avova left in the 1v4. And it looks like Acend have stabilized. There is the kill that comes towards CNED. Another would be something else, but it's not. Double digits now made for Acend. They stay alive with 4 players with 4 rifles.
Yeah, well, forced to invest the res there, obviously, for the economy. And looking at it, can anybody drop Commentators? I mean, it's going to be at the cost of either utility or somebody's armor. That's Achilles that throws it over to him. Look at it now, Niso, Showstopper, Avova, Rubino. Got their ultimates here. So down on a judge, so expecting him to try and close the distance and get this kill early on.
They're going again on this. Look at this mid walk. They're going for the aggression down middle. CNED is going to try and be proactive in this, joined by Killers. We've got the ultimates being popped on pretty much everywhere possible. Niso's trying to get further ahead from this. There's no easy start to it. He finally finds an opportunity, finds it. Starkso goes down, but keep in mind the flank. That is still slowly closing in, but a player advantage needs to make this speed up. You can see them trying to close the gap, and they do. CNED finds Nookie. Killers finds Rubino. The flank, it's working out like a dagger in the back. This could be 11, but still the spike is planted. Time is ticking.
Commentators now try and dig Avova out of this corner. He's the man to look for, because whilst this ultimate's up, it makes it so difficult for Acend to retake. Bone Cold going to find one. Niso responds onto Bone Cold.
This ultimate could be the death of them. That's going to be 1. He needs more. He needs 2 more. The ultimate's still there. This is tricky, though. He's going to dip back in. He's not on the spike anymore. And CNED's got him. It's going to be 11 on the board. Acend survive again.
CNED was fully decayed there as well. If he just waited out or dropped his smoke there, potentially Avova sees that he's not sticking it. I mean, CNED starts shooting away, and at that point, when you can't locate the second, it's so difficult. Avova basically has a 50-50 chance.
The guts involved just to push middle in a round like that. They're up against not just map point, this is match point. This is the finals on the line now, and they have the audacity to walk mid, fast flank under the prediction, under the assessment and assumption. It's that same A hit, and it was. What a play coming out. Now, what do Heretics do now? They're kind of getting the pressure put their way, even though they are on map point. The build back is here, but they go again. And a mid walk from Heretics, Hypoc.
This is one they found success in. Is doing it a couple of times now, and like it's going to be the dry run once again. This time, a slow orb to deal with, but wisely, Starzo does not challenge, but Keyless straight away goes through, tries to get behind, and CNED now going to come back behind. Actually loses out. Nuki finds it. This gives Heretics an awful lot of control here, but look at that. Commentators, Keyless, they respond.
There's still 3 alive. They're all tucked in. Starkso finds one. The trade comes out. Nuki and Niso left alive in a 2v3. Desperate to hold on to this. This is a good position for Niso, but he can't get it. Bone Cold comes back in.
This is huge.
And now, the 1v3 for Nuki. Does he get spotted? Has he been considered? It looks as though there's one in front. He finds the first, but Bone Cold on the defuse now. He's going to have to find a way to deny this. Oh, he does! And now the 1v1 Commentators keeps it together. And we keep going.
Oh, the play from Nuki is beautiful, though, to readjust there. And actually, Keyless anticipating it. Right down to the wire. Wouldn't have it any other way. We go overtime. Of course, it's me and you, Lauren. Of course we do.
Okay, OT, you basically just need 2 in a row. That's the easiest way to describe it. That's all that happens. You switch sides after it. That's how it is. You get 1 go, switch side, and if you get both of them, you're good. Now, bigger picture, of course, is that Heretics, if they win this OT, they win the series. Acend need this to take it to that next map, that next opportunity. But for now, we wait. Nuki on 30, Nisa on 21, CNED 20, Bone Cold 19. This has been exemplary from both sides. And I look towards middle. I'm seeing once again pressure from Heretics.
Love it. But there is somebody posted and it's... Oh, look at it. Yeah, Bone Cold actually catches the spam. Acend are going to pivot right back on. They're going to challenge this mid play. Achilles finds the opener. Niso falls.
Do they know there's still Nuki here? He's still lingering around. There's no one on A right now. This is such a curious adjustment. CNED meticulously clearing every potential threat, any potential angle that could be there. Nuki does show his hand now, but doesn't get anything for it. We'll have to fall back to this. Information received that the intention is still towards A. The first player gets spotted and it is CNED.
Though, man advantage for them, but they're all going to equal things up now in a 4v4. Still got a wall available as well. Acend not forcing the issue just yet, but look at that Bone Cold. That's the perfect opening. Nuki now.
Look at the spike.
Heading to B.
And
It's a
look at
perfect
who's
fake.
chasing. But has Avova noted this?
I don't think he saw the cross, but he's anticipating this.
He's there.
He's got the audio
incredibly
cue
quick.
now. He's got the audio cue now, 100%.
They've already disengaged away. That's a really good read coming in from Avova. Now, they may not be able to deny the plant, but they could certainly make it a problem. Stark's going to be hindered on the cross, but he should be able to get the spike down. 10 seconds now. Commentators, they're all there to try and support him. Oh, Avova almost had the angle on it, but it's Bone Cold to find it. Acend lock this down, and Nuki left in a 1v4. Spike planted. The first target seen. Looks for a second, gonna find the chance, and then what? He doubles down, Keyless goes, and now a 1v2.
No way.
They're still trying to fight this. He's gonna check the close up.
No
He's
way.
got another, and now the 1v1. He's gonna try and get this to half. No, he's gonna suffer through the damage, gets to halfway, has to dip off. He's found no way to do this though, and now he's gonna force the fight. You've got to get on this.
Oh my word. He was so close to getting the stick as well.
Match point.
So close. Acend somehow. Now the tables have turned. They find themselves on map point to push this series further. Oh. I question what they had left in the tank after the performance yesterday, but Acend stepping up once again, putting on a show in the finals.
Heretics now feeling the pressure themselves after leading the way for some time. Acend, unrelenting in approach, continue to dig deeper and deeper, but they need this one to move further forward. Give themselves that final chance of this. Killes does find Nisao. That's a 5v4 to start with.
Again, Iso's the one to fall. Whether or not he's actively looking for these first bloods, maybe a little too overzealous, but again, it's a similar look. It's Heretics leaning heavily towards this. They want to brawl. They want to find this entry onto a site. Spike going to stay lingering. There's Rubino above him. Nuki and Loud actually creeping. Stars are going to be here to creep him. He will fall initially. It's a big kill. Stop this split coming through.
They're on the verge of doing this. The trades are coming in. It is down to Lal and Rubino to do something about this. A 2v3 presented to try and close down right now, taken to another OT. Lal going to try and divide a new path forward. Killers has found them. This is incredible stuff from Acend, just digging so deep. I cannot believe that they have this much in the tank still left for them. Spike recovered, but surrounded on all fronts. Lal, he knows that he's under so much scrutiny. Another angle check, the spike toyed with, but there it is, Commentators on the side, and Acend. I do not believe the resolve these boys have, refusing to lose.
The dream run's still alive. I can't believe it. I mean, if anybody who would have called Acend even making it to the finals here, and let alone forcing this through, We're at 2-2 in the finals between Acend and Heretics. I'm absolutely speechless, Lauren.
Yeah, let's head to a break, get this all wrapped up, set up for you into that final map, which will be, if I'm not mistaken, Ascent. So let's head to the desk after this short break.
money in the bank. Hit you with the bang. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, yeah, you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank.
And welcome back to the finals of the Valorant Regional Masters, where this best of 5 between Heretics and Acend is really going the distance. I'm your host, Yinsu, and I'm joined once again by Mitch and Lothar. Lothar, what a comeback, what a performance, and what a overtime that was.
I'm a guy who always looks at the minimap, tries to like analyze the game, see what's happening, what are these small things that the teams are doing, so to like talk about it on the desk and bring like the strategical aspect of the game. But on this map, I just had fun. I was just watching the screen, like glued to the screen, and was just just screaming, just screaming from excitement because there was so many just deathmatchy things happening. And you have to talk about how the teams played to their aggressiveness. Both of the liners were really built for the aggressive plays. They played it like that. It was really fun to watch, something that we don't really see that often in EU. This is probably how the viewers of NA always feel like, but we have that diversity in this final, which is great. First maps, very strategical, less pew-pew, more like, thinky-thinky. Here we have those teams just going off and going nuts. And I have to like say few, stats don't lie, right? We have to talk a little bit about stats. CNED, 163 ADR and 257 ACS, 22 kills, 4 first bloods, 3 first deaths, and then Nuki topping him off, 33 kills, 244 ADR with a Reyna. There's no ability that deals damage, on him. He was only shooting and dealt 244 kills, damage every single round. The same first bloods and same first deaths as CNED. And if I'm not mistaken, Mitch has something about Nuki to say.
I do, a little bit. I think we could probably spend the next hour or so talking about Nuki. I mean, this guy, it's not just about flashy aim, it's about decision making, it's about positioning, and it's about this. You can't even call it an ace. I don't know what we call it. This is a new thing. I'm from CS. We don't have this there. He managed to take a hyper aggressive fight and continue to push up, healing himself as he went, taking headshot after headshot, and get 6 kills in a round. Not only that, but topping out this map above 30 kills. I think it was 33 in the end. This was a key member to bring it all the way. Without Nuki, or with Nuki being even slightly less godlike, this would have been over much quicker, and Acend would have taken the crown. And I have to say, we got to give props to Heretics. They have not played this map since December, going way back to First Strike, and even there, the only time we saw them play it, at the very start of the Icebox meta when it was first being introduced, they lost it pretty badly to the now Fnatic team. So for them to come in here and show this much development with a new comp, with a new lineup that they're showing as a 5-man, I'm really impressed with what we saw. Yes, there were a lot of mistakes. There were some decisions that could have been made a little bit better, but considering the fact that it is their first time this year playing it. This speaks really well to the preparation they've been doing in the background, and I'm really glad that they didn't win it at the same time. Not because I want Ascend to win, not because I want Heretics to win, because I want to see the map of Ascend. It's so exciting to me that we get to get all 5 maps, because for so long, man, I'm going back to Ignition series, going way back there. I remember every finals we'd be like, yeah, we know G2 are going to win, right? The question is it 2-1 or 2-0? Now, finally, we get this really close grand final I've always wanted to see.
Well, hold on there, Mitch. Hold on. You did want Heretics to win, and I have proof of this. I believe in the predictions we did earlier today, I was you wanted Ascend to win. Okay, Mitch and I wanted Ascend to win, but Lothar, you backed Heretics. Do you stick by this as we head into Ascend? Because I do believe, on paper, this might slightly favor Ascend just that a little bit.
I'm still with Heretics. I feel like they stumbled a little bit on Icebox. It was 12-9 at some point, right? 12-9, or if I'm not mistaken. And Nuki, this has to be on Reddit already, how close he was to defuse that spike when he was overtime, right? That was absolutely unbelievable. The way he played that, the game sense, it's such a spectacle, there's so many small things turning exactly the way the players wanted and play for the odds. It was absolutely incredible. I'm a little bit, upset that they didn't close this match, because it would have been even such a better story. But now we have the 5th map, and I'm still standing by Heretics. I'm sure they're gonna reassess, go together to a virtual room and be like, yeah, guys, we have to fix this, and that. And they're going to talk it through. The fundamentals sometimes were missing on that Icebox, because we have seen players just peek one by one, or Rubinho, after post plant, he suddenly uses a drone when he has 5 open angles and just dies, which is kind of weird. Those small things that they failed at right now, I feel like they're going to fix for Ascent.
Yeah, it's all about streamlining the process now. One thing I'll say, coming into this map, thinking back, Heretics, they beat NIP here 13-6, if I remember correctly. Ascend lost to NIP, but then went on to beat FPX 13-6. So it's a weird contrast in how these teams play. And one thing I definitely highlight is the fact that Ascend have taken a non-Sentinel. And again, I know someone's going to come on Reddit or Twitter and be like, Mitch, come on. They've got a Sage. No, I'm not taking that, okay? No Cypher, no Killjoy to me means no Sentinel. They're playing a non-Sentinel, at least here in Masters, on Ascent, which is really, and they're trying it on a couple different maps. I mean, we already saw it earlier on. It's weird to see that kind of a composition. On Haven, I find it even crazier, but even on Ascent, I don't know. I don't know if I like it, but hell, they destroyed FPX with it. So I'm excited to see what they can do against Heretics if they take it the same route, which I imagine they will.
Well, when it comes to Team Heretics on Ascend, let's talk a little bit about stats. So far, in the past 20 maps, they played Ascend 8 times. They won every single time. It's 8-0 record. They have a 79% win rate on attack and 65% win rate on defense. And they played against really good teams in the past. Like the last was, as you mentioned, NIP. Then they played against OG as well on Ascent. They played against Chakalaka and HSDR. And all of those maps were won by them by a huge margin, apart from against Chakalaka, which was 13-11. They have a really strong lineup for it. They play typically a Killjoy, Omen, Raze, Sage, and Sova. And the way they played, it's also very similar to actually to Haven when you think about it. On defense, they push A short a lot, and B garage. So very similar to what we have seen on Haven. And because of that, maybe Ascend will try to do exactly what they did on Haven to counter those defensive rounds from Team Heretics, which I find very interesting to watch and try to find those small things happening in the beginning of every single round.
One of the other things that's kind of interesting to me coming onto this map, I really like both teams on it. I said at the start, if we go all the way to the end, that this is a map that between the two of them is going to be really, really tight, and that I'd rather have a coin flip to decide it than actually make a decision myself, especially with the clash of styles that we see with how different not just the agent selection is, but even the roles of the agents that they're picking. One thing that does interest me, though, is Heretics. Whenever they're playing this, they're not typically picking it, and I can tell that because they're typically starting on the defensive side. But Ascend, they pick this map a lot. The vast majority of the times they play it, they start on the attack. So there we have preference of the map, and yet their win rate is pretty much the same. 88% for Heretics, versus 87 for Acend going off their overall map plays. So this, man, it's going to be so tight. I'm so excited to see this one go down.
There's one thing I'm really worried about, and I feel like on Icebox it wasn't as much as an issue, but on Acend, CNET with the operator, if there's no utility to flush him out, it's gonna be a problem, you know. And I feel like there has to be an answer made by Heretics when it comes to either triple peeking or just playing with their smokes in an unorthodox way. So let's see, maybe they also will change something in their lineup. Who knows?
I mean, we will see. Of course, Pora didn't play Icebox, but we are expecting him to be back in the roster for this next map. We are going to jump into Agent Select now and see what these two teams have gone for. But like I said, Niso is back out and we have Pora back in again. Mitch, any thoughts on the agents we've seen so far?
I saw some conversation around Killaz underperforming on Ascent last time when they played FPX. He was bottom fragging, 10 kills, 15 deaths, something like that. I don't think that's a fair criticism. They won that map 13-6. I couldn't give a damn if your Reyna's got 0 kills at that point. You know, whatever you're doing is working out. So move on from that. But right here, I will say you want to have a strong performance versus Heretics. I'm looking to Killaz on that Reyna to see what value he provides. Because if you're not fragging, I would say you take out that Reyna, you put in a Sky, much better composition, especially supporting CNET on that operator. It's a little bit of a curiosity to me that they're still sticking with this. Hell, you could even throw a Sentinel in there. We've seen the comfort on a Cypher, a Killjoy, but I think overall, this is a tight map. I could see it going to OT. I could see it going all the way, and I'm just excited to get it underway.
Oh, don't mention OT. Hypoc and Pansy will get way too overexcited about that one. But this is it. This is the decider. The winner of this map will be crowned the Valorant Masters EU champions. And it's down to Heretics and Ascend on Ascent. For the last time, Pansy and Hypoc, take us away.
With absolute honor, we will take you into this game. And I want to take a second to talk to you guys at home. Remember this moment, remember where you were. This is truly history in the making between these two teams. You don't often get the full 5. You don't often get it with an underdog. Take this second and consider where you were when this legacy started, because we are in the final map, Hypoc. I can't believe we've gone this far. I thought this was going to be over so quickly, and call me a cynic, but I didn't see it happening, but it has.
It has. The dream run, it's still alive. It's still alive for Ascend, and I'm with you. This is not where I thought we'd be going. Heretics looking to get aggressive here initially in the pistol round. It's only one member hold down the 4 CNED. Actually, going to manage to back away with 21 HP. Forced out. The Nanny Swarm is perfect from Pora.
For a perfect way to get back into this. Just, as you said, there was nowhere to go for CNED. Just cornered in. As soon as he tried to get out of there, instantaneously got just burned down by the molly, and Ascend trying to find their way back in. But look at this post plant. It's super well considered. Rubino in the dirtiest off angle to catch that cross towards Catwalk. And they know that time's going to be bought. They have to clear this. He actually goes on the peak, which gives Killers a chance now.
And actually everybody else boxed onto site. So potential here for Ascend to come through and brute force this. The Lear comes through, it's perfectly placed, but nobody checks. Nuki finally traded out, but a 2 for 2. Now, Laulan of over left to hold down the fort. Keyless, he finds the first. He's on for the 4-piece, he finds it. The headshot onto Avova. Plenty of time to come through for the defuse. A textbook retake from Ascend.
That first was so crucial as well. Roll your mind back to how this began. That off angle that was being held and controlled by Rubino. The fight that was garnered. You want to play that timing so well. Force the favorable scenario to buy that time to burn it down. But Keyless, those final 2. Where did he dig those out from? But this is what I want to talk about as well, Hypoc. Because again, these people aren't robots. I know sometimes it looks like it. They look so well considered and controlled. But they are humans, and in these grand finals, these final hurdles they face, people can either elevate or fall to the wayside. I'm looking at which players come alive in the hardest moments for them, and right now we're seeing that battle towards A long, and a bit of a force play from both sides.
Heretics, no surprise, are going to force into this one. 4 kills on the plant, absolutely expected here, but that first blood going to weaken their chances massively as Ascend already stacked up for this one. Pora going to find the first, Coordinator will reply. Actually come through and try and force things into tree, and actually that plays into Ascend's hands, to be honest. You now find themselves in a 4v2.
Rubino and Lau Tricky to hold still. Now the pressure starts to mount. You see the dash in, and Acend and Bone Cold keep it covered. There was danger there. Keep in mind, Heretics bought behind this round.
Yeah. It's a big one as well. And actually 4 survive. Which means that they can ride this one out. Economy-wise, this is going to look really good for Acend. Actually, Heretics maybe throw a few Sheriffs at this, a Bucky maybe.
Planted. One enemy
Yeah, I mean, that's the best possible scenario, really, especially considering Heretics forced in, like you said, for Acend to take that as clean as they did. You can see it, Sheriffs across the board. But Heretics pour one away from the lockdown, nothing else really achievable for them. But on the flip side, Keyless, with the start he's had, Empress online already.
Deploying drone.
I'm looking towards this. There's a lot of presence down here. There's a lot of players on the other side, not as clean as you'd want. And this forces back Acend. Oh no, a fumble. Nuki's found Zenith. Now they're stuck in towards this awkward fight where it's bloodied and brutal. And Nuki's won 2 of these. And he's going to continue forward. Commentators needs to back away, but where do you get to? They've hit the brakes for a second, and this is why.
And actually, this is a huge win of over. Elsewhere going to find Bone Cold. That's the lurk on completely other side of the map here. Commentators will find one. Nano Swarm just blocking off his escape, but he's got a corner to play. But like I said, that kill on the other side of the map of over going to have all the time and space to do whatever he wants. Commentators 5 HP in a dream.
Now, start of that round wasn't as clean as you'd have liked to have seen, but the 2-1 scoreline. Regarding how we got here, a little curious, to be fair, the way the rounds have played out, but Acend's money, I want to look at this because it's not terrible.
No.
But it's lacking a little bit of that buffer, potentially.
I like the thinking. Like I said, they carry 4 Spectres into that. They want to try and convert it. It's an aggressive play into B main, and it doesn't go their way. But this one now, the weaponry coming back in, will be an even bigger win, to be honest with you, with Acend, considering second round force from a Heretics. Low move in initially. I was going to say, just keep your eye on... Again, Nuki on that Reyna. He's going to try and lurk in, potentially through B. Throws the Leer in, and that's actually going to draw the wall out. So Stars are immediately responding to that.
I'm just watching that spike. This looks like kind of like that 3-2 crunch towards A. And Nuki start leading forward. Now, the players who were on short towards tree have actually fallen back towards site, and the timing is curious, but exceptionally good for Acend to at least find Pora, but there's that reflex coming in from short. Lau does very well to stay alive here. Now, where is that spike coming through? It will eventually cross once they've cleared towards backside. Smoke out towards heaven. This is going to be tough to play back in on. This should be a spike plant without too much of a problem.
I mean, actually not going to be able to get a kill on the way in. Lau actually going to get Pora back on. To man advantage going over to Heretics here. Over though in a dirty spot. Oh, he just jumps at the wrong time. Cena going to pick it up. It brings it back to a 3v3 now. Everybody boxed into main.
Position. Yeah, imagine if they still had that wall. That could change things up. They have so little left. It's just Cena with a little bit of utility. But now here we go. The trades come out. And it all comes down to Lau. And what a way to hold this one through.
Hold the line. That's all for a second there. Again, anything that can keep them boxed into main there. And I gotta say, Acend take that one. Like you said, imagine if the wall was still available.
One enemy remaining.
But Heretics tie things up 2-2 here. See now, this, I mean, what we see right here on the screen, anticipating some early round aggression. They will set up for it. Avova tucked all the way back in spawn. The alarm bot there for good measure also. Blade Storm from CNED. Again, read perfectly. Heretics are well equipped to deal with that.
Hey,
this is the map
we talk about this.
Yeah.
The default that they pull is very good at catching these aggressive plays. It's something that we've consistently credited them with. So we'll see if it continues to be this diligent in approach, but I'm not that surprised.
Ooh, nearly landing that one. CNED will respond onto Pora elsewhere. Bone Cold also. Man advantage goes to Acend.
Making this so tricky. This is so filthy. Look on the back back. Oh no, that's two. CNED, here we go. And the narrative changes, doesn't it? When everything looked so good, but Lau, out of nowhere, digs them out of a hole. Stocks on Coldamenta, making this harder work for CNED, who's ready. Knife at his side, lol, predicts it. He stays alive, but 29 HP now. Cut to pieces. Now the 1v1 becomes so intense. Timing is a huge factor in all of this. 30 seconds for him to get his heal back. And the spike is left towards B main. But look at the flank coming out from CNED. Lau's internal clock is starting to predict this and consider this! But the timing is sublime for CNED. And you could never write him out.
Give this man a raise. Holy. The reposition there, perfect. Like you said, you can see the cogs turning. Lau anticipated just at the last second, but second guesses himself. He's got it all to do. Like he said, he's got to wait for the heal there. Yes, damage seen it up, but he's got to dig that spike out of B main. It's in such an awkward position for him.
Swings and roundabouts on the money too, right?
Yeah.
That was a kind of, I don't want to say like a force buy. It was sheriffs and bits and pieces, but you had the ultimate from CNED, which garnered them the round pretty much. But of course, on the other side, now you can see Heretics suffering. And as excellent as they are, I don't see them having that same sort of pop-off potential here. Now let's see what they can do with this. Kiles, put in a tricky spot, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm underestimating Nuki here. Already finds CNED. That's a big scalp to be claiming. Popping the ultimate. Rubino wants to try and chase that down, try and do some damage on it, but at the moment, nothing really seen. And Kiles is just enamored with this idea. Coldamenta bells him out and says, look, just go help towards B just in case. They've at least instantly dealt with this pressure that was building. They've done well enough to bail them out of these situations.
Slow down for a second here as, and really is Acend looking to stabilize, and Heretics actually group up here. They're going to go all way over towards A main. Towards Bone Cold. He's in a dirty little off angle up on the bricks. Potentially going to find the first. Ooh, actually a swing and a miss. The paranoia going to slow things down initially. He's going to get that smoke off as well. His teammates there. Coldamenta ready to bail him out. The three-piece. Can he close it out? He does indeed. The ace for Coldamenta. He had a rough time on Icebox, but steps up early on Acend already.
I love that. The bailout to support the teammate. He knew that at least one of them would be checking to this, but the leap in, he gets it. He adjusts back from trying to check out the dub, but gorgeous work from Coldamenta. That burst could have been so much worse if it was a free trade and there was no quick kill coming back in, but no, he makes sure that there is safety in numbers and puts himself on the line for it as well.
Back into it now. A couple of ultimates again online, and CNED on the operator, and again, more so on this map. This is potentially cause some problems.
Tag
Heretics. He actually did just tag Nuki all the way over in B main. No other information gathered, and that's the thing with Hunter 3. If you don't find the kill, at least getting the tag reveals something. Actually, Starzo over on A site this time around, playing behind Dice, and actually it's going to be they're going to hit this rotation. They've read this perfectly, Lauren.
They're in the right place, but what are they going to do with this? I'm looking towards CNED. How does he play this one out? The flank will be on the way. He's still sticking around. He still gets his kill. Rubino gets sliced to pieces. And now here we go. In we are. One player does get detained for this, but the spike's en route.
Vova managed to slip his way through. He finds CNED there, but no response comes through. There's still a 4v4.
Can they hold for a second or two, allow this big flank to come into action? Rubino's worried about it. He's right to be worried about it, but he finds one. The trade comes out. Kiles is there, ready, locked, loaded. The retake now becomes dicey for the now team in the post-plant scenario. Look at this flank coming in. Coldamenta, desperate for the shot. Starks though, shows him how it's done. That's one. The second, no. Bora still finds Kiles and a Vova.
How they hold on to that. It's heartbreaking. Coldamenta, if he could just get that kill for free, they can just play the trades there. They can play numbers. But Pora, I think it was Pora that found that kill on Tequilas, right? Completely nearsighted. We'll get a chance to see here. Yeah, look. Swings out from behind Jen, completely blind. Now Vova throws down that smoke at the perfect time. I talked about that smoke the last time we saw Heretics. Makes it so awkward. to push out of heaven. Again, just neck and neck, these teams.
This is an aggressive round. Look towards short as well. The Aldron's there, but it's being followed. So keep that in the back of your mind building. Bone Cold will get the information. Or it's a bit of a nuisance, but look at this 3-play stack through B lobby. Now, there are 2 players playing towards the connector. Oh, Keyless, that's so swift. Lel's head just rolls across the floor towards Nookie's feet. Now, if they lean in towards A heavily, there's still presence on short, but that's about it. I'm looking to see what Nookie tries to do towards middle as well. CNED, I don't think saw enough to give away the game. And they're still very cautious about this, but does CNED continue to look through the smoke? Yeah, the criminal strikes again, straight on through. Nookie now has 2 players to the right. He's going to see one, but he doesn't expect the second. But oh, this is great work on the Reyna to try and readjust, keep that ability to stay alive, dip out of dodge. And now just look at this battle. This is so scrappy and bone cold. The flank again. This guy is always in the most dangerous positions. Only that sheriff beside him, but they're cornered. And now timing is everything. Just keep in mind, Bora will be cresting it soon. That's 1. That's 2. The third. Oh, the third. Bone cold. Destroys the opponents, and Pora's timing just falls by the wayside. He has to go big right back, and he's doing just that. 2 found, 2 more. Swings on it. 1 no.
No way. Oh. That got so awkward there. As soon as he pulls the turret out, I thought somebody potentially swings on it, or they double swing that. CNED closing it out. How many times are we going to say a bone cold with the 3-piece?
Spike down.
It was almost negated by Pora doing the dirty work right back to them. He got 2 picks, and then the second, it was almost kind of converting to that 4th, but what an insane game. 5-3. Ascend, yes, they do lead right now with a couple more rounds, but on the other side, the economy's in a little bit of a state, but last time they gave them an opportunity in Cold Dementa. Doing the dirty work through the wall, just finding them free, and CNED's closing the gap. This is just filthy stuff.
Spike down B.
Ascend with the perfect pinch. Absolutely textbook. Of over now, frenzy in hand. Not an awful lot left to do, and Ascend strike once more. 6-3. Back to Heretics now. Lockdown available. Empress, Rubino with the Hunter's Fury. Couple of playmakers here. Let's look for an execution. Side of Ascend, the Blade Storm, the Revive. Much else in the tank for them, but wow. I mean, Ascend already come out swinging on map 5.
How much do they have in the tank? They keep talking about it. They keep somehow bringing out more and more. And now we see the op. The angle is huge from CNED. They've shoulder peeking it, sure, but he ain't falling for that. Dipping back in, hasn't revealed position. Oh, now he might. Bylol. And now just going to take that mid control. There is another player, but apparently Bone Cold had enough. Just fades away and takes Nookie with him. This is a full buy. They're doing this against Killers. Has huge map control. He can call out. There's no one here. Focus towards A. I've got complete freedom.
Spike planted.
Rubino still trying to stay into this. Rez comes in. Aura, look at this post plant though. They're both in the same position. I'm looking at Rubino with that utility. Can he maybe deny some of this pressure coming out? They're trying to clear the side, but time's dwindling. Killjoy still able to buy some time here. Rubino getting ready for this one. He knows that there's now problem coming his way. Gonna send down one shock dart. Hope for the best. Keyless puts his life on the line. He will die for this if he has to, but he may not need to. Colder Menta on the trade. The defuse never was in question. It just depends who they want to give this to, and it will be picked up. And there we have it again. Ascend. Just elevating time and time again between that opening work from CNED. Don't worry, the op has been picked up by Stark, so that can be filtered through and a drop can be given to Stark, so if he needs. And then Bone Cold as well. This is just a beyond belief game. Hypoc right now just going to be rejoining us as soon as he can. It is just you and me, chat, enjoying one of the best games I've seen of Valorant in a long time. And once again, we do see Heretics under the gun of poor economy. But hey, it worked for Bone Cold. Maybe they can make it count. But here we go. Have a little look at this one. Stark, so gonna get the feeling early enough. There's that wall going up. Heretics have to respect this for now. The mid play comes out from Poor, and he actually catches killers. And no trade came off the back of that. Now that might almost lead to a misinformation now come out. And here comes the burst. Just one here. Nuki now breaks in. Just going to shut that door and get to business. They need that spike planted. And there's the cross. Spike to be brought on through. Spike going down. But keep in mind the rifles, the guns, they've been recovered. CNED up and over. No one presents anything this time. They've learned from his ways. The spam from Commentators. Again, nothing finds its way. They're desperate to find this bit of information. 3 players towards hell. They're all sat down towards his CNED. He goes for the ultimate. He's going for this one. There's one. He needs a little bit more here, though. There's still that post. Oh, no, Pora. He's dead and gone and lol. Called upon to clutch. 2 players on the face. And it's Bone Cold and CNED. The MVPs for me for Acend. Three, 8 performance so far. And Acend are exceeding expectations. We've talked about Heretics on this map in the past. It's one that sat so well with them. And I do believe we have a special guest coming in, Lothar. What are your thoughts on this, man? This is insanity.
1 enemy remaining.
Punish. Did he do that 2 times? I think he did maybe even 3. Those lurks from A short, nuts. I'm not sure how Heretics are not like trying to counter that movement, and they're losing map control a lot. It's a little bit awkward, you know. It's a little bit awkward. 8-3 right now on this side. This might be a disaster for Heretics.
And CNED remains unchecked here. They're getting a little bit worried about this of over around the back when he gets one, but it is a big one to claim. It's going to be CNED down and Killers down. And now there's an opening opportunity here. There is still Bone Cold lingering around, so don't write him out of anything. We've already seen what he can do, and he wants to do it again. Finds Nuki. That's the spike now lost. Information can be relayed off the back of this. Is there any presence to be found by Pora looking through middle? I'm not sure. Maybe you can catch some timing on this. The wall's still in play. Oh, the jump peak almost cost Dementor his life, but now a bit of a pause for thought here. How do they get back in? How do they get this spike out of enemy hands?
Oh, that was just such an unfortunate timing. And now they're gonna go straight into the arrow and getting wrecked through the wall. Rubinho, will you pull it off? He found the small crack in the wall, but there's a second wall. Feels like icebox.
Yeah, rolling it back a map, and Heretics had to fight hard for that one. May not fancy remembering that anytime soon. 30 seconds to play with, and Rubino has a fair crack of utility to play with. There's a player towards the back by Boathouse, spots out him. Now there's 2 towards the site. 1 close, 1 towards the boxes itself. It's towards a new angle.
Maybe it's worth just saving this gun, maybe picking up that operator, but he goes for it. What I'm talking about is the last round. Obviously, you have to go for it. Man, but what a heartbreak for Heretics. And it all started through the pistol round. They had this, let's say, uncharacteristic execute on the pistol round when they just went 5 people B, and it was so successful. They got the kill on CNED, but then Killies just appeared out of nowhere and won the entire round. And he actually plays classic on a pistol round on Reyna, something that not many people do. And yet, is might you say that it's actually very, very, very decent because you are less. Let's say there are less chances that you're gonna die and higher chances you're gonna get an assist, so you're gonna be a tank anyway, and you're gonna pick up a weapon from your teammates or from a dead body. So I really like the way that they played, because I feel like that was one of the things that influenced that pistol round. But now a 4-1 split for Acend. Actually, they're meeting on mid. Now Bone Cold is going to get some A presence in the meantime, but here Drone getting some map control on mid. Those are closed, so they cannot go through to market without making noise. In the meantime, CNED just gets a kill like that. What?
Imagine being CNED. Must be nice. Just walk around, find the kill. Pora gonna walk the smoke, but it's already met Bone Cold once in. This is their highlight reel all day long. I thought it finished in the previous half, but no, carries right on in. And Pora and Rubino are just being held back by so much utility. There's still that wall towards short. Pora's going to try and work his way forward. The spike plant's going to come in pretty soon. And what can you do to try and deny this?
Spike planted.
I mean, Heretics are being disassembled like some Lego collection. It's kind of interesting to watch, because I don't feel like that was the thing on any of the previous maps, but this is Acend on Acend. Has to be theirs, right? Rubino with the kill with the one headshot, but can he do more? Pora?
He's gonna have to.
Pora is looking, but he has 2 people in wine. There's no way. He didn't need even the second person to double peek with him.
This is double digits for Acend.
Very.
They are so close. That was the leverage round for Heretics to build back into this, I feel. You pick up that pistol, okay, you build up that buffer. Hey, at best you convert that bonus, right? You're right back in the game. We're at 10 rounds now for Acend. And that's without taking into account maybe CNED has a crazy round of Bone Cold.
Yeah, but I feel like for Heretics, this has to be a buy round. This has to be a force. Otherwise, you're just letting yourself into a position where you can make only one mistake. You can't let a professional team like Acend here have so much leeway of winning the entire game. You can't. There's always something happening, and there might be one mistake just and ruining the entire match. So they have to force. They do it, but they have 2 sheriffs, 1 ghost, only 1 spectre, and 1 stinger. And remember, that stinger is not as good as it used to be. So this might be very well. The entire site is open, but everyone is rotating apart from Nuki, who is just still lurking in mid.
It could come down to a round like this. This is everything that Heretics have. Their legacy on the line, the first strike performance now starting to become a distant memory. CNED ripping it from them as 5 stand to the 4. And the flank, did that just get noted? I feel as though Nuki might have been worked out. No, Starkso looking elsewhere, and here it comes. Nuki can't land it, and they keep 5 alive against the 3. And the spike can be recovered and taken where it pleases. Let's see what they do with this. They take the fight towards shore. Bone Cold with 1, but Lau with a trade. But this is everything that Heretics could try and fashion together. Starkso now clears short, doesn't see anything, and they lean towards B with such quick rotations now.
Now, Lowell gets that stinger that was meant to be on Evolver, but this is still not looking good. 2 versus 3. 2 versus 4 retake. That's a Herculean task to do. And now, Rubino with just singular peek. There's the backup from Lowell with the ghost. They're not doing much damage. They use the heal. Everyone knows where they are. They're just gonna wait. They have such a strong crossfire setup. There's no way you can win that duel. So you can see them regress and just go mid. Maybe even, will you save a stinger and a spectre? Madman!
Desperate times call for desperate measures. This is it. This is all they can do. And I don't know, is there a gun? Is there any other guns around?
CNED had a Vandal, but he's still alive. Even if Bone Cold had a Spectre, that doesn't really matter. Rubino gets 1 kill on Killis, but it's so important for Acend now to just get those kills and deny even those weak weapons. And even if they die, they don't care. They have such a big advantage in both round count and economy. They will still have a full buy next round.
11-3 now. The pressure just is overwhelming for Heretics at this point. You saw what they had to bring that buy-in with. It was nothing, and they're forced into this scenario now constantly because their economy is in such a bad spot, but they can't weather through these rounds, Lothar. They have to keep buying into this now, or they essentially choose the loss at this point. Would you fight for OT in the final map here?
You can't. You can't. You have to fight, but look at the equipment right now. 5 SMGs against 3 rifles and 2 Spectres with full armor. This is gonna be so tough to play. And Acend just reads into it. Heretics have to play short range. They know they can wait. They can be more passive. They can just wait for some people to get impatient and just get that peak. You have an easy headshot. They die from a 1 bullet. Maybe they play small shield, so phantom headshot is enough. Oh, this is gonna be such a tough round for Heretics to pull off. I feel like maybe even just letting them plant and then retaking with those Spectres might be more successful than just fighting for map control.
I'm almost with you. You can see they're so hesitant to commit to these angles. I think you're right. They're willing to have to back away. Now, the spike being left pretty far back, they just want to play safe, make sure there's no crazy aggressive plays, any sort of, unique moments coming out from the defending side. Nuki finds Bone Cold. That's a really good start, though. Now, that's going to at least kind of keep that mid-pressure building away from Heretics. CNED, though, finds 1. That's Nuki now gone, but it's the same player they saw before, so they don't know about the other 2 still here. They've got a good idea, but look at where the spike's going, Lothar.
This is good. This is looking actually pretty decent for Acend. Oh, but wait, they're waiting still on the 3 sector. The time is 15 seconds left, and Volvo gets the backstab.
Oh no!
No way!
Commentators here.
Worked on the second
10 seconds.
So much damage being dealt.
It's 10 seconds, Commentator and CNED to try and keep this one together. It's all on CNED now. If they want to do this right here, right now, no! Heretics, stay alive for another round!
No way, that shocked from Rubinho, MVP here. And they get the defuse. And I'm going downstairs because Hypoc is back.
Thank you so much, Lothar, for hopping in. Hopefully, Hypoc, you are good to go. Let us know if you are, because we can dive right back into this one. Get yourself unmuted. Get yourself ready to rock and roll. We're at 4-11. Hypoc, if you were backing Heretics...
5 minutes. Look at the scoreline.
I know.
Wow. I mean, I caught that one again. Just Heretics clinging on, and this again after a scrappy purchase. Everything on the line there, but they cling on. Rubino now, Hunter's Fury online. Couple of others have been Pora 3 away, but the Bladestorm popped off the rip. For them to do some damage here. Look at it, Bucky, a frenzy, nothing else really invested for Acend.
Can someone just add the DLC of when Cena pops his ult, the Doom music starts playing because you know there's danger now building, even in a round like this. Commentators finds a Vova, and this was the chance for the build back for Heretics, but it has to be perfect. Cened's on the side. Pora finds Bone Cold, looks for another, gets another. Pora digging deep on this. Cened called upon to try and dissuade this turnaround, but no. He runs out of all of the options here, tries to just back away from this for a second and see if they can re-aggress down short. That Spike is making a mad dash. Cened, you didn't have the spike, your body does, but maybe you can just slip through towards middle, maybe try and catch a rotation here, and all this madness, but he's only got the classic to work with.
And Pora already going to get all the way back through spawn, and there you go, Rubino holding that angle as down. Cened gets shuts down, Commentators, Bucky in hand. He does find the first Lau will fall. Recon gonna ping, no he doesn't, he managed to avoid it, but they know exactly where he's at. Rubino closes this one out. Heretics again, themselves around on the board. But, I mean, this scoreline, they're going to need to take the rest of these rounds so clean. So clean. If they allow this ultimate cycle to come through, we know what it's like. It can snowball in Valorant. With this round deficit, I mean, honestly, Acend can just sit back and say, cool, we'll wait for everything to come online for us. Like, we have the window of opportunity.
Can only imagine the adrenaline through Ascend's veins right now, and Heretics, the panic, the focus they're trying to pull in. At 5-11, you're right. This has to be near on flawless for them to be able to try and pull this comeback now. Wouldn't put it past them. They are a damn good team, and Lau gonna get the information for that, but does lose the wall as the response.
Oh, actually, yeah, Rubino. His position noted. He was trying to owl drone there. Commentators lands the shock dart. So he's going to sit back again. Expect Heretics to play this deep. If Pora finds one kill, he gets that lockdown on 9. All the utility going to get invested on short here to stop the split coming through. And that gives Heretics a lot of time. Look at it now. Set up. Nookie potential. Ooh, Vova actually catches a cheeky one. Bone called. He will fall.
Yeah, freebie you'll take all day long. Spray from Cened, really good for the first couple of connections, and it's pretty good to take back Pora of all players, who's been super clutch from that kind of heaven position, playing in very well. Now, a 5v4 post plant, this is where the time obviously works favorably towards Acend, so they can just kind of dig in deep. Hold for now. Nookie on that slow, meticulous flank trying to come around. Now, a lot of the post plant is still towards the side, so Cened can be the first man forward, but Pora looks to be his kryptonite for now. The trade's still good, though. Killer's still there, and there's still a 3v2. Make it just one, as it's all down to Killers. It's Avova on the play back in, and Heretics needed him in the past, and they might need him again, especially in this game.
It comes back to it again. I mean, I said Heretics look fantastic when they can stabilize, but this is, I mean, as far into that as you can possibly lean. Stabilizing with Acend on 11 rounds. Composure right now just puts the ultimate test for Heretics.
Last player standing.
Take a look at it, and again, this is what I'm talking about. Commentators one away. Obviously, we know Cened
right here.
potentially going to play for some of these orbs through at least these save rounds where they've just got pistols coming into it, but...
Hold on, Phone Cold's on his full buy of the Sheriff. Watch out.
Yeah, he's fully stocked. Fully stocked.
This is just a terrifying player, man. I dread to think what he's going to be like the more comfortable he gets. And we do have that 3-2 split towards B, but this is I'll say a stack. He's got the extra lane of a player coming out. It's going to get a little tricky to make work. Cena breaks down the door, going to keep Lowell in a tricky position. Now, if they pressure through towards B main, this is where things can get a little bit pressured. No crumble yet. Nuki's still fine, takes down Bone Cold. Rubino the next to try and keep that pressure in the right place to not get flustered. And that's something that's going to put you in the wrong place. Somehow, Cena finds two. The res invested. They have to keep this together. And Heretics say, no, none more of this. We are done with your nonsense. They lock it down again, 3 alive.
Now, look at it. Yeah, other than the res, which... okay, yeah, I'm fine with that. I mean, if they thought they had a fighting chance of getting back into that round... Again, after CNED finds 2, I'm okay with it. But now, 4 ultimates available. CNED, Blade Storm online. Bone Cold, Cold Amenta, Keyless, all with theirs to play for. Pora got that lockdown, so expect him to set up his utility fairly deep and then sit back and maybe lean on that retake. But obviously the Hunter's Fury available. It's not a flawless plan. There is a counter to that.
Of course it would get close. I can't imagine a better way for this final to be in the final throes of it. The last map potential. CNED. Noted. Chills out towards that Sabrosa spot. Continues his journey. Hounded by the Aldrone. Now, everything's somewhat noted at this point. Killjoy has been a fiend at holding this down. Pora has been above expectation. CNED going to go in with just one of those knives flung down. So now they know, but CNED's going to be met by a great deal of utility. Breaks through on short and finds nothing. Now the spike has been lost. Pora's done his work. Incredible utility work, that is. And now here we go. There goes the ultimate. Avova finds CNED, and that's going to be that ultimate shut down. This is like a huge deny. Heretics have found their form. And there it is. Another one falls in the right place for them.
And a big investment. Look at now, I just called it 4 ultimates. They're down to just Bone Cold now. They potentially have another opportunity depending on how the next few rounds go. Even if Heretics tie this up, they can get another ultimate cycle through. But that's a concern. Heretics now building momentum and the economy just rolling right now.
I hope this is a tactical timeout for Acend. I can imagine it should be to talk through their economy, to try and keep that mental in the right place, to not get flustered or frustrated. They're still on 11. But you're right, that gap close is abundantly clear. This has now become a close game. Now, looking at the way the frags are distributed as well, pretty even spread for Heretics, and of course the heavy lead for CNED over on Acend. Now, you could chalk it up to a good or a bad thing. You kind of need him to continue a little bit of that form, but it's not like we've got any drastic underperformers. Starkso's fine on 7-13, not ideal, but it's serviceable, like a little bit more, but it's the way the game goes. We go back in now, and the economy in a curious spot. 1 rifle, 2 SMGs, Sheriff's coming out on the rest. Now, of course, on the other side for Heretics, perfect purchase, or at least enough to surely deal with this.
This though, it's just Avova to hold down A. Now, Lau does come in late, and hey, there was a window of opportunity there for Acend to get in unscathed, but Avova actually got to back away from that Acend. A lot of damage on the way in. They're going to get a clean plant here.
Okay, this is where things get a little scary, right? Now, good damage being done. Great work again. Now, imagine this. It's close quarters on the side, of course, so the post-plant, the benefit of those rifles gets slightly neutered. Not a great deal, but enough that it's not as a drastic gap. Time begins to dwindle. Pora has been a huge factor for Heretics on this playback through, but it's Lull this time. There's Pora finding his form, but CNED's still going to try and equal this one out with his pick towards Lull. On towards the side, they see it, but CNED, that's 1, that's 2, the third falls into play! And cometh the time, cometh the man! CNED refusing to relent again and again!
CNED with the ace to put Acend on their 12th round.
Match point.
Oh my word. In the most unlikely of rounds, Lauren.
a second of consideration of how incredible CNED has been. A crowning moment to put them on the verge of destroying the reigning champions, Heretics. They walked out of First Strike looking like gods. And they came into this looking untouchable, and Acend might have just done the unimaginable Hypoc. This could be it.
I am the hunter.
Hunters Fury gonna get lots of tags on that one. Actually, Nuki gonna follow up on it, finds that headshot as well. Man, advantage going over very early. Acend actually gonna try and pivot away from this and find this bit of over. Holds his ground. CNED falls now. Try and follow up on this. Pora still tucked behind Generator. Swings out. Bone Cold gonna fall. Cold meant to actually trace that out now. So 2v4 for Acend. And they get another no of over. Stands strong once again on that position, and he will clean it out. The 3-piece from him. Heretics don't back down just yet. This is what I'm talking about. The nature of those next few rounds. Look at it now. They're on the brink of getting ultimates back online.
Now, does Cena drop the rifle across? Potentially just go for his ult on this. Looks like that might be the case. Bone Cold's got a rifle. Lots of utility.
26 and 15.
You ready for this one?
Finals.
CNED's going. CNED is sending this full send. It doesn't work out. He tried to just send it the hell through, gave his rifle to Bone Cold and said, good luck, I'll catch you in the next one. We either win it or I'll see you in the next round. And that's what it'd be looking like now. Bone Cold does still have that rifle with the light armor, but Heretics have held the first wave of the attack. They're now having to prepare for the second portion of what's going to be coming their way.
Unfortunately, I mean, he catches Lau with the wall out. Perfect opportunity to open this round up, but now Acend have to rethink things. As if they're maybe considering stacking up behind this wall. Catching the timing on it is decaying very quickly, and still 60 seconds left, so they can slowly work a pick if they choose to. Like B's the play.
The way in has been crafted, but it gets shut down. That's a rifle now gone, filters through towards Keyless. So far, no success. This is really good from Heretics. Calm, under scrutiny, held themselves together. They make it to double digits. They're on to 10.
Oh my word. They've clawed their way back into this.
One enemy remaining.
I think actually,
Flawless.
with no, Coldamenta one away. I was going to say, it's going to be close. Obviously, seen it, we know, put the Blade Storm into that one. Starzo one off the revive. Coldamenta one away from the Hunter's Fury. On the side of Heretics, no real playmakers. Rubino burning Hunter's Fury. Pora 2 away from the lockdown. This is it. I'll be honest, it rides on this. It rides on this round for Acend.
And they start Spike leaning towards Ape. The presence shown. Like the Rainer push-up from Nuki here, keeping that B lobby control, it allows a little bit more confidence in the lean towards A. And I have to say, between Avova and Pora, they've been incredible at greeting this approach. A little bit of contact towards middle. You can see the kind of work up from Bone Cold. Going to see if they go for an adjustment maybe here. They're committing pretty deep at this point already. This is 50 seconds on the board now.
Yeah, not a lot achieved in terms of progress across the map. Over going to get smoked off in that position. He's been big man again for Heretics here, but Bone Cold actually just sticks the TP all the way onto site. Turret now revealed. Going to deal with that quickly, but this gives them a lot of control actually. 30 seconds left. They're going to get in pretty clean.
They do. Spike to be planted. I'm not seeing anything stopping this. Now I'm looking for that late lurk Miggle from CNED. Here comes the ultimates coming out as well, but look at this lurk coming through. If CNED wins this, they're in problems, but no, Nuki keeps them safe. There is safety in numbers as they double down. Keyless now falls. The retake is on. Coldamenta, Bone Cold, and Starkso want to close it down now, but they might not be able to. Avova refusing to relent, and he forces Coldamenta away to a deeper angle, but meets his maker. And now the 4v2. Starkso down below with one. Oh no! Is history repeating itself. Starkso wants in, and now he holds the line, and now just the 1v1. Lol has to save the day, and he might just do it.
I will not die here.
He keeps them alive. Got the time for the defuse. Down to the wire once again. And this now for overtime. Acend, I gotta question the economy. Hunter's Fury invested. From the Shadows invested. And look at it, a Spectre. 3 Vandals. Starzo gonna come in with the light armor. Gets the full utility here. I am trembling, Lauren.
I can't imagine the mental fortitude needed from both of these sides right now. You've got Heretics pulling off the maddest comeback against some of the most individually skilled people we've seen in a long time. And already, here we go. The quick trade out in middle, but it's Acend to instantly invest that res. Nuki is gone. It's a 5v4. Mid-take begins. Rubino's under pressure here. He's got to be quick on his toes. Dips away. And you can see now the attacking side have kind of hit the brakes for a second. Yes, Bone Call's a little further ahead, but the rest have fallen back.
This plays into Ascend's hands. Lau is going to try and go for this revive. I mean, he has to, right? They have to try and secure here. Look at it. The 3-man push comes through. It's only of over here in tree. They're trying to solidify around this position.
The mid retake. They're going back on the fight. Killis is there. He's found Nuki again. There's no more res available.
Oh my God.
Fallen. It's all crumbling in middle. Cine leads through towards the side. Rubino's picked up Cold Dementa. It's still on. This is scrappy. This is a brawl, and a 3v3 begins. Cine once more, but he immediately receives the barrel of the gun, but Bone Cold right there ready for the trade. He looks for the second. He gets another, and now Rubino with it all to do. Otherwise, this falls to pieces and Acend. Pick up the victory. This is everything for Rubino.
It comes down to the 6th man, right down to the wire. 1v2, both players tucked all the way back in sight. He's waiting on this recon, I'm pretty sure. Look at the double face comes through. Bone Cold lands it.
Attackers win.
They've done it. They've actually gone and done it. Acend managed to take down Heretics after going all the way, the distance in front of them. A true upset in the making. This is what dreams are made of for these boys, and I cannot believe the performance we've seen from them today. This is their legacy in the making.
They have done it, ladies and gentlemen. It is Acend Club. They are your Valorant Masters EU champions. Mitch, I am utterly speechless right now.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I mean, first of all, the #1 conversation always gonna be CNET after that. He played such an insane series. This is currently, according to a lot of people, the #1 team in Europe. Heretics won the last big event. They were favorites to come in and take this final. They were possibly even favorites versus FPX, or it would have been a close matchup. But Acend off everybody's radar. I don't think I heard a single person say, this team, yeah, they'll make it to Masters. They were underestimated from the get-go. They took some of our faith as we went along. But my God, man, CNET is a beast. This team are so well structured around him. But I gotta say, towards the end there, Heretics, they made a lot of mistakes. They offered up these 1vx situations on a platter.
And I mean, that ace from CNET, people will have nightmares and dreams, like depending if you're a hater or a fan of CNET, you know? It's like that guy, I don't know what happened there, you know? The Heretics were just like kind of lost. They just went 1-for-1 fights against CNET, hidden in a, just stuck in a pocket in hell under heaven. It was insane to me, like how the amount of times CNET bailed out his teammates out of situations like that was overall in this last 3 series, I would say, was nuts. But that one is the one for ages. This is gonna be a highlight reel. It's literally, you can do a frag movie for CNET from this entire series. It's nuts. This guy is an absolute beast. In my books, that's the best European player, no question asked.
I completely agree, hands down. And speaking of best players, you guys at home have the usual job of picking out player of the match. Your choices for today are Bone Cold, Killers, and Cned. Turkish fans, I know what you're going to do, and I wholeheartedly support your endeavor, Mitch. Who is your player of the match
Come on.
today? Do I even
have to ask? It has to be Cned, man. We had such great performances from these guys. As I said, Bone Cold, he came in with some of the most impressive stats into this stage of the tournament, into the finals. He was the one walking out with the highest headshot percentage, the highest clutch percentage as well, out of anybody else throughout all of Masters. And that's with him playing the most maps as well, right? Tied up with Heretics. So that's impressive, that level of consistency. But Cned here, he takes the cake, hands down. Come on. This, like, okay, I said Heretics offered up some situations on a plate. In particular, it's obviously Cned, Under Heaven, that we're going to think about the most. That clutch that he won, he should never have had a chance in. But the reality is, he capitalized. He punished every little mistake that was made. On Bind, oh my word, that guy was an animal. He was coming out with multi-kills, saving the last couple of rounds, keeping his team alive. If it wasn't for Cned on Bind, in the last few rounds alone, they would not have made it to map 5. This is unbelievable to see a team come out of nowhere like this. They were first assembled in January. 2 months old. 2 months. And they win the biggest event so far in Valorant history. It leaves me speechless. It honestly does.
Well, Lothar, what about on the grand scheme of things? Because if we think about how they made it here, and of course how they beat Heretics today, they didn't just, play an easy bracket, right? They had NIP, they had FPX, and they had Team Heretics. They quite literally took down every single team that is widely considered as the best in
Their
Europe.
last games, obviously today, Heretics, right? Fumble Springs before that. Then we had Ninjas in Pajamas. Then we had Ballista Esports when they just absolutely dismantled the Polish squad. And we thought, Ballista played badly. Can happen, right? But it was like a showcase of how good that team will actually be in the future. And it's nuts. For me, this is like, I wouldn't have not predicted that in a million years that Acend will just show up like this and absolutely wreck the competition. It's nuts. Absolutely nuts.
Yeah. It is the absolute dream run. We spoke about this dream run from the beginning of the competition, and I loved seeing these guys develop and grow and get to this point. And speaking of these guys, I do have an interview to bring for you guys. It is, of course, your boy, Bone Cold. I absolutely love this player. Bone Cold, welcome back to the stream. You're very familiar with the show by now, but honestly, I know you like the sound of Bone Cold with a 3K, you've even given us 4Ks, but how much better does Bone Cold, the Valorant Masters EU champion sound?
It sounds really nice. It sounds a lot better than Bone Cold with the triple, I gotta say.
Well, did you expect everything that happened today? Because we've been saying on the desk, you guys were the underdogs coming here and you smashed through everybody.
Yeah, I mean, we had a really close series against FPX, even tighter series after Heretics. The road wasn't easy. We all did our fucking best coming in here and showing what we can do, and all the hard work since January has just paid off.
Oh yeah, more than paid off. I also wanted to ask you, on Icebox, when Nuki was defusing that spike in overtime, what was going through your mind? Because that was an absolute crucial round for you guys.
I've never been so scared. Nuki was just on flames on Icebox. I was scared to go and peek it. It's a half defuse. Is my molly landed or not? It was crazy. I have no words to describe after the clutch on overtime.
Well, you guys had loads of those rounds, right? You were stepping up, of course. Cned, I know I've asked you this before, but he really, really came out swinging and gave it his all today, didn't he?
He did. Cned just performed out of his mind. Words can't describe how well he played today. He carried us in a lot of the maps, a lot of the rounds. Really goes to Cned. Of course, there's things that we like how we support Cned, but he just played an amazing series. So big congratulations to him.
Well, I also quickly wanted to rewind things a little bit. Back to Split. I'm sure this was one of the maps you probably want to forget after today, but we don't get to see you play Split very often, right? You guys sort of ban this map usually. So talk me through the team composition behind that, because we were kind of theorizing on why you guys decided to go with this, and do you feel like maybe it didn't really pay off in the way you wanted it to today?
Yeah, that's one thing. Also, we haven't prepared our split really at all. When we got to the semis, what we really just wanted to do is just like people playing on their agents, and we have like some preparation, but that's really all preparation. So we really went with the mind of, okay, we're gonna try our best on split, and we're gonna like win rest of the maps, and kind of worked, kind of didn't, but I'm still happy. I'm still happy over the performance in split after knowing Heretics is really strong on it.
It wasn't a bad game plan because you had to win 3 of the maps, and you did, so it could be worse. But, you know, looking at your journey, you guys, you beat NIP, you beat FPX, you beat Heretics. Do you feel like you guys are the best team in Europe right now?
I really just want to say that we are top 5. I know it's like after every single tournament, you can't always just say like you're the top 1. But this is our first big tournament. We won it. We're really grateful for that. But I'm just gonna say we are the top 5 team in Europe, and I feel like people are like gonna know us and like be a lot more prepared playing against us.
They probably will, especially after this. I think top 5 is really humble there, Bone Cold. I'd probably say top 3, but that's just me. Also, what is next for you guys then? Because we do have Challengers 2 coming up, and then at the end of that, we have Masters 2, and of course, that is going to be an international event. So what are you guys planning before that? Where do you feel like you need to also work on?
I feel like we have like... we should really just focus on the fundamentals. I feel like we can have like a lot better like communication and trading and all that. I feel like Cold and NBS are doing God's work, working on like defaults and strats. But I feel like the whole team really just has to get on like even more to get to the same page than we are at right now. And I feel like that is something that's gonna take us into a really good position when the Masters 2 is going to be played at.
You're going to be very scary if you guys keep improving the way you have. And lastly, is there anything you'd like to say to your fans and supporters? They have been very, very vocal over the last 2 weeks.
I didn't prepare for this. I'm really humble. I'm really grateful for all the support. There has been a lot of nice words said to me, to all of our teammates, and I'm really grateful. All to the fans who support us throughout the journey. It's really nice to have your support, and that's something that got us to the finals on Masters 1. But also, I want to give a shout out to one of my friends, and that's Jatka on vittu täällä. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Bone Cold. And congratulations. Go enjoy and celebrate.
Thank you a lot.
Well, we just had a lovely chat, Mitch and Lothar, with the Valorant Masters EU champion. Bone Cold does sound a little bit better than the 3K Bone Cold, but Lothar, so humble. Top 5. He's put that team into the top 5 in Europe. And I said maybe top 5 is a little bit too generous. I think top 3 is where they would sit. What do you think?
Just humble guy being humble guy, you know. I feel like if he would have been speaking his native language, he would have been less humble. It's like the guy tries to be just nice, and but if this is his moment, he should be like screaming on top of his lungs. This is a huge tournament. Not only that, it's a huge tournament. They are so much closer to actually getting to to champions, right? This is gonna be the next stage for them to like try to get into, of course, Masters 2, and then let themselves to play for the main yearly title. On top of that, they also won cash. What was it, $60,000 for this tournament right here, right?
Yeah, it was.
That's pretty nice for playing Valorant, you know, in the first year and the first 2 months of playing with a new team. That's actually awesome. And by the way, just wanted to say something. Across 5 maps, CNED scored 111 frags with a plus 30 difference with his KD. This guy is nuts. 21 first bloods, 15 first deaths, plus 6 on that. I don't know. It's just the guy was so consistent today. It's absolutely insane.
Well, it's very, very convenient, Lothar, that you brought up that stat because, would you guys believe it? Surprise, surprise, CNED is the winner of Player of the Match. Mitch, I definitely did not see that.
You forgot to put your glasses on then, Sue, because I think most of us saw it come from a mile away. You know, it's not just the Turkish fans showing up huge like we know they always do. But it's deserved, man. I don't think anybody was sat here with any other name in their mind than CNED. Like, the performance he put up in this whole tournament. Like, if you look at the ratings, it's between him and Nukie for being the top player. But CNED, he's so much flashier. He makes plays like this. I mentioned his bind. We just saw one of them. And this nasty little angle, you don't see it all too often. I loved watching him, but I love watching this team as well. The variety that Acend have got up their sleeve that they're able to pull out. Okay, they can be a tactical team. They can take things slow. They can play the start of the rounds for their ult orbs and map control. They can counter strat and avoid allowing their opponents, as we'll see later on in this reel, when they're on the attack side for Heretics, A site, they couldn't push it. There was always control there for Acend. But then we move past that. When things go bad, when the plan doesn't go exactly as it should, it doesn't matter because CNED is there and he's ready to bail them out of these situations. Bone cold as well. I mean, I feel bad for him because honestly, in most rosters, he would be the talking point. With the stats this guy is putting up, playing an Omen, playing a Viper, he's so aggressive, but he's so smart. He's winning clutches, he's got an insane headshot percentage, and yet still, the conversation is always going to be about CNED, isn't it? He's always going to steal the limelight, but rightfully so.
Well, I also like to, credit Coldamenta and NBS as well. Like Bone Cold said in that interview, these are the guys that's working on the strats, working on the defaults, working on the fundamentals, and helping this team work. And you really, really need those figures if you want to succeed, as they have proved. Well, CNED is your player of the match, but guys, we have an even bigger task for you guys at home because you need to also vote for MVP of the week. Well, the last time CNED was involved in this, it was an absolute crazy, I want to call it social media frenzy of votes. But this time around, you have the choices of CNED, Nuki, Leo, and Zipan. That's a nice little spread there, Lothar. If we want to take the whole week into consideration, who would be your pick?
It has to be seen. I'm monotone. Look, I'm losing my voice after the series. Even though I'm not casting, I'm just sitting here on the desk, but I was just screaming so much to myself when watching this. I think it has to be CNED. Even though Nuki was absolutely gorgeous today as well on that Reyna on Icebox. There was so many insane situations as on Ascent as well. But it has to be CNED for me.
Well, Mitch, just looking ahead a little bit, because we also mentioned that crucial international event that is coming up. How pleased would you be if we were to end up sending a team like Acend to compete against the other?
You know what? In the words of Hannah Montana, they've got the best of both worlds, and I think they will put on a show if they were to go to Worlds. Right now, they're obviously leading the way with the most points. It depends how the rest of things are going to go, but even moving into next Masters, which is international, I'd love to see them go there because they can play any style they want, pretty much. They can come and match the tactics. They can play the Puggy style if they want to, as much as they aren't really fans of that. They can come out and just pure aggression, take those NA teams and show them, you know what? Yeah, you're good on that operator jet, but we do it the European way. I'd love to see Acend out there mashing up some international competition.
I honestly have never thought I'd hear the words Hannah Montana come out your mouth, Mitch, but I am so happy that it did. But of course, Acend won the only people that won something today. Would you guys believe that our very own Mitch has managed to win something? Of course, we had a segment earlier where Mitch and Tom went head-to-head and picked their fantasy team from the European Masters competition. And now I can reveal, Mitch, you were the winner on Twitter. People picked your team. I'm not gonna lie, I feel like a little, Turkish Orpa might have had something to do with that result.
You know what? I just thought we got to go. We got to pick somebody that I know everybody's going to fall in love with. And I know he can deliver massively. CNED, he might have won it for me. I'll be honest. He might have been a big reason I took that victory. But this whole lineup, come on. Tom didn't stand a chance. There's so much skill here. I've got probably the player of the tournament, probably the best player in Europe, probably the second best as well. I've got Angel to lead the team. Come on. How can you compete? I want to show match those two. Honestly, I want to see these teams head to head.
Yeah, let's make that happen. I like that idea. Well, before we round off, Lothar, 2 weeks of the best top level competition here in Europe. What's been your takeaway and final thought?
Takeaway is that Europe as a region, I feel like has too many teams that are just way too good. And it's so hard to make predictions in general. But it's fun to watch because you never know who's gonna win. There's so many new people coming up and suddenly being like one of the best players in the region. We had few discoveries, so we have few teams that are suddenly were not perceived as strong as they were before. Valorant for me is in a stage where so many things are changing in a blazing fast pace. It just makes it so entertaining to watch, and I hope that the game. I feel like that we had the most viewership today from all the weeks that we had been casting, and today was like a small celebration of the community that we're building. So I'm super happy to be part of it. This was an incredible event for me and for sure for the viewers as well, especially for the Turkish community today. And yeah.
And of course, Mitch, any last thoughts and takeaways?
Yeah, normally this is where I do the whole, I just go, no, and we move on, and it's funny, and you're embarrassed, and it's great. But no, I have to say, man, like, the fact that the story for me that's just ringing true is we had a tweet go out like a week ago, which said that Acend wanted to get revenge. I think it was Bone Cold that said it. They wanted revenge on FPX. And the fact that they lost the FPX, they lost to NIP, then they came through, they beat both of those teams on the way back through, then they beat Heretics. That is literally the top three for me. We even did a thing before this with a journalist called Halo. A bunch of coaches and analysts and casters got together and wrote out our lists, and those are my top three teams: NIP, FPX, and Heretics, not in that order. And to see them beat all three of them, there is no question to me right now. Top five? Okay, yeah, I'll give you that any day of the week. But I'm looking at that number one spot right now thinking, well, you know what? You've beat everybody else. It's some of them you've done it pretty convincingly as well. You've done it in a BO5. I don't know what more you need to do to be the number one team. Definitely the question mark is there, and it's going to be the next event that determines whether that's something we can hold on to into the future or not.
I absolutely cannot wait. Well, thank you, Mitch and Lothar. This has been real, been emotional. I'm glad to have had you two by my side through all of this. And of course, Pansy and Hypoc as well. We wouldn't be here without all of your overtimes and more overtimes in the future, I am sure. Thank you, of course, to Tom and Jonas as well for joining us this week. Thank you to all of you guys at home for tuning in, and massive congratulations once again to Acend, your Valorant Masters EU champions. We will be back, of course, for Challengers 2 very, very soon for more Valorant competition. We'll see you then.
Enemy remaining.
What is that shot? After shot connect, this guy's a beast.
Etrafından dönen oyuncu sadece çok güzel bir headshot'la bir tane daha vuruyor. Brasco neler yapıyor?
Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody.